Chapter 1751, Why Did the Flame Wane? The work progressed slowly. There was no day or night in the sky below, and Sunny did not particularly care for tracking time anymore. He only knew how much of it had passed because of the happy shadow, which continued to act as Rain's guardian somewhere far away. The task of learning how to read the forbidden runes was engrossing. Sunny was not trying to decipher the ancient script blindly. He was familiar with many variations of the runic language that had been used in the dream realm, or rather, in the multitude of realms that would one day become its various regions. The languages the people of the bygone eras had spoken were different, and so were the writing systems they had used. However, they all shared a common root: Hope, who had invented the concept of writing and the original runic script. Being familiar with that script and many of its descendants, Sunny could somewhat infer the meaning of derivative runic languages and learn how to read them. That task was not an easy one, even for a saint, but after spending a few weeks in the Ebony Tower, doing nothing but studying Nether's writings, he was making quick progress. Sunny studied the runes, took walks along the edge of the scorched island, slept, and lay idly on his cot, staring at the ceiling. His life was tranquil, easy, and entertaining, truly free of all burdens. Sometimes, he felt the desire to claw at the walls of the obsidian tower. In those moments, he visited the lightless shrine and stared at the statue of the goddess of black skies. The face of the statue was obscured by a veil, but the sculpture was so exquisitely carved that the veil seemed to be made from fine silk, not cold stone. He could see a vague silhouette of a divinely beautiful face, outlined by its delicate folds and creases. Sunny couldn't help but feel that it shared a close resemblance to the faces of the broken porcelain dolls that piled into a mountain on the lowest level of the tower, as well as saints' inhumanly beautiful visage. Had Nether been obsessed with Storm God, or simply too lazy to sculpt a multitude of faces when there already was a perfectly fine one for him to copy? He had been a very practical man, after all, as well as the most impractical of them. Why else would he rise in rebellion against the gods? As Sunny made advancements in his understanding of the forbidden runes, he was able to make a rough estimate of when exactly the demon of destiny had resided in the Ebony Tower. It had been in the latter half of the Golden Age, during Hope's imprisonment. Nether seemed to have already fallen out with Storm God, but was not contemplating going to war against the heavens yet. Instead, he had turned his back on the world and dedicated himself to his misguided passion, trying to create living beings, which was an authority exclusive to the gods. Much like Sunny had turned his back on the world and dedicated himself to studying these forbidden runes. The Ebony Tower seemed to attract disheartened men. Most of the runes carved into its walls were esoteric, to say the least. Sunny slowly learned how to understand their meaning, but that did not mean that he understood what they meant. It would be the same if someone had given him a highly advanced scientific paper on quantum physics to read. Knowing human language would not help him comprehend the contents. The fact that Nether's writing had never been meant to be read by anyone except the demon of destiny himself did not help either. He had left these notes for himself, so they weren't very detailed. There were many passages like, dissected. Structure, pathways, flow, basic mechanics hide the deep complexity of process and function. Material, correlation or causation, potential hints at obsolescence. Source unknown, observation flawed. Sunny could not really understand the meaning of these passages, but he did discern several underlying themes. Nether's goal was to create a living being, and as such, his research had been developing in two directions: the creation of a body and the creation of a soul. The former was purely time-consuming, but the latter seemed to vex the demon to no end. How did the gods will souls into existence? Why were the creatures created by the gods able to propagate, giving birth to new souls? What was the secret? There was no answer. The demon of fate had created weaving, while the demon of desire had created runic sorcery. The demon of destiny, however, had not authored an original school of sorcery of his own, taking elements from wherever he felt useful and bending them to serve his purpose. However, he had possessed the deepest understanding of soul power out of everyone Sunny had known, except for the gods themselves. Nether had been able to manipulate souls and soul essence to a frightening degree, accomplishing things that should not have been possible. And yet, he had not been able to create a living being out of nothing, no matter how ingenious his methods were and how great his determination was. That was one thing that the demon of destiny could not build, for a time. Sunny knew that the demon had eventually succeeded, creating Saint and her people. His perception was influenced by knowing the end result, but back then, Nether must have been daring to the point of insanity, to pursue something that had never been done before and was not supposed to be possible. What had motivated him to persist in his seemingly hopeless endeavor? Sunny did not know, and doubted that he would learn the answer in the Ebony Tower. The runes carved into its walls were Nether's research notes, not a personal diary. There was no mention of the demon's feelings or emotions, as if he had not been capable of having them at all. That said, not everything written on the black walls was dry and void of feeling. After weeks of studying the runes, Sunny concentrated on 3 fragments, all unlike the rest of the passages he had translated. The first one seemed like a poem or a short story that Nether had written down for some unknown reason. It read, "Why does the flame wane? I asked the black skies. What is life?" The skies answered in a subtle voice. A mother is watching her children die slowly of starvation. There is only enough food for one of them, but she is hungry, too. That is life. The war is over, and those who discarded their weapons to surrender are made slaves. They are brought to an arena and told to kill each other. A young warrior looks at a sword, his hand trembling. That is life. A man loves his wife but feels lonely in her company. One day, walking the market, he sees a beautiful stranger smiling at him sweetly. He hesitates to return the smile. That is life as well, I pondered. So, life is a choice? The skies laughed. Life is desire. It's a desire to be alive. The skies were illuminated by a myriad of stars, burning in the beautiful darkness. Like the flame of desire had burned in the hideous void, giving birth to the 7 gods. Why does the flame wane? Sunny thought about the strange story for a long time. Was it a fable Nether had written down on a whim? Or the transcript of an actual conversation between him and Storm God? In any case, it had to have meaning. The demon of destiny was not someone who would have carved runes into stone without a reason. He had been trying to create life, so the story could have been a contemplation on the nature of life. However, to Sunny, it seemed like there were many layers to this passage. The goddess of black skies had described 3 situations. One was about hunger, one was about the desire to survive, and the last one was about lust. So, had she been trying to say that life was hunger, fear, and lust? He did not think so. It seemed that the exact situation did not matter too much. What mattered was that the character of each anecdote was faced with a choice. Nether had been the demon of choice, so was that the true meaning of the story? Somehow, Sunny felt that it was not that important either. The truly important part was the first and the last lines of the story. Why did the flame wane? The waning flame was, presumably, desire, the primordial desire that had been born in the void, and gave birth to the gods in turn. Sunny remembered the murals describing the origin of the demons clearly, both those that he had seen in the drowned library of fallen grace and those he had seen in the estuary. On one, a golden flame was burning in the darkness. On the next, 7 figures, the gods were surrounding the greatly diminished flame, sitting on the edge of the ebony island and looking at the sea of divine flames above. He blinked. No, wait, but really, why did the flame diminish? The divine flames that had created the sky below waned slowly over thousands of years, until only this much was left. One day, they would be extinguished altogether. But why had the primordial desire waned after giving birth to the gods? Did it have something to do with the secret of life? Nether had built the Ebony Tower because he wanted to use divine flame to create living beings, but he eventually abandoned that path and returned to the underworld. Had he been trying to substitute the flame of desire with the flame of divinity? All of it seemed too interconnected, somehow, and encapsulated in the strange story to be a mere coincidence. However, even if it was, Sunny could not, for the life of him, understand what it actually meant. He summoned Saint, shared his theory with her, and asked for her opinion. Saint, of course, remained silent, simply staring at him with indifference. Thought so. Sunny clicked his tongue, dismissed the shadow, and returned to the tower with a sullen expression on his pale face. Chapter 1752, Reading About Nothing. The second passage he was keenly interested in was much less poetal, but tantalized Sunny much more. That was because it mentioned the other demons, most of all, the nebulous demon of fate. The runes read, "Gods created all living creatures, but not all creatures they created carry a divine lineage. Only those born of the gods do, and those born of their descendants. Why have the gods forbidden us 7 to sire offspring? Why are we destined for loneliness? Is it because we are of the forgotten one who slumbers in the void? Where is the void, and where is its gate? How did Weaver enter it, and what did Weaver see? Why did Weaver decide to break the will of the gods and create a lineage? Blood, bone, flesh, soul, spirit, mind, and shadow. The gods shall discover the transgression, but they cannot. That is because, having created a lineage, Weaver does not possess a lineage. It has been lost and will be lost, therefore having never been in Weaver's possession. One cannot be punished for something that has never been. A piece is lost to fantasy, a piece is lost to fear. A piece is lost to respite, a piece is lost to darkness. A piece is lost to sorrow, a piece is lost to rot. And finally, a piece is stolen by a thief. Weaver's defiance is elusive, just like Weaver is, but mine will be different. Sunny stared at the runes for a while, his eyes burning with wanderlust. Nether seemed to have been considering the difference between him, the youngest sibling, and Weaver, the oldest. Both had decided to defy the gods, but in a different way. Gods created all living creatures, but only those born of them carry a divine lineage. It seemed that Weaver had pursued the latter, while Nether had pursued the former. But more importantly, Weaver's lineage. Finally, he knew the remaining parts of the weave. He had already found blood weave, bone weave, and soul weave. Flesh, mind, spirit, and shadow weaves remained. Shadow weave, would absorbing it make up for shadow god's lineage that blood weave had so unceremoniously devoured? And if he managed to collect all 7, would the broken lineage of Weaver restore itself to an unblemished state, granting him its full power? Sunny finally understood why the weave had been shattered into many fragments, to begin with. It was because Weaver had hidden its existence from the gods by scattering it across the tapestry of fate. Its fragments had always been fated to be lost, and so, it was as if Weaver had never possessed them at all. The fragment destined to be lost to sorrow was soul weave, which Sunny had found near Oblivion's grave. The fragment destined to be lost to rot was bone weave, which he had found here in the Ebony Tower. The fragment destined to be stolen by a thief was blood weave, which the nightmare spell had granted him for slaying the spawn of the vile thieving bird. At the time when Nether had been carving these runes, Oblivion was still alive, while Weaver had not lost an arm. Therefore, the demon of fate had foreseen these events in advance, or maybe even reached into the tapestry of fate to attach the fragments of the weave to its strings. One had to be inventive to avoid the gaze of the gods. But where had the other 4 fragments ended up? Sunny looked back at the runes. A piece is lost to fantasy, a piece is lost to fear, a piece is lost to respite, a piece is lost to darkness. He contemplated for a few minutes, then turned and gazed at the map where the strongholds of the demons were depicted. Fantasy, fear, rest, darkness. Imagination, dread, repose, destiny. Were the remaining 4 fragments of the weave located somewhere in Bastion, Ravenheart, Stormsea, and the Underworld? He was suddenly overcome by the desire to travel to Bastion and check himself. However, that desire quickly dimmed. Going back to Bastion, Ravenheart, and the great citadel of the House of Night that drifted on the waves of Stormsea meant diving back into the boiling cauldron of humanity. Sunny had just escaped it. Why would he go back? The underworld was a better choice, but also a suicidal one. Sunny was not ready to venture into the depths of the Hollow Mountains. His strength might have increased explosively after the transcendence, but true darkness was the natural enemy of shadows. Out there, below the jagged peaks, was the realm of darkness. Sunny would be nearly powerless there. Blind, weakened, and without an ally. He could imagine himself braving a death zone, but not the underworld. Forget it then. Deeply disappointed, Sunny turned away from the passage and tried to never look at it again. Maybe someday in the future. The third passage that interested him, coincidentally, had to do with the Hollow Mountains. But it was a strange one. The runes read, "What can contain the void? Nothing can." Gods used nothing to envelop the void and place the cage of desire above it. In the places where the cage is thin, nothing slips through its seams. The underworld is one such place, shrouded in nothing. It is like mist. However, nobody can exist in the mist. Nothing can contain the void, and nobody exists within it. I am wary of nobody and fear nothing. Sunny was utterly bewildered by what he read and thought that he had messed up the translation at first. But after going over it one more time, he confirmed that the translation was correct. Was Nether having a stroke? He reread the runes several more times, his bewilderment growing. No, he was not someone who would write down nonsense. So, the passage must have had meaning. But what was the meaning of nothing? Sunny pondered the question for a few days until a tenuous idea surfaced in his mind. What if nothing was literally something? Not the absence of everything, but the presence of nothing. Just thinking about that made his head hurt. But it seemed very much like something that the gods would be involved in. These beings operated with ideas and concepts, after all, having shaped the very universe into existence. So, if nothing could contain the void, the gods could have gone and literally used nothing to contain it. Enveloping the void in a layer of nothingness, which the void beings could not cross because nothing could stop them, and bringing down the cage of existence on top of that layer. That would be a godlike thing to do, wouldn't it? That nothingness seemed to seep into the universe, though, like mist. Weren't the Hollow Mountains always shrouded in a strange mist? Sunny opened his eyes wide, remembering how the cohort had escaped a flood of mist on the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains. Back then, they felt a terrible threat emanating from it, not knowing why. If that mist was literally nothingness, would they have been erased from existence if it swallowed them? Sunny also remembered the eerie creature that had come from the mist and demanded that he open his eyes on the ashen barrow. Nobody exists within it. Were there actual beings born from and dwelling in nothingness? He suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. The demon of destiny was wary of nothing and feared nobody. Wasn't Nether actually admitting that he felt wary of nothingness and feared the beings dwelling in the mist? Got him it. As if the world wasn't scary enough already. Sunny already had his hands full dealing with the nightmare creatures. There were also the void creatures, which were infinitely more harrowing than the familiar abominations. Luckily, they were locked away by the gods. And now there were also nothing creatures. Nobodies? No, he simply refused to deal with that. Time to get some sleep. Sunny shook his head and left the 5th level of the Ebony Tower, returning to his living quarters. The translation was mostly complete. He had already determined which passages he could understand, which he couldn't fathom, and which spoke too much about the void, meaning that he had to avoid them at all costs. Staying in the sky below was slowly becoming meaningless. Perhaps it was time to start thinking about his next destination. I'll consider it tomorrow. Just before falling asleep, Sunny wondered where he would go, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. I don't exist in the memories of the world anymore, so am I a nothing creature, too? A Nobody, Chapter 1753. Runaway in the morning, Sunny woke up and simply remained on the cot, staring at the ceiling. He felt strangely apathetic. Yesterday, he had considered whether it was worth it to continue studying Nether's writings. There wasn't much left for him to learn from the runes. As soon as that idea entered his mind, all the motivation and excitement he had been feeling about translating them disappeared. Without something to look forward to, he could not find a reason to get up. How long had he spent in the sky below anyway? A month. Closer to 2? In any case, he had beaten his previous record. Might as well get comfortable. Sunny closed his eyes and went back to sleep. He spent the next few days doing nothing. Sometimes, Sunny would go outside and look at the sea of flames. Sometimes, he would remain in the Ebony Tower, staring at the walls. Only his incarnation that guarded Rain remained active, which was the sole reason he was not dying of boredom. Eventually, however, he became fixated on a strange thought. Can I cross the Hollow Mountains? The question seemed rhetorical, but it was not. Sunny did not dare delve into the hollow interior of the great mountain chain where elemental darkness dwelled. But what about braving the mist shrouding it to traverse the exterior? If the mist enveloping the jagged peaks was indeed pure nothingness, then anyone who entered it would become nothing. At least that was what one would think. They would think wrongly, though. Sunny had undeniable proof that it was possible to survive in the mist, at least for some time. It was the fact that Saint Cormac had spent months exploring the Hollow Mountains on behalf of Clan Valor before being killed by Saint Tyrus. What had been his goal? Searching for a way to cross to the other side? Looking for an entrance into the underworld where Nether's stronghold was supposedly located? Or something else entirely which Sunny could not even guess? In any case, if Cormac could do it, then Sunny could too. Should I try? He had no plans and no particular desires, except for the desire to be far away from everyone. Was there a more distant place than the unexplored vastness beyond the Hollow Mountains? There, Sunny would be truly and utterly alone, which was what he wanted. The romance of the unknown. His curiosity and wanderlust were calling him. On the other side of the impregnable mountain chain lay the forgotten shore. It was now a desolate land of perpetual darkness. Most of the creatures that had populated the coral labyrinth were gone, annihilated by the terror of the Crimson Spire. The dark sea was gone, as well, sealed by his own hand. Maybe a few abominations still survived, somewhere in the darkness. But he still wanted to visit that place one more time. Sunny could retrace the steps of the journey he had made with Nephi's and Cassie. He could make sure that the soul devourer was dead, and if not, fulfill his promise to burn the damned thing to the ground. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AVELC AVEC A/M. He could return to the dark city and sift through the scorched ruin of the bright castle, find the statue of the Slayer that he had never seen, and sleep on his own bed in the ruined cathedral. And that was not all. Humans knew about the forgotten shore now. They also knew that the Nightmare Desert lay to the east, thanks to Nephi's making the journey. However, no one had even learned what lay to the west and north of that cursed place. Sunny could become the first human to ever set foot in those mysterious regions of the dream realm. Sure, no one would ever learn about his discoveries, but he would know doing it for himself was enough. A subtle sense of excitement slowly took hold of his heart. No number, I must have lost my mind. The Hollow Mountains were vast, and they were called a death zone for a reason. Who would want to enter a death zone of their own free will? One would have to be completely insane to do something like that. He would never. Shaking his head, Sunny summoned the covetous coffer and went about cooking himself a dinner. The dimensional storage was still full of monster meat, but there were plenty of ingredients from the waking world as well. Feeling a bit down, Sunny decided to pamper himself a little. Pulling out a printed cooking book from the alloy chest, he turned the pages absent-mindedly. Eventually, his attention was drawn to two recipes. Sunny frowned. Waffles or pancakes? He wasn't very knowledgeable about these staple dishes, so deciding which to make was a big problem. In the end, he decided to make both. Sunny had abandoned the thought of crossing the Hollow Mountains, or, rather, he had tried to. However, it was stuck in his mind like a catchy melody. The more time he spent idling in the Ebony Tower, the stronger the call of adventure became. He had come up with all kinds of reasons for why it was a terrible idea, and yet it only grew more alluring. Can I do it or not? He probably could. Sunny continued to hesitate, wasting time in indecision. In the end, the decision was more or less made for him. One day, he opened his eyes earlier than usual. His 5 shadows had all been resting on the floor, but now they seemed alert. His shadow sense had long ago enveloped the island, so he could instantly feel the most minute changes in his surroundings. Someone was moving on the highest floor of the Ebony Tower. The portal. Sunny rose from the cot noiselessly. He had been careful not to leave any traces of himself anywhere on the island, so all there was to do was place his pillow back in its original position. The shadows wrapped themselves around his body, and a moment later, he dissolved into the darkness. Soon enough, a delicate figure walked down the stairs, followed by a few more. It was Castle and a few fire keepers, who seemed to have undergone the ascension already. Gather everything. We will be leaving shortly. Sunny observed as the firekeepers went about dismantling their makeshift outpost. The cots were disassembled. The enchanted lanterns were gathered and prepared to be carried away. The modest kitchen was taken apart and stored in crates for transportation. What are they doing? Cassie looked a little bit disheveled, which was very unlike her usual tidy self. She observed the firekeepers silently, but at some point, a slight scowl appeared on her face. The blind seer wandered the hall for a bit, seemingly without aim. Eventually, she stopped near the cot Sunny had slept on and touched the pillow briefly. He was about to grow tense, but at that point, one of the firekeepers called out to her. "Cassie, are we really not going to be able to return here?" Turning around, she lingered for a few moments, then answered with a sigh. "I don't know. The ivory tower is about to leave the chained isles. The connection between the two portals might depend on distance, or it might not. In any case, it is better not to take the risk." Hiding in the shadows, Sunny was momentarily stunned. Right, Nephi's told Cassie to take the ivory tower to Bastion. He had forgotten all about it. What would have happened if he stayed on the Ebony Island until the connection between the two portals was broken? Was he capable of ascending all the way to the sky above on his own? Probably. After doing some weaving, at least. But it would be such a pain. "It seems I can't stay here anymore." It was so sudden, but it was also a relief. Feeling strangely liberated, Sunny silently hid himself in Cassie's shadow and stayed with her until the outpost was completely disassembled. Then, he followed the blind seer back to the portal. On the way, Sunny said a silent goodbye to the statue of Storm God and threw one last glance at the map carved into the wall on the 5th level. The Hollow Mountains were calling to him, and he had no reason to refuse the invitation anymore. Once Cassie and the firekeepers returned to the Ivory Island, taking him with them, Sunny silently reached down with his senses and used Shadow Step to teleport to the distant land far below. He stepped out of the shadows on the southern island, in the ruins of the ancient stronghold that had once belonged to Shadow Lord and where he battled Nightmare many years ago. In the sky above, the beautiful silhouette of the Ivory Island was drifting among clouds. Sunny remained motionless for a while, looking up. Eventually, the flying island slowly moved, traveling south, crossing the chasm separating the chained isles from the rest of the dream realm and leaving them behind. It was time for him to go, as well. He watched the ivory tower float away and then turned around, facing north. Goodbye. Taking the first step, Sunny headed away from the ruined stronghold, never looking back. Chapter 1754, I hurt, therefore I am. Sunny remembered the first time he went all the way to the northern boundary of the Chained Isles vividly. Back then, it had taken Cassie and him around a month to reach the Night Temple from the Sanctuary of Noctis. The southern island was further away from the Hollow Mountains than the Sanctuary, and yet, Sunny made the journey in under a week. Even then, it had only taken him that long because he was taking his sweet time. He did not need to traverse the heavenly chains to get from one island to the other anymore instead. He simply turned into a crow and flew north, landing from time to rest or take a look at something peculiar. The crushing was of no issue because he could escape it at any time with Shadow Step. The nightmare creatures of the Chained Isles were too weak to pose a serious threat to him, at least as long as he stayed alert. Most simply fled, frightened by his dark presence. Strangely enough, Sunny felt that he was more at home in the dream realm than he was in the waking world. It was as though being a transcendent finally made him suited to exist in this land of beauty and dread. Soon, he saw a black line on the northern horizon. The line grew darker and taller as he ventured further north, until he finally could make out the jagged peaks of the Hollow Mountains. The great mountain chain pierced the sky like the fangs of a giant dragon. At least that was how Sunny always perceived it before. Now, however, he knew that they were simply a scar left on the surface of the world by the fall of a void creature that had been killed here at the dawn of time. True darkness was born from the blood of that abyssal being, which had seeped into the broken earth. Having beheld the draconian peaks, Sunny lowered his gaze and looked down. The northern island had been destroyed in the battle between Sky Tide and St. Cormac, so the chasm separating the Chained Isles from the Hollow Mountains was wider than before. Across the dark abyss of the sky below, the mountains rose steeply into the distant sky, white mist rolling down their slopes. It flowed into the abyss like a wall of clouds, disappearing into the darkness. Sunny exhaled slowly. He was standing on the edge of an island. With the broken chain that had once connected it to the northern island, rattling quietly far below, far away on the other side of the chasm, the great anchor chain that had once connected the chained isles to the hollow mountains was hidden by mist. He was not alone. Saint, serpent, nightmare, and fiend were standing around him. Gloomy, creepy, haughty, naughty, and crazy shadows lay on the ground as well. Only the happy shadow was missing, busy with its own mission. Sunny exhaled slowly, then looked at his retinue. He remained silent for a while, then said with a pale smile, "The smart way of doing this would be to send one of you into the mist first, to see how it goes." None of them showed any reaction. Except for Fiend, who tried to hide behind Saint without drawing attention. Sadly, with his current size, hiding behind Saint was not as effective as it had been before. Sunny grinned. "Luckily for you, no one has ever accused me of being smart." He had been complimented on his wit from time to time, but never in an accusatory tone. So, the statement was technically true. Shaking his head, Sunny commanded the shadows to wrap themselves around his body. Then, he dismissed the shadows and faced the abyssal chasm once more. What a bother. He had already tried to extend his shadow sense into the mist to breach the chasm with Shadow Step, but couldn't sense a single shadow on the other side. In fact, he couldn't sense anything. It was as if nothing existed beyond the veil of mist, perhaps quite literally. Here we go. Sunny dissolved into the shadows, then emerged from them in the form of a crow. Flapping his wings, he cawed loudly and flew toward the hollow mountains. He left the rattling of chains behind and glided on the winds above the bottomless abyss of the sky below. The white wall of flowing mist drew closer and closer, and as it did, Sunny's heart beat faster and faster. What if I really just disappear? Would it be that bad? After all, he was all but erased from existence already. Ending up being swallowed by nothing only seemed fitting. What the hell? Of course, it's bad. Sunny was not going to disappear. He still wanted to live. In fact, he wanted to live more than ever before. That was a strange quirk of his personality. The less reason there was for him to live, the more he wanted to survive, out of nothing but pure spite. Now that the world had truly and utterly rejected him, Sunny had to stay alive, no matter the cost. Letting out another caw, Sunny plunged into the white mist. Immediately, he felt strange. What was that feeling? Sunny couldn't quite describe it. However, it was debilitating enough to make him fall from the sky. He crashed into the cold rock, rolling down the slope in a mess of limbs. The crow shell had collapsed, and he was back to his human body. The rocks bit into his skin painfully, but Sunny did not and could not pay it any attention. What the hell is this? It was like a mind attack, but also completely different. At the same time, it was like a soul attack, but did not bring him any pain. It was also like a physical attack, but did not harm his body. The best way Sunny could describe it was that, suddenly, he felt as if he was dreaming. Or rather, had been dreaming all along. As if he was nothing but a fleeting dream, and all his life had been one long, meaningless nightmare. And therefore, that none of it was real, and none of him was real either. His sense of self was slowly dissolving under the numb indifference of that obvious realization, as if he was being pulled into a state of senselessness. Sunny had never existed and would never exist. He did not exist. As soon as he acknowledged that fact, his soul started to dim. His body started to lose strength as well. His thoughts turned slower. That is right. Sunny smiled faintly. Come from nothing, return to nothing. He could sense the mist flowing around him, through him. Was his body turning transparent? If so, that was all right. That was how it should be. Only, if I don't exist, if there is no me, then why does it hurt to have never existed so much? He had experienced being erased from existence once already. That pain would have been meaningless if he had never existed in the first place. So, the mere fact that it had hurt him so badly was a contraction. If he was nobody, then he would have felt nothing. But he felt something, and therefore he had to be somebody. Pain bloomed in his heart like a flower. And with it, his transcendent soul ignited with the beautiful radiance of divine flame. Tenacious blood ran through his body, filling it with strength. His mind was aflame with desire. Desire to exist. I hurt, therefore I am. Wait, what? What kind of nonsense am I spouting? Sunny groaned and concentrated all of his formidable mind on a single thought. I am. He was not nothing. He was not nobody. He was sunless, formerly known, or rather, unknown, as lost from light. He was the devil of Antarctica. He had been the mad prince once, but he was not anymore. He was even Lord Mongrel, even if he wished otherwise. He was Sunny. It took all his focus to keep that thought from dissolving into the mist. Once he managed to prove his own existence, the pressure of nothingness did not disappear, and the pull of non-existence did not lessen. Sunny had to keep concentrating on the fact that he had been, was, and would be without reprieve. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN a VEL world C a/M. If he let go of that fervent thought even for a few moments, both his soul and body would probably turn into flowing mist. Damnation. Grimacing, he slowly rose from the cold stone and stared into the white nothingness that surrounded him with a grim expression. Ah, how insidious. This was not going to be easy. Mumbling quiet curses, Sunny dusted himself off and looked around. He could not see anything, and the mist was dampening his senses. So, he didn't even know which direction he was supposed to go. However, it wasn't hard to determine where the north was. All he had to do was pay attention to the ground. The ground under his feet was sloping in a certain direction. Going down meant returning to the chained aisles, going up meant venturing deeper into the hollow mountains. He rubbed his face, sighed, and started climbing the slope. Chapter 1755, Affirmation. Sunny walked up the rocky slope, surrounded by the flowing mist and a silence so absolute that it was almost deafening. He could not see very well, and even if he could, he wouldn't have been able to perceive much. His mind was so strained by the imperative need to continuously affirm his own existence that there wasn't much space left for other thoughts. The mist could barely be permeated by his shadow sense as well. His senses were impaired, not as much as they would have been in true darkness, but still severely. Step, another step. All sounds were muffled, and he could not hear his own footsteps. Because of that, Sunny had an eerie feeling that he was not moving at all. Damnation. This is going to be tiring. He walked for a few hours, feeling more and more fatigued. Just a day before, he was flying across the chained aisles, unrestrained and full of power. But now, simply taking a step felt like a burden. That said, Sunny suspected that he would slowly, very slowly, grow accustomed to the pressure of existing within nothingness. He would have been long erased from existence if he had been a mere sleeper. But a transcendent soul was much more vast and potent than that of a dormant being. More importantly, it was fundamentally different from the souls of sleepers, awakened, and masters. That was because a saint's soul was connected to the world, so, to erase it, nothingness had to erase all those connections as well. That was why Sunny could struggle to keep existing in the mist. In the next few days, he made little progress. Sunny did not dare to move brazenly here in the hollow mountains, especially before knowing what horrors lay hidden in the fog. So, he kept a low profile and simply walked, like a mundane human would. The slopes under his feet turned steeper and steeper, and his surroundings became colder and colder. If these were mundane mountains, there would have already been snow covering the ground. But in this eerie place, the hidden expanse of black rock remained barren, with nothing but mist flowing across its surface. Sunny judged that he would have to start climbing in earnest soon, scaling towering cliffs. Alternatively, he would have to circle around the steepest slopes to find easier paths. There were no ruins hidden in the mist, no signs of living beings having ever been here. No sounds, no signs of danger. Nevertheless, Sunny tried to remain as alert as possible. He did not believe for a moment that there would be no abominations hiding in the fog. After all, if he could resist the pull of nothingness, so would the more powerful of the nightmare creatures. And then there were the others. Those who had been born from the mist. As the days passed, he was slowly getting better at keeping himself from disappearing. It was still putting a constant strain on his mind, but at least Sunny did not sway like a drunk anymore while walking. He could pay more attention to his surroundings as well, which was a relief. He journeyed deeper into the mountains, having nothing to do but think. Of course, what he thought about the most was nothing. Sunny did not know how Cormac had managed to brave the insidious mist. Perhaps the same way he was doing it, through sheer will, or perhaps with the help of some artifact forged by the King of Swords. However, he had come to believe that some people were better suited for the task than others. And, surprisingly, Sunny was one such person. There were several reasons why he could survive better in the white mist of the Hollow Mountains. The first reason was very simple. It was his transcendent ability, shadow incarnation. One had to constantly affirm their existence if they wanted to resist the pull of nothingness, which, among other things, meant that they could not allow themselves to sleep. Surrendering to sleep, even for a few moments, would mean death, and even saints had to rest from time to time. Sunny, however, could delegate rest to his absent incarnation. Not only that, but his avatar could also don the puppeteer's shroud. He had transplanted the blessing of spirit, enchantment of the shroud of graceless dark, into the weave of that armor, which enhanced his ability to endure and recover from mental fatigue. Cormac had not possessed such an ability, so his expeditions into the Hollow Mountains had never lasted more than a month or two. Sunny, however, could, in theory, stay here indefinitely thanks to his avatar. The second reason was that he possessed a rich experience of trying to maintain his sense of self, due to shadow dance. Sunny had spent years trying not to lose himself in the forms and shapes of the beings he shadowed, so resisting the dreadful pull of nothingness was, in a sense, nothing new to him. It would have been much better if he still had a true name, but sadly, that was one of the two disadvantages weighing him down. The other disadvantage was that there were no strings of fate connecting him to other people, places, and events. Erasing someone like him, untethered from everything, was easier. After all, the vacuum left in his absence would be very small. Luckily, there was the third reason, his greatest ally in the sea of nothingness. It had to do with the power and nature of his soul. A powerful soul was harder to erase from existence than a weak one, and Sunny's soul was much more potent than that of almost any other saint, let alone someone of a lesser rank. Not only did he possess 6 cores instead of 1, but each of them was also altered and bolstered by soul weave. He also carried 4 powerful creatures in his soul: saint, serpent, nightmare, and fiend. The nature of his soul was no less important. In that regard, Sunny actually had 2 advantages. The first was one of his attribute, the flame of divinity. For whatever reason, divinity seemed to repel nothingness, protecting him like a radiant shield. The second was the fact that he was a shadow and had the soul of a shadow. Sunny did not know why, but he had come to believe that shadows were especially difficult to erase from existence. The vile thieving bird's spawn had failed to consume his soul because he possessed shadow essence instead of soul essence. Similarly, nothingness was having trouble swallowing him now. He remembered the cohort's journey to the outer boundary of the underworld and the forlorn shadows he had found in the maze. They had belonged to the companions of the First Lord, but their owners were somehow gone, leaving only the orphaned shadows behind. Sunny thought that he understood how that had happened better now. They must have encountered a creature of nothingness somewhere there, in the dark maze. But Sunny and the rest had been warned by Cassie to keep their eyes shut, and so they somehow passed through the darkness unscathed. Stopping for a moment, Sunny let out a sigh, leaned against the black rocks, and stared into the mist. Keep our eyes shut. Chapter 1756. Nothing left. Once again, Sunny remembered the chilling encounter with the creature that had come to the ashen barrow from the mist. Lust-like in the dark maze on the precipice of the underworld, he had survived that encounter by keeping his eyes shut on Cassie's advice. The creature had been insidious, though, trying to trick them into opening their eyes. That was the first of the very few times Sunny had encountered an abomination capable of human speech. But now, looking back on that fearful night, Sunny couldn't help but doubt if it had really spoken. He went over each and every word the creature had said. His expression slowly froze, now that he thought about it. Was it not the case? Every word it used was one that naviSgate, Cassie, or Sunny had spoken themselves. The mist being had stolen their words, just like it had stolen Cassie's voice. Like a twisted reflection. Was that because the creatures of nothingness did not possess voices of their own? Or for some other, unfathomable reason? In any case, how the hell did the carapace demon chase it away, back into the depths of the dark sea? The nightmare creatures populating the transient sea of the forgotten shore were all of the corrupted rank at least. Soul Devourer's loyal thrall, however, was merely an awakened demon. Had it been because it served the tree and was augmented by it in some way? Because the Soul Devourer attacked the invader alongside its guardian? Or simply because battling the mist creatures was different from battling other abominations? Maybe the carapace demon had kept its eyes shut as well. Don't I know another creature who makes me want to keep my eyes closed, though? Well, actually, he knew too. The first one was Torment, but he was more interested in the second one, Mordred. The self-proclaimed Prince of Nothing, who could enter a being's soul through the eyes. That title of his. Was it simply an ironic moniker Mordred had invented because of being abandoned by his family, or something far more meaningful? After all, the connection between him and nothingness did not stop there. In the second nightmare, the original body he had been sent into belonged to a mysterious mist creature. A mist creature who had descended from the Hollow Mountains and consumed every living soul in the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope. Mordred had undergone some sort of transformation in the Ebony Tower, as well, making him almost impossible to sense through divination. The Ebony Tower, which had belonged to Nether. The prince of the underworld, who was closely tied to the white mist and nothingness, wearing it like a mantle. Was it all a series of coincidences, or did Mordred possess some connection to nothing? I just can't make sense of that guy. What was his aspect? What was his flaw? What had Asterion done to him, and why did he enter the first nightmare as a child? What had happened to him in that nightmare? Mordred carried the lineage of War God. The goddess of life, as well as progress, technology, craft, and intellect. The patron deity of humanity. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN VEL World C /M. The core of his aspect seemed to be connected to reflections and mirrors, which didn't strike Sunny like something having to do with warfare, and was only tangentially connected to technology and crafting. Of course, lineage and aspect did not have to be directly connected. Sunny himself carried the lineage of Weaver, but possessed an aspect tied to Shadow God. Nephis carried the lineage of Sun God, but her aspect was not connected to any god at all, but rather to the mythical Nephilim. In any case, what did mirrors have to do with nothingness? Sunny did not see a connection, but there had to be one. I'll ask the bastard the next time I see him. Right, I won't see him ever again. It was a bit of a relief. After catching his breath, metaphorically speaking, Sunny sighed and continued on his way. However, this time, he took additional precautions. He closed his eyes and moved forward, relying on nothing but his dampened shadow sense, sticking to shadows where he could. The nothingness was oppressive. But at the same time, it was strangely healing. Sunny was tormented by fatelessness. He was in pain because nobody remembered him, but here, ironically, his very life depended on being able to at least remember himself and do it fiercely. If no one else could acknowledge his existence, he had to do it himself. And the more Sunny affirmed his existence, the duller his pain became. What a perverse situation. Moving stealthily through the mist, Sunny smiled crookedly. But then he froze. Crap. He had grown so accustomed to the desolate silence of the Hollow Mountains that the sudden change sent him into a panic. The ground had just trembled under his feet. Alarmed, he dashed to the nearest outcropping of rocks and dissolved into the shadows cast by the overhanging stones. Remaining absolutely still, Sunny observed the world somberly. The ground was shaking at short intervals, the tremors growing more violent with each minute. The silence was finally broken by the sound of rocks rolling noisily down the slopes. It echoed in the mist, distorted strangely. What? It was then that it happened. A twisted dark pillar descended from the sky and crashed into the mountain slope not far away from him. It remained motionless for a few moments, leaned, and then rose into the mist, only to fall down once more, dozens of meters away. Further away, another pillar crashed into the stone. and then another and another and another. Sunny suddenly felt very small. These are legs. In the next moment, an indescribable sound rolled through the mist, disturbing its flow. Distorted, it was like a deafening bellow of a warborn, or a sorrowful wail of a gargantuan beast. The wail was full of fear and agony. A vast shadow covered the area where Sunny was hiding, and then dark liquid poured from above. Enormous waterfalls of something that resembled blood fell down and splattered on the rocks, turning into mountain rivers. Hidden in the shadows, Sunny observed the terrible scene in silence. The mist flowed above the rivers of dark blood, and as he watched, the blood slowly became transparent, already turning into wisps of fog. A few moments later, the foaming rivers were gone, and all that was left was nothing. The towering pillars left the range of his perception, and the vast shadow pressing Sunny down disappeared with them. The enormous creature, whatever it was, had moved on. About a minute later, something crashed into the ground in the distance, causing one last, violent tremor. Sunny hesitated for a while, then emerged from the shadows. He stood motionless for a while, looking in the direction of where the enormous creature had gone. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and followed. What the hell am I doing? He wasn't sure why he wanted to find the place where the creature had fallen, but something was pushing him forward. Perhaps it was the need to know what kind of enemies he would face in this eerie place. Perhaps it was simple curiosity. Perhaps it was something akin to the call of the void, the morbid desire to jump into the beckoning abyss. At some point, Sunny turned to a vertical slope and started climbing. The white mist was not uniform. It was thicker in some places and thinner in others. Usually, the closer to a peak one got, the further they would be able to see. It took him some time to climb the tall cliff stealthily. Following along its edge, Sunny reached a narrow ledge and came into view of a vast mountain valley. It was shrouded in mist, but he could still see the appalling shape of an immense, abhorrent creature that lay in the fog, its titanic body stretching as far as he could see. Shifting his gaze, Sunny paled when he saw an ocean of vile darkness permeating the being's soul, spreading from 7 tumorous growths. A great titan? His heart was suddenly cold. Looking upon a great titan was already unnerving enough. What made Sunny truly tense, however, was the fact that the abomination's flesh was terribly torn and mutilated, as if it had barely escaped from a fearsome clash. What could have mangled a great titan so badly? The wounds were hideous and utterly dreadful, and yet they did not seem grievous enough to kill a being such as this. However, they weakened it. They weakened its body, they weakened its mind, they weakened its soul, and they weakened its will. And that was much too dangerous in the Hollow Mountains. Although the unfathomable abomination was still alive, the mist was already flowing over its endless shape. Hiding in the shadows, stunned, Sunny remained motionless and watched. As a great titan was devoured by nothingness, slowly dissolving into a milky fog. Not long after, it was completely gone. It died just like that. No, not even died. The titan was simply erased as if it had never existed at all. Chapter 1757, Hollow Mountains. Sunny had felt bold not too long ago. Transcendence had increased his power tremendously, and reuniting with Serpent added another fearsome shadow to his dark legion. He had braved the dark depths of Earth's oceans, slaughtered his way across the Antarctic center like a grim reaper, slain the winter beast, and crossed the chain isles as if he was walking a walk in the park. His power had gotten to his head, and he had thought himself truly strong. The Hollow Mountains disabused him of that notion. Wandering the endless expanse of flowing mist, lost among jagged peaks, Sunny was reminded of how weak and insignificant he was in the grand scheme of things. Effie had once said that the dream realm was a dark paradise, but as far as Sunny was concerned, it seemed more like hell. If the conquered regions of the dream realm were hell, however, the Hollow Mountains were a deeper and much more dreadful abyss. The horrors that dwelled here were beyond all reason, unfathomable and indescribable, possessing the power to reshape the world with the chilling malice of their alien wills. Great abominations, and even cursed ones, Sunny saw their grotesque shapes moving in the mist from time to time, making him shudder. Sometimes, a vague silhouette of a vast creature would pass his hiding spot, wreathed in wisps of fog. Sometimes, an entire section of a mountain would come alive, sliding away to reveal itself as a gargantuan tentacle that had been wrapped around the towering peak. Sometimes, he would hear eerie sounds echoing in the mist, and feel as though his very mind was being consumed by them. If not for the onyx mantle, which granted him a high degree of resistance to soul and mind attacks, those eerie cries alone would have been enough to kill him. This was a land of death, after all. Humans had named such regions death zones for a reason. There was no place for mortals here. And yet, Sunny was here. He might have been humbled by the dread of the Hollow Mountains, but he was not deterred by it. Even if he was not powerful enough to face the creatures dwelling in the mist, he was strong and resourceful enough to survive them. As time went on, he learned to resist the will-eroding pull of nothingness better. It still strained him, but pushing against the dissolution of his self had eventually become a habit. He moved stealthily and stayed out of sight, making sure not to attract the attention of the great nightmare creatures, and retreated at the mere suspicion of a cursed one being close by. Of course, he was not always able to escape. As months went by, Sunny failed to evade the attention of powerful abominations a few times. Navigating the mist was difficult, and his senses were impaired, so were theirs, but that simply meant that many things were up to luck. And Sunny had no luck to speak of. When he was forced to fight, the battles were chilling. The black rock shattered, and the mist boiled from the furious forces unleashed by the combatants. Sunny had to give it his all to simply survive, testing the absolute limits of his transcendent power and using every ounce of cunning dwelling in his devious mind. Sometimes he killed the enemy. Sometimes he repelled their assault and escaped. Sometimes he hurt them enough for their will to be shaken and let the mist finish the job. It was strangely convenient. Unlike the nightmare creatures, Sunny never surrendered to nothingness. No matter how badly he was hurt, how terribly his flesh was mangled, and how much agony he was in, his will and desire to exist never wavered. That was an advantage humans had over the abominable beings of corruption, it seemed. The abominations had never had a strong sense of self, to begin with, while humans prized themselves for being highly individualistic. Sunny had never thought that there would come a time when his only enemies would be great nightmare creatures, but here it was. The Hollow Mountains were a natural preserve for the most dreadful of beings. Only those whose will was strong enough to exist in nothingness could survive here. After all, Sunny was one such being, as well, it seemed. He had wandered the steep slopes of black rock for months, persistently searching for safer paths and seeking shelter in shallow caves when his body needed rest. Being surrounded by terrible enemies who were much more powerful than him and hiding from them like a tiny bug in order to survive. It felt a little bit nostalgic. Sunny felt as small and powerless as he had on the forgotten shore. But at the same time, his mind was as clear as it had been there. He just had to survive, using all possible means. There was just life and death, with nothing in between. And just like on the forgotten shore, the more he survived, the stronger he became. Battling great nightmare creature in the flowing mist was just as merciless of a crucible as the Crimson Labyrinth and the Dark City had been for him as a sleeper. He was slowly coming into his own strength, learning how to wield the vast power of a transcendent. He also gained terrible experience of facing such creatures. With every dreadful abomination that fell by his hand, Sunny learned how to kill the next one better. And with every abomination he managed to elude, he learned how to escape from the next one better. Fighting opponents stronger than himself, that was the best way to grow. Of course, it was not all battles here in the Hollow Mountains. In fact, Sunny spent most of his time hiding and creeping stealthily between the jagged peaks. He was tense and on edge most of the time, but sometimes he was also very bored. There were long stretches of time he had to spend holed up in some cave or hidden in the dark embrace of shadows, waiting for the danger to pass. Sunny entertained himself by working on the project he had started in the tomb of Ariel, trying to turn the covetous coffer into an echo. He was making steady progress, slowly learning how to make that particular memory into a vessel for the shadow of the mordant mimic. Now that Sunny had lost the assistance of the nightmare spell, he wasn't sure if he would even be able to make the conversion, but he still wanted to try. since he knew that he would not be getting any new echoes for the same reason. Fighting powerful nightmare creatures was more than exciting, but he needed some variety as far as entertainment was concerned. Weaving provided a nice change of pace. Of course, nightmare creatures were not the only beings dwelling in the mist. There were also the others. Sunny had only encountered the creatures of nothingness after leaving the outskirts of the hollow mountains and venturing deeper into the vast expanse of the deadly region. His very first encounter had almost become his last. Whispers of long-forgotten voices, echoes of long-extinguished wails, they surrounded him from all sides, drifting in the mist. Sunny had his eyes tightly shut, hiding in the shadows and praying for the eerie being to move past without noticing him. Somehow, he knew that if he saw it, he would not survive. Or at least his self would not survive. Who knew, perhaps 6 lonely shadows would be left wandering the world in his wake. Eventually, the whispers grew distant and disappeared. The deeper into the mist Sunny went, the more of these creatures he encountered. He had never gazed at them, so he didn't even know what they looked like, or if they looked like anything at all. He could allow himself to fight the nightmare creatures, but every time he encountered a mist being, he either hid or escaped. It was only that, after a while, Sunny started to doubt if they were even creatures at all. It almost felt as if the voices wandering the fog were strange phenomena, instead. As though the eerie remnants of things and beings erased by nothingness drifted in the mist, attracted to each other by the ancient vestiges of erased wills. He had a particular suspicion, though. To be is to be perceived. There was a school of thought that claimed that things only existed if they were perceived. That which was not perceived did not exist, but since one could not perceive nothing, everything they did perceive had to be something. In other words, nothing would become something by the mere act of being perceived. Like a reflection, perhaps, which was only there when one stood in front of the mirror. It was a bit of a strange philosophy, and one that depended on the existence of an omniscient God to make sense, a God who perceived all of existence and therefore made it real. The gods were dead, of course, and more than that, they had never been omniscient. So that disproved the whole notion, but Sunny still felt that there was a kernel of truth to it. Perhaps things could exist without being perceived, and nothing would not become something even if it was witnessed. But he felt that the beings of the mist would definitely become more real if they were witnessed. To behold them was the same as giving them power. Looking upon them would make nothing become something enough to come into contact with existence and tear it apart. At least that was what he thought. For that reason, Sunny did not only close his eyes near the mist creatures, but also covered his ears and retracted his shadow sense, turning himself blind, deaf, and mute. Being devoid of most senses in the middle of a death zone was its own kind of terror, but he simply gritted his teeth and endured. Sunny did not know if what he was doing had any meaning, but the creatures of nothingness had never managed to consume him, so maybe he was doing something right. Chapter 1758, Something Wicked This Way Comes. Even if Sunny found a tentative way to survive encounters with the creatures of the mist, and even if he was slowly learning how to survive in the battles against the great nightmare creatures, claiming their lives one after another, even if he avoided the cursed ones with utmost caution, there was still one big problem he had to contend with: the hollow mountains themselves. The Forgotten Shore was a vast land, one that probably had been its own realm once upon a time. The Nightmare Desert was of the same size, if not larger. And yet, the mountain chain stretched from east to west like a great wall, bordering both of these regions and a few others. It was simply enormous. Worse than that, the jagged peaks were shrouded in thick mist, which made navigating them all but impossible. Sunny was mostly sure that he had not lost his understanding of where the north was, but after dozens of furious battles and narrow escapes, his certainty was not absolute. Maybe he was hopelessly lost, or maybe the hollow mountains were simply too vast. In any case, his journey was taking longer than he had expected. Much, much longer. Out there beyond the mist, Rain's family had already left the waking world behind and settled in Ravenheart. Sunny's avatar had approached her and somehow talked his way into becoming her teacher. But Sunny was still wandering the mist, hiding from the unspeakable horrors that dwelled within it, and clashing with them when there was no chance to escape. At times, he doubted that anything except for the white mist had ever existed. He was so accustomed to the flowing fog and the black rocks, so used to the harsh life of the weakest being in the mountains, and so familiar with the strange nature of existing in the sea of nothingness that his past did not seem real. Wasn't it ironic? The only thing that seemed to have existed was non-existence. The warm and endearing life of his distant avatar seemed like a dream instead. Funny. Beaten and battered, hurting all over, Sunny was slowly learning how to fight and function without the nightmare spell. Tired of only working on turning the covetous coffer into an echo, he tried to envision a memory that would replace some of the rudimentary functions of the spell, especially those having to do with presenting information in an easily digestible manner. Such a memory was not that hard to weave, but actually designing it required some creativity. After all, the source of all that information would not be the nightmare spell, but Sunny himself. Therefore, he had to find a way to automatically convert things he knew or perceived into runes. That was an interesting challenge. Apart from that, he was also trying to teach himself how to enter his soul sea. Some of the things he had learned with the help of the nightmare spell had remained with him, like muscle memory, the acts of traveling between realms and placing realm tethers, for example. But some, like visiting the soul sea, were completely gone. So, he had to relearn them. The ancient people of the dream realm had been able to enter their soul seas long before the nightmare spell was created, so there was no reason that he couldn't do the same. In fact, there had probably never been a transcendent who did not know the way into their soul sea, so Sunny felt a bit ashamed of himself. It was just hard to find the way without a teacher. Nevertheless, he eventually succeeded, even if it had taken him slightly more than a year. After entering the soul sea, Sunny confirmed two things. The first thing was that the memories he could not summon were truly gone, instead of being simply unavailable. That gave him a sense of bitter melancholy. The second thing he learned was that the formless shadow of the vile thieving bird's spawn was gone, as well, just as he had suspected. The loathsome creature had claimed its odious chick. A year had already passed, and he was still in the Hollow Mountains. He had celebrated his 22nd birthday in a tiny cave on the side of a misty mountain. Sunny felt thankful to the onyx mantle and the puppeteer's shroud. If not for the fact that both of his armors could repair himself, he would have been wearing rags. He was also thankful to the endless spring because of Cassie's gift. He was not only able to quench his thirst whenever he wanted, but also wash himself regularly. Otherwise, every creature in the region would have probably detected his stench. He was also thankful to Bone Weave and his transcendent teeth. Most of the provisions he had stored in the covetous coffer were long gone, so his diet consisted predominantly of the meat harvested from the great nightmare creatures slain by him. It tasted heavenly, but chewing it often was something only saints would be able to do. A few months after gaining access to the Soul Sea, Sunny successfully turned the covetous coffer into a flawed echo. It was only an echo in name, possessing the structure of one, but lacking the main component semblance of autonomy. Nevertheless, that was fine. Sunny did not need the coffer to do anything that a real echo would be able to do. He just needed it to be the vessel for the shadow. Once the faux echo was turned into a shadow, the autonomy would follow. It was just that it would be true autonomy, not the masterful imitation of one granted by the spell. It took him another month to figure out how to fuse the shadow of the mordant mimic with the covetous coffer. Strangely enough, Serpent was of great help in that regard. With its help, Sunny guided the dark flames of his soul to encompass both, and listened to his instincts from there. Sadly, everything happened so fast that he failed to glean the secrets of the mysterious process. He still had no idea how exactly shadows were made, just that his aspect contained some sort of authority that allowed him to create them. Nevertheless, Sunny wasn't sure that he would be able to repeat the process just yet. In any case, that was how the marvelous mimic was born. Sunny had come up with the name himself because that was how he felt after commanding his new shadow to turn itself into a little hut. Sleeping under an actual roof, away from the mist, wasn't that simply marvelous? His journey through the Hollow Mountains was still exhausting and harrowing, but at least it had become a little more comfortable. In the end, It took him around a year and a half to escape that misty hell. One day, Sunny was limping down a slope, one of the hundreds, or maybe even thousands of the slopes he had climbed, with an emotionless expression on his pale face. Of course, no one could see his face, because it was covered by Weaver's mask. Hidden from view, his eyes were bleak and lifeless. His hair had grown longer than it had ever been, and was tied roughly by a piece of string. The puppeteer's shroud was torn, tattered, and stained with blood. He had just escaped from a terrible fight, and had no time to dismiss the armor yet, giving it a chance to repair itself. 4 of his shadows were exploring the mist, surrounding him from all sides, far enough to serve as scouts, but close enough to escape back to him at the first hint of danger. Only Gloomy remained glued to his feet. Sunny was talking to it in a flat voice. "Well, anyway, that might be true, but mind your manners. I am a saint, you know. Saint Sunless. Would it kill you to flatter me once in a while?" The shadow stared at him sarcastically, then suddenly rose from the ground, turning into an avatar. The avatar, unlike the original body, was clad in the onyx mantle. The avatar said, "So what? I am Saint Sunless too, I never lie." Sunny stared at the avatar darkly. "What a hateful face. Stop staring at me, bastard." The avatar scowled. "Who are you calling a bastard, you bastard? Don't you have any respect for our mother?" Sunny hissed through gritted teeth. "Be a bit louder, why won't you? Do you want some cursed creature to hear you?" The avatar stared at him gloomily for a while, then looked away. They walked side by side for some time, keeping quiet. Eventually, Sunny spat angrily, "Waste of essence." The avatar grinned. "I might be a waste of essence, but you're the one wasting essence to have a conversation with yourself. Fool." Sunny widened his eyes. "What conversation? It's a quarrel with myself. Get your facts straight. Idiot." The avatar did not answer immediately, instead turning his head this way and that. Eventually, he asked, "Say, don't you think that the mist has been strangely thin recently? I can almost see the next mountain." Sunny scoffed. "That's just how it is." But then, he fell silent. Because at that moment, Sunny fully realized that he was right. The mist was, indeed, too thin. It was thinner than ever before, even. He lingered for a moment, then dismissed the avatar, wrapped the shadow around his body, and hurried his steps. He recalled the scouting shadows, too, augmenting his body further. Can it be? No, really, can it? The world was slowly turning darker. It can. Sunny forced himself to remain calm and alert, moving forward as fast as he could while remaining cautious. Half a day later, he climbed a tall peak and looked ahead, staggering slightly at the sight. He did not even register at first what he was looking at. The only thing he cared about was that he could see anything at all. Out there in front of him, there was no mist. Instead, there was a vast and desolate expanse of flat land. A land shrouded in eternal darkness, with a starless void looming above it as a black sky. Sunny inhaled deeply. No way. After all these years, he had returned to the Forgotten Shore. Chapter 1759, Return to the Forgotten Shore. The desolate expanse of the Forgotten Shore lay in front of Sunny, shrouded in darkness. The black sky was vast and empty. There were no stars, no moon, and no sun populating the lightless abyss, making it seem boundless. Faced with the hollow eternity of its unfathomable grandeur, Sunny couldn't help but feel indescribably small. Below the black sky, a barren wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see. The Forgotten Shore had changed, becoming almost unrecognizable. The terror of the spire, nameless sun, was dead, and the endless sea of crimson coral that had been born from her was gone as well, replaced by ash and dust. The darkness shrouding the desolate expanse was absolute. But it was merely the absence of light, not the true darkness that dwelled in the abyss of the underworld. Therefore, Sunny's gaze could pierce its veil without restraint. The Forgotten Shore had become a land of shadows. His bloodless lips twisted into a pale smile. "I'm back." It took him a few more days to descend from the hollow mountains and leave the dark slopes behind, finally setting foot on the Forgotten Shore again. Surrounded by the sea of ashen dust and absolute silence, Sunny remained motionless for a while, gazing into the distance with a strange expression on his bruised face. The lack of light, the lack of sound, the lack of life, how peaceful. It was a land of death. He walked a few steps forward and then staggered, falling to his knees. His hands drowned in the dust, and his breathing had become labored, hoarse whistles escaping from his mouth each time his chest rose and fell. Sunny was suffocating. It was not for the lack of air, but simply because both his mind and body were in turmoil. He was having a strange semblance of a panic attack, caused by the fact that there was no mist around him anymore. There was no nothingness, and therefore, Sunny didn't have to struggle to remain existing anymore. He had grown so accustomed to that constant necessity, though, that its lack was like a powerful shock. Everything around him was so solid and immutable, so tactile and palpable, so something. Everything was something. Wasn't that bizarre? As it turned out, it was possible to experience a panic attack from the sense of relief. That feeling was so powerful that it debilitated Sunny completely, making him unable to think, move, or control himself. He remained on his knees for a few moments and then sprawled in the dust. It's so calm, very soon, he curled into a ball and peacefully fell asleep. Sunny slept without dreams for several days. He was both surprised and concerned by how long his original body remained asleep, but judged that it deserved a little rest, or maybe a lot of it. Spending a year and a half in the Hollow Mountains was not for the faint of heart. In fact, it was pure madness. If Sunny had known how long and dreadful his journey would be, he would have never ventured into the mist. Or maybe not. Maybe he would have still gone into the nothingness. After all, even though crossing the Hollow Mountains had been a nightmarish affair, it had also been fun in a perverse and morbid kind of way. It was also quite fruitful, tempering his will and sharpening his skills. Sunny was a transcendent now, and so, his skills needed to become transcendent as well. In fact, he had been contemplating the concept of a transcendent battle art as of late. In any case, his body needed to rest, so he let it sleep. However, sleeping in the dust was not too comfortable. He manifested an avatar and summoned the marvelous mimic. Once the shadow turned itself into a hut, the avatar carried his body inside and put it on the makeshift bed, which was nothing more than an elevated platform formed by the mimic on his behalf. Saint, serpent, fiend, and nightmare guarded the hut, each augmented by one of the shadows. The avatar, meanwhile, made a fire and went about preparing some food. By the time Sunny woke up, there was a real feast waiting for him on the table. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and sat up, rubbing his eyes. The pillow and blanket he had manifested before slowly dissolved into shadows. The avatar gestured to the food with a grin. "Come eat. I have 10 different types of monster meat for you to enjoy." Sunny was quite hungry, so he didn't waste any time. Taking the first bite, he lingered for a few moments and then asked somberly, "Have we run out of salt?" The avatar shrugged. "You know we did." Sunny let out another sigh. "What about coffee?" The avatar looked at him with amusement. "There's a bit left. Let's save it for a special occasion." Sunny did not need to ask himself these questions, of course, because he already knew all the answers. But still, it was nicer to eat while enjoying a friendly conversation, even if he was talking to himself. His retinue was great in many regards, but none of them were the talkative sort, in fact. The only one of who had ever spoken was Fiend, but that guy was better off keeping his mouth shut. Finishing his breakfast, Sunny mounted Nightmare, dismissed the rest of the shadows, as well as the avatar, and headed north. The darkness took them in its welcoming embrace, and the ashen dust rose into the air, disturbed by the adamantine hooves of the tenebrous stallion. It was strange. Sunny vividly remembered the long journey back to the Dark City that he and the members of the cohort had made after visiting the Hollow Mountains. Back then, it had been an endless battle for survival. The Crimson Labyrinth had been teeming with all kinds of vile nightmare creatures, and all those creatures had wanted to taste their blood. But now, the nightmare creatures were gone, annihilated by the merciless sun. The Crimson Labyrinth was gone, too, its demise caused by the destruction of the sun. The coral maze had withered in the absence of its source and crumbled into dust. Now, there was no one to lunge at Sunny from the darkness. There was nothing but death and desolation around him. Silence and peace. He rode the nightmare north at a mild pace, not in a hurry to reach his destination. Rocking gently in the saddle, Sunny sipped water from the endless spring and looked around, his gaze full of placid curiosity. I think I recognize that place. No, do I? It was hard to orient himself in the sea of dust. There were a few landmarks that Sunny would have recognized, but he entered the forgotten shore in a different spot from where the cohort had gone. His route was entirely different, and he could have been hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away from the places that the cohort had visited. Well, it did not matter. If Sunny wanted to, he could spend the rest of his life here. He would find what he was searching for eventually. No, actually, that was not quite right. Since there were very few nightmare creatures on the forgotten shore now, if any, his supplies would run out eventually. So, his time was limited after all. Sunny's laughter rang in the tranquil silence. Gods, never thought I'd have such a problem. There were not enough abominations around. Such a travesty. Wasn't that ironic? Sunny traveled on horseback for a few days, then turned into a crow and flew into the boundless black sky. Drifting on the winds, he soared above the sea of ashen dust and made his way north while observing the desolate land for any familiar landmarks. No monster lunged at him from the dust or from the black abyss above. This land, which had become synonymous with dread and danger in his mind, was now strangely peaceful. It seemed safer than even the waking world, let alone other regions of the dream realm. Sunny opened his beak and let out a few piercing caws, laughing at the irony. It would be funny if it wasn't so sad. After flying above the barren wasteland for a few more days, he found what he was looking for, the ruins of the Crimson Spire. Chapter 1760, Ruins of the Crimson Spire. The Crimson Spire, which had been a symbol of both oppression and salvation for the sleepers of the forgotten shore, was no more. Sunny had witnessed the beginning of its destruction, all those years ago, but was sent away by Nephi's before the Cyclopean structure collapsed. Looking at the mountain of shattered black stone that towered above the sea of dust like a titanic gravestone, he wondered how she had escaped the cataclysmic collapse. It must have been hard to escape that disaster. It must have been even harder still to survive the long journey across the desolate forgotten shore, traverse the nightmare desert, enter the underworld, and conquer the second nightmare. He had always known how hard it would have been for a mere sleeper, but only after spending close to 2 years in solitude did Sunny realize how taxing it must have been on Nephi's mind. Escaping the collapsing spire had probably been the easiest of her ordeals. Sunny gazed upon the vast ruin from the sky, then plummeted down and turned into a human. Walking across the dust, he fell into a solemn mood. Soon, something crunched under the boot of the onyx mantle. He hesitated for a moment, then kneeled and brushed the dust away. Below it, a monstrous skull was revealed. Sunny stared at it for a while, then rose and looked around. He could discern more bones on the ground around him, all covered by a thick layer of dust. A quiet sigh escaped from his lips. It's here. He was on the edges of the battlefield, where the Dreamer army had fought against the horde of nightmare creatures. There, in the distance, stood the broken remains of the siege engines that Kai had commanded. Not too far away, Effie had held the line against the flood of abominations, her soldiers dying one by one until nobody was left. Behind that place was the spot where the Dreamer army had made its last stand, the rising water already reaching their knees. Sunny knew exactly how many sleepers had come to siege the Crimson Spire. He also knew how many of them had survived. So, it wasn't difficult to calculate how many human skulls lay here, buried in the ashen dust. He remained silent for a while, and then said quietly, "Your nightmare is over." Sighing deeply, he continued on his way to the bridge that led to the island where the spire had once stood. The bridge itself had long collapsed, destroyed by the falling debris. Once upon a time, Sunny had used the dark wing and Saint's strength to breach the wide divide. Today, however, he simply disappeared from the spot and appeared on the other side a moment later. All it took was a single step. Clad in an onyx armor, with his raven-black hair dancing in the wind, Sunny walked across the rubble and then froze in place, a subtle expression of astonishment appearing on his alabaster face. His eyes widened slightly. Well, this is a surprise. Out of there, in front of him, a stone colossus was kneeling on the ground, unmoving. Sunny recognized him instantly. The weathered surface of the ancient stone, the small cracks and fissures where countless abominations had assaulted the giant since ancient time. After wandering the forgotten shore for thousands of years, the statue of the builder had finally come to a rest. Of course, his head was still missing. The giant hammer that had once struck down the harrowing depth dweller lay in the rubble to the side, forgotten and abandoned. The colossus was still and motionless, its back turned to Sunny. Inhaling deeply, he walked around the gargantuan statue and faced it. For a while, there was only silence. In front of the kneeling colossus, 6 stone heads lay in the rubble, staring blindly at the empty space where the gates of the Crimson Spire had once been. The Lord, the Priestess, the Hunter, the Slayer, the Knight, the Stranger. The 7th head, the builder's head gently in the statue's hands, was held gently in statue's hands. The colossus did not show any sign of life, having found what he had been looking for all that time. Sunny lingered for a bit, then shifted his gaze, looking within the stone giant. His mind was full of bright curiosity. "What are you, really?" After a while, a strange sound escaped from his lips. "So that's how it is." The walking statue was neither a living being nor a nightmare creature. It had no soul. Instead, 7 transcendent soul shards were hidden in its stone depths, connected by dimly glimmering essence channels. Soul shards, not cores. The ancient colossus was an automaton, a great golem created by the builder and brought to a semblance of life by sorcery. Sunny had no doubt that if he broke the statue apart, he would find a complicated weave of countless runes engraved into its hollow core and the expansive web of essence channels. It was a crude creation, far less intricate than even the echoes that the spell weaved. No wonder Saint had treated it with disdain. She was a true living being, after all, first created from stone by the demon of choice, then brought back to life by a treacherous shadow. The wandering colossus, the forsaken knight of the ruined cathedral, they were no more than pale imitations. Their power might have been much greater than hers, but their nature was deeply and fundamentally inferior. If Sunny was to guess, one of the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Shore, the stranger, must have been one of the stone saints, and had brought a small number of his soldiers with him to this dark land. The builder must have been in awe of Nether's craftsmanship and tried to recreate it clumsily. The walking giant was the result. By now, the 7 soul shards placed in his stone body were almost entirely devoid of essence, shimmering dimly, one step away from being extinguished. Perhaps the colossus had been absorbing power from the artificial sun, and was left without a source of essence after the Crimson Terror was destroyed. Perhaps he had simply exhausted all his power and came to a natural end. In any case, the headless statue would not be wandering the vast expanse of the Forgotten Shore ever again. Sunny threw one last glance at it and turned away with a sigh. "I'm glad you found what you were looking for." He walked away, then started climbing the rubble. "Even the big guy is gone. Ah, why does it make me feel sad? It's like I barely recognized the place. The reason he had come to the ruins of the Crimson Spire was still there, though. It was at the very heart of the mountains of crushed stone, at the bottom of a vast well. Sunny climbed down, being extremely careful not to fall. He did not trust the stability of the rubble and tested each foothold before lowering himself deeper into the darkness, and for a good reason. At the bottom of the deep well was a vast pool of black water. Its surface was perfectly still and flat, like that of a harrowing mirror made from pure darkness. Although the water was opaque and Sunny could see how far down it went, he felt as though it was unimaginably deep, reaching such depths that mere thought of light would be impossible there. The dark sea. As Sunny watched it in solemn silence, a subtle ripple spread across the surface of the imprisoned ocean of darkness. It was as though it was straining to spill over the edges of the pool and break free. However, the invisible powers that held it down were too mighty to overcome, even for this vast, boundless, inconceivable creature. The seal he had activated still held, showing no sign of growing weaker. Shifting his gaze, Sunny peered into the depths of the dark sea and let out a stifled chuckle. It did not change. All he could see was boundless, appalling darkness. However, somewhere deep, deep below, he seemed to have sensed the presence of 7 abyssal nodes where the corruption was even denser. His suspicion had been right. The dark sea of the Forgotten Shore was indeed a living being, a great titan. Before, the mere thought of a great titan would have caused him to fall to his knees in terror, But after witnessing one dying miserably in the white mist, Sunny remained unmoved. He even felt a strange, daring compulsion to dive into the black waters. Why not? He had bathed in them before. Back then, the dark sea paid him no attention. Would it be different now that he was a saint, possessing a transcendent soul that would be much more nourishing for a being such as this? What would he find in the depths of the ancient sea of corruption? What mysteries were hidden in the unfathomable black waters? Should I find out? The temptation was strong. He reached toward the dark pool, tantalized by its lightless expanse. But then, he stopped. Sunny remained motionless for a while, struggling against the sense of dark wonder. Then, he slowly, laboriously pulled his hand back. What the hell am I doing? He wanted to dive into the dark sea. Back then, he was merely a sleeper, a powerless, pathetic, dormant beast. But now, he was a transcendent terror, and carried a cohort of fearsome shadows in his soul. Although his mind was telling him to be cautious, his heart recklessly believed that he could survive the depths of the great Titan. Maybe he would even be able to destroy it. Why not? What would he lose if he actually died in that vast darkness? There was nothing to lose, only there was now. If he had reached the ruin of the Crimson Spire before promising to be Rain's teacher, Sunny might have risked it. But now, things were different. She might not have remembered him, but he remembered her. He also remembered himself. Shaking his head, Sunny took a step back. I am such an idiot. It didn't even matter if he could survive in the embrace of the dark sea. What mattered more was that the great Titan had been sealed by his own hand, and none of the nightmare creatures that dwelled in the black water were able to escape that seal. So, if Sunny did dive into the black pool, he wouldn't be able to escape it either. Wouldn't it be funny to be imprisoned by the seal he himself had put in place? Smiling darkly, Sunny looked at the still water and sighed. If I ever become powerful enough to break the seal, maybe then we'll meet again. The black pool rippled, as if acknowledging his promise. Suddenly unnerved, Sunny took another step back and silently dissolved into the shadows. Chapter 1761, Old Haunts. In the past, it had taken the Dreamer army many days of an arduous march to reach the Crimson Spire from the Dark City. Now, however, Sunny could traverse that distance in less than a minute. He was not in a hurry to leave, though. Leaving the towering mountain of rubble behind, he crossed the broken bridge and returned to the ashen wasteland. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and leaned down to brush the dust off the old bones. In the end, it took him almost a week to find the remains of every sleeper that had perished in the battle for the Crimson Spire. There were 400 of them, after all, and he had to be careful not to damage the brittle bonds. So, it took some time. He placed them together on the ground, and then used the jagged slabs of black stone from the ruins of the Gargantuan Tower to construct a stone barrow above the mass grave. It was a little fitting to lay these young men and women to rest under the broken remains of the Crimson Spire, which they had laid down their lives to conquer. Sunny also collected the remains of every nightmare creature that had fallen in the battle and piled them onto each other to the side of the barrow. The mountain of hideous bones towered above the stone grave, dwarfing it entirely in size. A poignant testament to how fearsome the dreamers of the Dark City had been and how valiantly they had fought. He stood in front of the barrow for some time and then sighed. We were tough bastards, weren't we, you guys? Rest easy now. The others are doing well. Most of them still follow Nephi's, but they are masters now. The remaining handmaidens will ascend before too long, as well Sation is taking care of them. Oh, Effie and Kai are already saints. There are a few independents like myself out there, too. We all escaped. Sunny didn't know why he was saying that. His words rang hollow. He wasn't a big fan of speaking to the dead to begin with. What was the point? Shaking his head, he approached the barrow and carved a few runes into the surface of the black stone. The runes read, "Here lie those who extinguished the sun dreamers of the Dark City sleep, well your nightmare is over." Stepping back from the slab of black stone with a heavy heart, Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed and turned away. Walking across the sea of ashen dust, he summoned Nightmare and jumped into the saddle. His voice sounded rough when he urged the stallion forward and said, "Let's get out of here." A young man with alabaster skin and raven-black hair rode through the darkness on a tenebrous steed, his fearsome armor crafted from polished onyx. In front of him, a great wall of dark stone rose into the lightless sky, obscuring the world. Sunny had reached the dark city. He hunched in the saddle, looking up at the towering wall. The city, which had been populated by dreadful abominations, was now peaceful and silent. He could not sense any movement on its ancient streets. After lingering for a while, Sunny stepped through the shadows and appeared on top of the wall. Gazing down, he saw a familiar landscape. In the distance, the twisted and misshapen ruins of the bright castle were covered in soot. The sleepers had set flame to the ancient fortress before leaving, destroying that which had withstood the cruelty of time. He could recognize many other landmarks as well. The toppled lighthouse, the half-collapsed library where he had once learned the truth of the forgotten shore, the plaza where Saint and her siblings had once fallen, the ruined cathedral. Even all these years later, Sunny remembered every ruined street of the Dark City where he had hunted. The places where he had ambushed abominations, the places where he had been ambushed by them. There were countless pieces of rubble here that had been wetted by his blood, and even more that he had painted with the blood of his enemies. A fallen nightmare creature had seemed like the end of the world back then. Smiling wryly, Sunny took a step into nothingness and jumped down from the great wall of the Dark City. The wind whistled in his ears for a few seconds, and then he landed on the stone rubble. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AVELC AVEC A/M. The silence enveloping the ruins was momentarily broken by the thunderous boom of his landing. The terror of the Crimson Spire had annihilated most of the living beings on the forgotten shore to fuel her transformation into a corrupted titan. Everywhere the rays of the ruthless sun had reached, nothing but death remained. But there were many dark places in the ancient city. The interiors of the ruined buildings, the catacombs, the lairs dug in the rubble. The sun could not reach there. More than that, the abominations populating the Dark City were much stronger than those in the Crimson Labyrinth. So a few of them had to have survived the annihilation. Sunny was calling them over, wishing to eradicate them all in one fell swoop. However, even after he had made so much noise, nothing moved in the ruins. His shadow sense was enveloping the whole city, but Sunny could not feel any motion at all. Puzzled, he brushed the dust off the onyx mantle and ventured into the maze of ruined streets. Sunny spent the whole day exploring the Dark City. He wandered the ruins and reminisced about the past wistfully. Here, he had rescued Kai from the well. Here, he had learned from Effie how to kill a blood fiend. Here was the ditch where he had hidden himself after the Black Knight gutted him. How nostalgic. By the end of the day, Sunny knew why there were no nightmare creatures left in the Dark City. There were a lot of hideous remains on the ruined streets. Most of them showed no sign of having received a wound, since their souls had been annihilated by the Crimson Terror. But some bones had nicks and deep cracks on them, others were scorched by flame. Nephi's. She must have come here after escaping the Crimson Spire and hunted the remaining abominations down, one after another, to build another core and harvest their meat for the long journey ahead. A faint smile twisted his lips. She's so thorough. With the mystery solved, he wandered the ruins some more and eventually made his way to the remains of the bright castle. The ancient stronghold had collapsed, the white marble melted by the terrible heat of the white flames. He did not know why he wanted to see the scorched ruin. So many things had happened here, between the castle's walls, but now it was all erased by the fire, just like him. Chuckling, Sunny shook his head and wandered the remains of the outer settlement for a bit. He kicked stones and remembered the past, then stopped by the lodge where Nephi's and Cassie had once lived. Now, it was empty and quiet. After visiting his old room, he left the outer settlement and descended back into the city. Finally, Sunny reached the ruined cathedral. He entered the majestic Great Hall, climbed over the toppled column that Saint had once dropped on the Black Knight, and gazed at the statue of the nameless goddess. He studied her face for a while, then stepped through the shadows and appeared on the hidden balcony behind it. Soon, he entered a familiar chamber. The living quarters of the young priestess were neat and tidy, just as he had left them. The room was beautiful and spacious. The stone walls were engraved with intricate patterns, creating an atmosphere of sanctity and elegance. The furniture was made out of pale, polished wood, with several mismatched pieces that Sunny had scavenged from the dark city once. He was surrounded by a soothing darkness. The chamber had no windows, but there were light wells cunningly hidden here and there. The ingenious system of mirrors that was supposed to bathe the room in sunlight was long destroyed, though, and so was the sun itself. Sunny closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Then he recalled the onyx mantle, walked over to the spacious bed, sprawled on it, and fell asleep with a satisfied smile. Chapter 1762, Thus Spoke Weaver. Sleeping in his own bed felt really great. Sunny had had many beds throughout the years. He had one in his temporary room at the academy, one in the bedroom of his house, the luxurious sleeping pod he had purchased after becoming an awakened, a flimsy cot in the sanctuary of Noctes, and even the wide sleeping shelf at the back of the rhino, among others. But out of all of them, this bed of pale, polished wood, which had once belonged to the priestess of the ruined cathedral, held a special place in his heart. Perhaps because this dark chamber was the first place he had considered home, and this bed was the first he had considered his. Even though the time Sunny had spent living alone in the dark city was one of the bleakest pages of his life, he remembered it with a special fondness. Waking up pleasantly refreshed, he smiled, yawned, and climbed out of the bed. Looking around the spacious chamber, Sunny remembered his days here. Things had been so simple back then. He walked around for a while, briefly touching various pieces of furniture, and then stopped in front of a bare wall. There, countless scratches had been left by the tip of the prowling thorn, counting the days he had spent here. Below them, the word sunless was carved in the stone with 2 runes. A sad smile appeared on Sunny's face. Back then, he had wanted to leave proof of him having lived, struggled, and suffered in the dark city on this stone wall. A mark of his existence. Who knew that the mark he had left would become meaningless one day? His own actions made it so that nobody could remember him, even if he scratched his name into the stone 1,000 times. Sunny chuckled, then outstretched a hand and used his nail to leave one more scratch on the wall. He had spent another day here, after all. Then he looked around, studying the interior of the dark chamber. The thought of leaving it all behind once again made him sad. But then, did he really have to leave it? Slowly, a dark grin twisted his lips. Why don't I take it all with me? What a great idea. He needed to decorate the marvelous mimic, anyway. Summoning the shadow, he commanded it to turn into an enormous wardrobe and opened its doors wide, paying no attention to the rows of terrifying fangs hidden behind them. Inside was the cold darkness of the vast dimensional storage. Shall we start? Smiling happily, Sunny went about loading the beautiful furniture made of pale, polished wood into the mimic. The bed J, the desk, the intricate lectern. He didn't even spare the garbs and vestments of the young priestess, which Effie had once mocked him about. These beautiful clothes were made from fine fabric and masterfully tailored. More than that, they had remained in pristine condition despite thousands of years of neglect. Sunny would be mad to leave behind something like that. By the time he was done, the spacious chamber was entirely barren, as if robbed by an extremely greedy thief. The greedy thief in question, meanwhile, looked at the intricately engraved stone walls, feeling regretful that he couldn't take the engravings with him. Eventually, he sighed and shook his head. Closing the doors of the marvelous mimic, he dismissed the shadow and left the living quarters. By the time Sunny returned to the great hall, the smile had disappeared from his face. He glanced at the statue of the nameless goddess one more time. The description of the nameless sun, the memory Nephis had received after slaying the terror of the Crimson Spire, surfaced in his mind. For a long time, the nameless sun suffered in solitude, longing for all the things that were lost. Only when she lost that longing, too, was the crimson terror of the forgotten shore finally born. Wasn't he a bit like her? Alone and forgotten, even his name erased from the world. He was even a terror, too, if he survived long enough. Would a day come when Sunny turned into a nightmare creature, as well? What was it that he had not lost, yet that kept his soul from blooming with the flowers of corruption? As his gaze darkened, Sunny looked away from the statue and headed for the inner sanctum of the ruined cathedral. Finding the hidden passage, he allowed it to take him to a winding staircase and descended underground. Deeper and deeper still, until he reached a large chamber carved into the bedrock. There, a massive door forged from the same metal that the armor of the Black Knight had been forged from stood open, and two strange torches burned on the wall. Sunny hissed and shielded his eyes. After days spent in absolute darkness, the pale light of the ghostly torches seemed blinding. Beyond the open door was the solitary cell where he had found Weaver's mask, and the forbidden runes left on its floor by the corpse that had worn it. Sunny had come to the dark city to read these runes. Taking a deep breath, Sunny steeled his heart and walked forward. The first time around, he had left his shadows behind, concerned that the light of the strange torches would harm them. But now he knew that the underground cell was designed to keep someone in, not prevent others from coming inside. The runic circle had long been broken anyway, and the sorcery protecting this place did not function anymore. Entering the cell, Sunny studied his surroundings for a few moments. Not that there was a lot to study. There was only the broken runic circle, the dust that the mysterious corpse had turned into, and the words left on the floor. Sunny smiled darkly, then turned his attention to the forbidden runes he had not been able to read before. These ones were different from the script Nether had used and much easier to translate. However, when Sunny read them, his expression darkened. What? He didn't quite understand. The runes read, "Thus spoke Weaver, they will open the gates, and they did calling forth doom and destruction upon us now. In the ruins gods lay dead, and the demons have fallen, the Forgotten One comes wide awake to consume them." The rest were ineligible. Sunny shivered. No, wait. What did it mean? They had opened the gates. Who had opened them and which gates? Not the gates of the void, surely. That was impossible. If the gates had already been opened, and the forgotten god had already escaped from the void, wide awake, then there would have been no existence left. Everything would have been consumed by corruption. But it wasn't. Yet, which meant that he was still asleep, seeing nightmares. And yet, the runes clearly stated that someone had indeed unleashed the god of corruption. Not only that, but Weaver had even foretold that they would. Gods lay dead, and the demons have fallen. Was that the answer to the question that had been tormenting Sunny? The question of who had won the Doom War, according to these runes. No one had. Both sides had been annihilated. How could that be? Had it been mutual destruction, or had someone killed them all? If neither side had won, then who had? Suddenly, a chill ran down Sunny's spine. He looked down at the familiar string of runes written in a different script from the rest of them. Hail Weaver, demon of fate, firstborn of the forgotten god. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. Everyone assumed that there had been two sides in the war between the gods and the demons. But was that really true? After all, there had been one deity that had refused to participate, standing in opposition to both the gods and the demons. The demon of fate. So, if both sides had been annihilated, then wouldn't it mean that there was only Weaver left? Sunny suddenly remembered the description of Bone Weave. When children of the forgotten god rebelled against the gods, Weaver was the only one to refuse the call of war. Despised and hunted by both sides, they disappeared. No one knew where Weaver went and what they did. Until it was too late. Until it was too late. Unnerved, Sunny took a deep breath. What the hell did Weaver do? Chapter 1763, Sea of Dust. Sunny left the underground cell in a complicated mood, to be honest. He was a little rattled. Weaver said that they would open the gates. Who were the they Weaver had spoken about, the gods, the demons? Or someone else entirely? There was one thing that made Sunny restless. It was the fact that no one knew who Weaver was, so the nebulous demon was never referred to as he or she. Instead, the spell used the neutral they to describe the demon of fate. So, had it been Weaver who unsealed the void, perhaps? That did not make a lot of sense, though, since the runes described something that the elusive demon had said. So, it would have been, I will open the gates, not they will. Unless Weaver had had a habit of referring to themselves in the third person. There was the issue of the runic language itself, as well, which did not necessarily follow the same pronounced conventions as the human language did. The runes written by the prisoner of the ruined cathedral did not hint that Weaver had been speaking about themselves. But still, until it was too late. What did the description of bone weave mean, exactly, if Sunny knew one thing? It was that Weaver had been the most frightening of deities, despite not being the most powerful. He did not trust the devious demon of fate one bit. Shaking his head, he walked over to the stone stairs, but then halted and remained motionless for a while. Walking back, he stopped in front of the cell once more. Summoning the covetous coffer, Sunny violently tore the massive steel door off its hinges and tossed it into the wardrobe's terrifying maw. Then, he pulled one of the torches from its slot and carried it away, seemingly unperturbed by the ghostly flame. A person who had been tossed away by the world had to be practical. Why leave good things behind? Sunny spent a few more days in the Dark City, exploring the ruins curiously. Before, he had been limited in where he could go and what he could see. There had been nightmare creatures everywhere, and his power had been woefully insufficient to walk around freely. But now, Sunny was powerful enough to cleanse the entire Dark City in a matter of hours. Sadly, all the abominations he had not been able to hunt down were already dead, slain either by the Crimson Terror or Nephi's. Still, he could at least explore all the places he had wanted to visit. There wasn't much important information left to be found here, but there were plenty of things he could learn that would be only interesting to a researcher like him. The rituals, the mundane details of everyday life, the culture. Stuff like that. By the end of it, Sunny collected many pieces of information that would have made the exploration report on the Forgotten Shore more comprehensive. Sadly, all of them would have had to be placed in the not related to combat addendum, which most awakened never bothered to read. Barbarians. Finishing his business in the ruins, he left them behind. Next, Sunny started on the long tour of the remaining 6 statues of the heroes of the Forgotten Shore. He visited the priestess first, since she was just outside the walls of the city. Sunny climbed onto her hand and sat there for a while, remembering the day he had reached the Dark City with Nephi's and Cassie. He had been barely 17 back then, knowing nothing of the world. He had just learned that there was more to life than bitter survival. Sunny watched the black sky for a while, feeling regret that the sun of the Forgotten Shore was gone for the first time. He would never see it rise again from the palm of the priestess again. Eventually, he wrapped himself in shadows and jumped down, gliding on dark wings to the distant ground. Next was the statue of the hunter, where the cohort had once burned the nest of the iron spiders. Sunny visited the giant arch of white marble, on top of which they had rested and played games on the way, as well as climbed to the bottom of the canyon, from where the builder's statue had emerged. Strangely enough, that rest stop on the white arch etched itself in his memories most vividly. Sunny felt remorse for never taking the members of the cohort to a real beach. Now, it was too late. He would never have such an opportunity again. Were there even real beaches left in the waking world? There had to be. Rich folk loved their leisure. After that, he circled the distant city from the west and reached the monument of the Lord. That one he had seen while marching with the Dreamer army to the Crimson Spire. Sunny did not have any particular memories about this statue, but it was still quite significant. That was because, if he was correct, the first lord of the Bright Castle had once defeated a powerful abomination here, receiving the Dawn Shard as a reward. That memory, altered by Sunny, was still one of the most powerful tools in Neph's arsenal. It was the very reason why they had managed to escape the Forgotten Shore. A piece of precious inheritance they received from those who had fought against this cursed place before them. Sunny bowed to the statue of the Lord and continued on his journey. After spending some time exploring the vicinity of the stone colossus, Sunny moved on and found the statue of the Slayer some days later. This one he had never seen. Nephi's, Cassie, and Effie had formed an expedition to acquire a shard memory here while he was living alone in the Dark City. What a pity. Sunny felt a bit regretful about not participating in that expedition. As a shadow user, he felt a special affinity for the Slayer, who had been a stealthy assassin. Her stiletto had served Sunny well before being destroyed when he lost the connection to the nightmare spell. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NAVEL /CAVEC /M. It was thanks to its ghostly blade that he had defeated Harris, the monstrous servant of the Bright Lord. Funnily enough, This place was also where Cassie had earned the quiet dancer. Sunny had never learned what kind of bizarre nightmare creature could leave such a strange echo behind. Was it really a sentient rapier? If so, the battle must have been quite a tough one. After exploring the vicinity of the statue, Sunny had indeed found countless broken blades buried in the dust. He could imagine the monument to the slayer being surrounded by a vast sword grave. By then, there were only 2 statues left on his list. The unfinished statue of the stranger was far to the south, on the precipice of the underworld. Sunny hesitated for a while, but eventually decided to skip that one. He did not want to go anywhere near the Hollow Mountains anytime soon, or, preferably, ever. That only left the Statue of the Night, which, ironically, was where he had spent his first night on the Forgotten Shore. Smiling faintly, Sunny summoned Nightmare and sent the Dark Destrier over the edge of the colossal crater. He had crossed the crater on a makeshift boat made from demon bones the last time around. This time, the dark sea was gone, and the terrible wound left on the Forgotten Shore by the fall of the radiant being could be traversed on foot. Sunny was curious to see what was hidden at its bottom, so he took his time exploring it at a leisurely pace. He had found many hideous bones, but nothing that ignited his interest. Closer to the center of the crater, the ground had turned into black glass, and at its very heart, a round hole led into the depths of the earth. That must have been where the dark sea had come from at night and where it had retreated to at dawn. He stared into the darkness for a while. There must be several cavernous hollows below the Forgotten Shore, right? All that water had to go somewhere. Unless it spilled directly into some other hellish realm. If there were such a hollow, the entrance to one of them would be right in front of him, and with the dark sea gone, it would be empty. The idea of climbing down and spending a few months exploring the underground caverns seemed rather attractive. What kind of derelicts would he find there? But eventually, Sunny decided against it. He was sure that the Great Cavern, if it truly existed, would be incredibly dirty. Plus, he had already been wandering the Forgotten Shore for a while. Visiting the statues was taking longer than Sunny had expected, mostly because he was taking his sweet time and exploring many interesting places on the way. Now that the labyrinth of crimson coral was gone, many things had been revealed from beneath it. Old ruins, ancient bones, all too damaged to provide him with any useful knowledge, but still fascinating. In any case, a lot of time had passed. His birthday was. When was it? Sunny counted the months and realized that it was almost upon him. He had celebrated the previous one sometime during the hellish trek over the Hollow Mountains, so he did not want to celebrate another one in a musty cave. And he had an appointment. Looking east, Sunny smiled darkly. There was a reason he had carried a creepy torch with him all the way from the Dark City. He had a promise to keep and a debt to repay. Chapter 1764, Never Be Afraid Again, a long time ago. Sunny had made a promise to himself, a promise to come back and destroy the soul-devouring tree one day. Now, many years later, he was here to fulfill that promise. He had been descending into the colossal crater for a while, but now that its heart was behind him, the ground was slowly starting to slope upward. Sunny rode Nightmare with a cold expression on his face, holding the ghostly torch in his hand. The light of the eerie flame reflected from the polished surface of his armor and danced wildly in his onyx eyes. It took some time to traverse the crater, but eventually, Sunny saw it. The branches of a great tree covering the black sky. A faint smile appeared on his lips. It lives. He had a feeling that it would. Sunny had changed greatly since leaving the Ashen Barrow. The Soul Devourer had changed as well. The insidious fiend had already been enormous back then, but now it had grown even taller, reaching into the black sky with its obsidian branches. This tree towered above the sea of ashen, dust like a majestic mountain. Its bark was as black as the lightless sky, while its leaves were as red as blood. Of course, Sunny could not really see color in the darkness, but he remembered their crimson splendor vividly. The crimson crown of the magnificent tree had used to cover the Ashen Barrow in its shade, but it was much richer and more expansive now, reaching far into the crater. That thing has evolved. Sunny sighed. It was understandable. Since the Soul Devourer had managed to survive the rays or the annihilating sun, it would have been left with no competitor on the forgotten shore. The Crimson Terror was gone, and so was the Dark Sea. The other powerful abominations, like the Lord of the Dead, had been slain by the sleepers of the Dark City. The insidious fiend growing on the Ashen Barrow would have used the vacuum to enhance its power. Sunny shifted his gaze, looking beneath the obsidian bark. Then a sad chuckle escaped from his lips. A fallen terror. He was more or less sure that the Soul Devourer had been an awakened terror before. It seemed to have risen to a higher rank, or rather, fell to a lower one. Sunny wasn't sure what the correct wording would be for a nightmare creature. He did feel a certain sense of disappointment, though. He had been so terrified of that thing once, but now it seemed so weak and insignificant. Dismissing nightmare, Sunny landed on the ground, then walked up the slope of the crater. The ghostly light of the torch illuminated his way. From the Ashen Barrow, he must have looked like a small mote of light in the ocean of darkness. Drawing closer and closer, growing brighter and more chilling. Sunny might have been illuminated by the pale flame, but his presence drowned the area in deathly cold. Outside the small circle of light, the absolute darkness seemed to become even deeper, darker, and more impenetrable. Inescapable. He heard the leaves of the magnificent tree rustle in the wind, their murmur seemingly anxious. It was as though the rustling leaves were saying, "Stay away, don't come closer." Untouched by their alarm, Sunny stepped through the shadows and appeared on the Ashen Barrow. Instantly, he felt an insidious influence trying to subtly twist his mind. The tree was beautiful. The tree was generous. The tree was kind. It was weak and benevolent, and its fruits were sweet. The fruits of the soul tree were indeed sweet. More importantly, they were quite useful. Each contained a shadow fragment for Sunny to consume, after all. Best of all, the ancient fiend could grow them indefinitely. Perhaps he should collect the fruits and keep the soul tree intact. Otherwise, there would never be another harvest. Sunny smiled subtly and shook off the mental hex. It was too easy to do. He had been a mere sleeper the last time. But now, he was a transcendent terror. The onyx mantle was augmented by 5 shadows, and the measure of protection against mental attack it provided him with could not even be compared to that of the puppeteer's shroud. Resisting the manipulation of the Soul Devourer was quite trivial. Its attempts to save itself were a bit pitiful, really. As soon as Sunny shrugged off the hex, the leaves rustled again, this time full of panic. He sensed movement all around him. Hideous figures rose from the ash. 1, 2, 3, 100. Nightmare creatures, new thralls to replace Sunny, Nephi's, and Cassie, who in turn had replaced the carapace demon. The Soul Devourer needed someone to protect it. The abominable tree must have worked hard, luring so many of the nightmare creatures that had survived the annihilating sun under its branches. Sunny would not have been surprised if these were all of them. Really, every single creature that had avoided being consumed by the Crimson Terror, either through strength or by luck. Nephi's must have avoided this place because she had no means of protecting herself against the hex back then. But what could all these abominations do to Sunny? Most of them had come from the coral labyrinth and were therefore merely awakened. There were a few fallen creatures among them, but none of a high enough class. This time, it was his turn to be the horror. This time, it was Sunny who was terrifying, inevitable, and full of murderous frenzy. The shadows stirred, and 100 inky black hands rose from the darkness. They grabbed onto the thralls, onyx claws sinking into their flesh. The next moment, the air was filled with the smell of blood. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT backslash NAVEL backslash CIVEC /M. The massacre was harrowing and thorough, the silence broken by howls of agony and the revolting sound of flesh being torn apart. Sunny walked through the mayhem calmly, not even sparing the dying abominations a glance. Soon, he reached the trunk of the Soul Devourer. The leaves were rustling, and the branches were swaying, their sound full of desperate fear. He placed one hand on the obsidian bark and closed his eyes for a moment. Then, Sunny poured his essence into the eerie torch. Opening his eyes, Sunny sighed. And set the magnificent tree aflame. You really chose the wrong person to enthrall. Then, he walked back to watch it burn. The view was breathtaking. Bright flames were climbing the towering trunk. the obsidian bark cracked, blooming with smoldering embers. Soon, the fire reached the leaves and exploded, spreading across the swaying crown of the soul devourer with tremendous speed. When that happened, the darkness shrouding the forgotten shore was dispelled by the colossal ball of flame burning above it. There was a cacophony of sounds. The roaring of the fire, the hiss of leaves being turned to ash, the cracking of dying wood, all of them fused into a chilling litany of pain, as if 10,000 souls were shrieking at the sky in agony. It was incredibly disturbing. Sunny almost felt as if he was really hearing the ancient tree scream. It screamed for a long, long time. The soul devourer was huge, so it took a while for it to burn down. The beautiful crimson leaves had turned to ash. The branches did, too, falling down in a whirlwind of sparks. The delectable, juicy fruits were ruthlessly incinerated. The trunk had taken a few days to die, but it eventually turned into a scorched, broken, hollow husk. But it was only when the roots died that Sunny felt nothing. He didn't feel anything at all. He was of a higher rank than the soul devourer now, and so, killing the insidious fiend did not even give him a single shadow fragment. A few days later, Sunny was still sitting on the ground, looking at the smoldering remains of the great tree. He could feel that the creature was dead. He thought that exacting his revenge on the soul devourer would bring him joy, but it didn't. If anything, Sunny felt sad. Such a death was almost humiliating. It was unworthy of the creature that had haunted his nightmares for so long. He never wanted to humiliate an enemy that had earned his respect. When have I become so strong? He wasn't sure. He wasn't that strong either, but he did outpace most of the things in two worlds as far as the acquisition of power was concerned. Finally, Sunny stood up, summoned the endless spring, and washed the ash off his face. The soul devourer was no more, and so. That is done, now what? There, he had kept his promise. Somewhere in Ravenheart the sun was rising, which meant that Sunny was 24 now. It was his birthday. Sunny stared at the ghostly torch, which looked like it was on its last leg. With a sigh, he walked around and collected a few pieces of charred wood. Then, he used the last of the eerie flame to make a fire. Summoning the marvelous mimic, he pulled an alloy pot from its maw, as well as a tin can. The tin can contained his last spoonful of coffee powder. Pouring the coffee into the pot, he filled it with water from the endless spring and placed it on the fire. A few moments later, a delicious smell spread in the air. Sunny summoned the shadow chair, sat on it, and waited for the coffee to be ready. Then, he brought the pot to his face and inhaled the fragrant aroma. Ah, he remained silent for a while and then smiled. Happy birthday to me. Relaxing in an opulent chair that stood on top of a tall hill, surrounded by boundless darkness, Sunny sipped his coffee and enjoyed the view of fiery sparks dancing in the boundless black sky. Chapter 1765. The Three of Them. The last memory Cassie saw was of the mad saint climbing the Statue of the Night. She knew that he could have reached the top in one step or turned into a crow to fly there. But, for some reason, the Lord of Shadow chose to climb the great height of the beheaded colossus like a mundane human, one handhold at a time. In the end, he sprawled on the severed neck of the statue and stared at the black sky with a detached expression on his pale, handsome face. That was where the memory ended this time. It was almost too much for her to handle, making Cassie feel dizzy. Reading someone's memories wasn't like reading a book or watching a video. She perceived things the way people remembered them, a chaotic mixture of images, sounds, smells, sensations, thoughts, and emotions. More than that, memories were often unreliable and tended to twist the truth a lot. There was no solid concept of time in the memories of most people, either. It was warped and twisted in accordance with how significant the event had been for them, or sometimes for no reason at all. A single minute could span an eternity, while entire years could leave close to no trace in a person's memory. Usually, if Cassie wanted to uncover the truth, she had to gently, or not so gently, lead the man or woman looking into her eyes toward it. Very few people were truly in control of their memories, after all, so she had to guide them patiently. Often, they themselves were surprised to remember the details of certain events in their lives. It had taken her a long time to teach herself how to navigate human memories. Eventually, though, Cassie had become a master of perceiving them. But her hands were tied with the Lord of Shadows because he was the one choosing what to show her. His memory was incredibly sharp, but the way he perceived the world and remembered things was entirely too strange. On top of that, Cassie's own memory was incapable of retaining many of the things he remembered feeling, witnessing, or thinking about. It was a proper mess. But still, she managed to learn a lot from what he had shown her today. Cassie looked at the Lord of Shadow with a complicated expression. At first, he had shown her the Ivory Island. Knowing that he had been anchored there as a master was already a precious piece of knowledge. She knew that he had not been a fire keeper from his service in the first evacuation army, so combining these two facts sent Cassie's mind into overdrive, countless theories spawning at it each moment. What had been his connection to her and Nephi's? Soon, however, she couldn't help but pause as a cold shiver ran down her spine. That was because she saw herself in his memories. The mysterious man had been so close, he could have reached out of the shadows and put his hand on her shoulder. Or drive a knife through her heart, and she had not sensed anything. That was both an eerie and frightening thing to learn. He was right there, in my shadow she paled. The Lord of Shadows had come to the Ebony Tower to study the runes left behind by the Demon of Choice. Cassie had read them as well. Very few people in the world were capable of knowing the truth of what was written on the walls of the Ebony Tower, few enough that they could be counted on one hand, perhaps. And the Lord of Shadows, it seemed, was one of them. Shadow God was the god of mysteries as well, after all. So, in a sense, it was only fitting for the Saint of Shadow to be privy to the forbidden knowledge about the forgotten god. Had Cassie herself taught him the truth? Or was she the one who had been taught by him? The memories that followed were like a feverish nightmare. The mists of the hollow mountains was hard to pierce, even with her power. The long months the Lord of Shadow had spent challenging the impregnable mountain chain were like a blur, not only because he didn't concentrate on these memories, but also because he had worn that strange mask of his for most of the journey. As long as the mask, one resembling those worn by the priests of the nightmare spell, was summoned, Cassie could not see anything in the forgotten man's memories. But it was while watching these memories that she finally noticed that there was something strange about the Lord of Shadows. The inconsistencies had piled up until Cassie realized in shock, he is not a carrier of the nightmare spell. She was rattled. How could that be? Something like that was impossible, for a human of the waking world at least, and yet she couldn't deny it. There was no voice of the spell in the memories of the Lord of Shadows. No shimmering runes, no new memories and echoes. There were other clues as well, but the most undeniable of them was the fact that he had spent close to a year learning how to enter his soul sea. All carriers of the spell could do it from before becoming an awakened. And yet, one of the most powerful transcendents in the world had not been able to. Her eyes widened when the realization hit her. Cassie lingered for a while, then looked at the Shadow Saint with a mournful expression. Is it because he has been forgotten by the spell as well? How lonely and painful would it be to be erased completely from the world? She didn't need to guess. After all, she could experience his anguish personally by looking at his memories. Cassie's lips quivered. No wonder he had been in such a disturbed state back then, was still. Eventually, she was distracted from her thoughts by a stunning sight. Her heartbeat suddenly turned erratic. Cassie took a shallow breath. The forgotten shore indeed. The madman had actually crossed the hollow mountains, something that most humans considered utterly impossible. And on the other side, a forlorn land lay shrouded in darkness, both familiar and unfamiliar. There was a storm of emotions raging in Cassie's heart. But more importantly, she focused her mind completely on these dark memories, knowing that they would hold the key to the secret of where the Lord of Shadows had come from and how closely tied he was to her and Nephi's. Outer Settlement Hunter? One of Gunlog's lieutenants. Maybe even a sleeper from the same year as us and Castor. She peered into his memories tensely, fighting against the inescapable forgetfulness as hard as she could. Cassie shivered when he saw the ruins of the Crimson Spire. She cried when the Lord of Shadows built a grave for the fallen of the Dreamer army. She smiled sadly when he explored the molten ruins of the Bright Castle. She was curious to see the runes for sunless, carved into the wall of the ruined cathedral. Is that actually his real name? Whose name? What had she been thinking about? She was shocked when he descended into the secret cell under the cathedral and read the ominous words written on its floor. Weaver. When the Lord of Shadows started his tour of the giant statues, Cassie was finally illuminated. That arch, he was actually with us during the expedition to reclaim the Dawn Shard. So their connection had been that deep. But it was only at the very end that Cassie's eyes widened, and she gasped in shock. The memory of the soul-devouring tree burning was incredibly vivid. Her entire body trembled. From the beginning, he was with us from the very beginning. The Lord of Shadows was not a hunter from the outer settlement. He wasn't from the bright castle, either. He wasn't even just a sleeper from the same year as them. He was someone who had accompanied Cassie and Nephi's from their very first steps on the Forgotten Shore. The two of them had been the three of them all along. It was just that they had forgotten. Suddenly, Cassie felt a sharp pain pierce her heart. She felt as though something so precious that it couldn't be described with words had been taken from her. And with that, Cassie finally closed her eyes, breaking the contact between her and the Lord of Shadows with Sunny. There were so many details in the avalanche of memories he had shown her. So many hints and clues it would take her weeks to slowly digest and contemplate all of them, then build her knowledge based on the new understanding. But right now, Cassie did not care to do so and was incapable of doing so either. All she cared about was the feeling of loss, the bittersweet emptiness, and the faint hope of finding what they had lost once again. Chapter 1766, Busybody. Sunny returned to the brilliant emporium as the sun was rising above the eastern horizon. If someone had seen him coming back home at the break of dawn, they would have probably assumed that he had spent the night elsewhere, and with someone else, engaging in revelry. Of course, being mistaken for a philanderer would have been the least of his problems. Many people already considered him a lecher anyway. It was better to be seen as a profligate than as someone who had a habit of sneaking into the forbidden parts of the royal castle at night. Now, wait, what does it sound so wrong? In any case, his goodbyes with Cassie had felt a little hurried. She had seemed to be a little dazed and a little rattled, acting strangely around him. Well, it was not surprising. Sunny doubted that she had expected him to dump 2 years' worth of memories into her head in the span of a few hours. But he had no other choice. Initially, Sunny had wanted to share his memories with Cassie little by little, but the war was approaching faster than he had expected, and so he needed her to trust him sooner. Cassie was smart. With what she had shown her this time, she would be able to figure out many things. Most importantly, she would understand that he had been a companion to her and Nephi's for a very, very long time. Even if their relationship had been turbulent and rocky for most of that time, knowing that, she would lower her guard around him more. She would also advise Nephi's to trust him better. Well, and the things Sunny, as the humble shopkeeper, might do in the future would not look as outrageous. Which wasn't to say that he was planning on doing something outrageous, of course. But he had also not planned on participating in scandalous duels and being publicly embraced by Nephi's because of a candy wrapper. So, things just sort of happened when Sunny was around her. He could put a leash on his emotions and control himself better, but he didn't want to. So many things to do. Entering the brilliant emporium, Sunny yawned, stumbled sleepily to his bed. The very same bed he had taken from the hidden chamber of the ruined cathedral, fell on it, and closed his eyes blissfully. At the same time, his avatar in the basement of the marvelous mimic looked up in disbelief. No way. They had so many things to do, and the original body decided to just go to sleep. Sunny couldn't believe himself. Shaking his head, he sighed and continued poring over his notes. There was indeed a lot to do. He was preparing memories for Rain, developing a design of the soul sword for Nephi's. Oh, and by the way, today was the day they were supposed to go on an outing to feed the rumors. As if he was not suffering enough from the rumors already. Despite that, Sunny was looking forward to their date, even if it was a fake one. Before that, however, he still had to work on the design of the sword. Creating a soulbound weapon was a vexing task. There were 3 parts to it, each presenting its own set of problems. The first problem was perhaps the simplest to solve, which was not to say the easiest. It was the forging of the sword. To forge a good sword, Sunny needed good materials. Usually, he would have just gone with the most potent ones at his disposal. Those harvested from great abominations would be ideal. He also needed a set of powerful soul shards, but there were plenty of those. Of course, the higher the rank of the material, the harder it was to process it. That was why Sunny did not seriously consider using materials harvested from cursed beings. Even if he managed to get something like that, his own power was insufficient to forge it. Regardless, the situation was entirely different this time around. What he wanted to create was a soulbound weapon, so there was no point in making its rank higher than Nephi's own. Actually, it was impossible since she was a saint. The sword would inevitably become a transcendent one. Therefore, using stronger materials would only waste them. Whatever material Sunny did use would be refined into a greater version of itself by the flames of changing Star's soul as he walked the path of ascension. Really, there was no one better suited to wield a soulbound weapon than her, since its power would depend on the power of her soul, and her soul was bolstered by the radiant lineage of Sun God. So, what Sunny needed was not the strongest material. What he needed was the material with the highest affinity to Nephi's and her aspect. Her weapons and armor had a tendency to melt when she went all out, so he needed something that would never melt. Something that would channel her immolating power to the fullest extent as well. Sunny was pretty sure that he already had the main ingredient at hand. He looked at a certain spot in the material storage of the brilliant emporium. Just by looking there, Sunny felt cold. What he was staring at were the shards of the mystical ice that had once been the heart of the winter beast. It seemed a little odd, using ice to channel fire, but Sunny believed that there was no better material for Nephi's sword. The only point he was still considering had to do with purity. Was it better to simply use the mystical ice or create an alloy on its base? A lot of experimentation was needed to answer that question. He had been experimenting for a while now and would continue to do so for some time. The second problem he had to solve was the soul binding. That one was truly vexing. Sunny remembered the weave of the mantle of the underworld well, and had come a long way in learning its secrets. He had reached a point where he could theoretically recreate most of its enchantments, except for the one he needed to master the most, the Prince of the Underworld. That one had been simply too odd. Back then, in order to fulfill its requirements, Sunny had had to defeat thousands of opponents. The strangest part was that he had not needed to kill them, just defeat them. How did that work? How could a weapon grow stronger from such an abstract thing? There were no soul fragments involved, no absorption of essence. Was the counter of the Prince of the Underworld the means of soul binding, or simply a restriction placed on the onyx armor by its creator? Sunny wasn't sure. All he knew was that once he had filled it, a new enchantment of the mantle was unlocked the soulbound relic. Activating that enchantment had turned the mantle of the underworld from a memory to an attribute. Could he simply recreate the soulbound relic, enchantment? Or was fulfilling the demands of the Prince of the Underworld enchantment an integral part of the process? Recreating either of the enchantments was a titanic task, and Sunny wasn't even sure that what he wanted to achieve would happen on the first try. Once again, more experimentation was needed. It was to the point that he was considering temporarily manifesting more avatars to keep working on all these tasks. The third problem, meanwhile, was not as elaborate, but also the most expansive of the three. It was deciding on what other enchantments he wanted to include and constructing the map of the weave according to the selection. Sunny had a lot to select from. Firstly, he was determined to finally accomplish something that he had been trying to do for a long time: recreate the unseen enchantment of the Moonlight Shard, which allowed the ghostly stiletto to appear instantly in his hand, without any delay between the summoning and the manifestation. There would need to be an enchantment that augmented the resilience and lethality of the soul blade as well. Beyond that, however, there was too much to choose from. The Shapeshifter, Light Eater, and Ghost Blade enchantments of the Cruel Sight, the Death Dealer enchantment of Morgan's Warbow, the Burning Heart and Cold Steel enchantments of the Patient Avenger, and so much more. Worse still, Sunny felt that simply recreating past enchantments was not enough for the soulbound sword he was going to forge for Nephis. That sword would be a watershed moment in his development as a sorcerer, without a doubt, as well as the mold for the future memories Sunny would craft for himself. So, wouldn't it only be suitable for him to fully take a step forward and design unique enchantments of his own? There was a lot to consider. It was a little premature to be considering these things, however, because Sunny had not been coy when he made the deal with Nephis. He really needed to learn how she fought these days to be able to tailor a perfect weapon for her. He had to observe her battle art, her true battle art, not the facsimile she had designed to fool the members of the great clan Valor. And there was so little time left before the war. Suddenly somber, Sunny looked around the brilliant emporium. The sword domain had barely had 4 years of peace after the disastrous chain of nightmares. People were just starting to settle into their new lives, working together to help their kingdom develop. But soon, everything would descend into chaos once again. What would happen to his shop then? Would he even be able to keep it open? The restaurant side of the business would suffer the most, no doubt. With a war going on, people would not be in the mood to enjoy delicacies, and neither would they have spare coins to spend. Getting supplies would become a problem, and small private establishments like his would certainly be at the end of the line. The memory boutique would not fare well either, Sunny sighed. Well, the war has not started yet. There's still time. And speaking of time. He opened his eyes and reluctantly rolled out of bed. Sunny had not quite gotten his beauty sleep yet, but there was no time to waste. He had to get ready. The morning was in full swing, which meant that Nephis would be arriving soon. It was time for their date. Fake date. So what? He was excited. Chapter 1767, Restless Mind. The first customers arrived, and the avatar got busy in the kitchen. Sunny, however, remained on the porch, enjoying the fresh air with a leisurely smile on his lips. The lively noises of the city filled the air like a bright melody. At some point, the door opened, and Aiko walked out, dressed in a smart business suit and wearing a leather messenger bag over her shoulder. The petite girl yawned, stretched her arms, and mumbled. "I'm off to the castle, boss." Sunny looked at her with a good-natured smile. "You're delivering memories, you know. What's up with the bag?" Aiko stared at him with indignation. "What do you even know? One has to look the part to make the right impression." "That's business essentials." She glanced him over with suspicion. "And speaking of looking the part, you seem a bit different today, boss. What is that? Did you style your hair?" Sunny blinked. "I did not." Aiko gave him a sarcastic nod. "Aha." "Sure." With that, she grinned and hurried away. "Have fun with Princess Nephis, boss. Perform well. We're raking in real money here, so don't screw it up for us." The petite girl used her aspect to skate on the cobblestones and disappeared behind a corner in the blink of an eye. Sunny was left standing on the porch, flabbergasted. What? What does she mean, perform well? I always perform well? Wait, that did not sound right. Just at that moment, he felt a familiar presence illuminate the world. Sunny did not have to look to know that Nephis was close. There was a rustle of feathers, and then a slender silhouette was standing on the shore of the lake. Her wings had already disappeared, and only a beautiful halo remained, fading slowly as it contoured her figure against the tranquil water. Nephis was wearing white clothes, her silver hair held down by the crown of dawn. Sunny, dressed in black as usual, froze on the spot. D-damn. I hope she did not hear that. Noticing him, Nephis smiled lightly and walked over with easy steps. "Master Sunless, are you ready?" He knew that she was terribly busy preparing for the war. However, she had diligently made time to keep their appointments in the past few weeks, and never seemed distracted by other issues in his company, giving him her full attention. Sunny had a timid hope that Nephis actually enjoyed their outings, and found shelter from the burden of her crushing responsibilities in the time the two of them spent together, no matter how fleeting it was. He was quite pleasant to be around, after all. At least he tried to be, for her. Of course, it was far more likely that Nephis simply treated their meetings as part of the war preparations. There was a purpose to them. Sunny was a hired sorcerer who had to forge her a superb sword, after all. So, the diligence she treated him with was the same she afforded her other responsibilities, no more and no less. Even though he would never admit it, the latter possibility made him upset. Master Sunless? Sunny lingered for a moment, then offered her a pleasant smile. Yes, I am ready. He offered her his arm, and when she wrapped her own around it, picked up the picnic basket. He had prepared the food inside himself. He had also bought the picnic basket specifically for the occasion, since nothing in the brilliant emporium felt nice enough. The two of them walked together. Nephis was calm, while Sunny was pretending to be nonchalant. They made for quite a stunning pair, and passerby stared at them with wide eyes. But he did not care. Rather, he enjoyed their stares. There, look more. You seem to be in a good mood. Hearing Neff's remark, Sunny realized that there was a wide smile on his lips. He lowered his gaze in embarrassment. Ah, yes, today seems like a pretty good day. Don't you think so, Lady Nephis? She studied his face for a few moments, then smiled slightly and looked away. Yes, I have to agree, it does seem like that. They walked a short distance away and reached a newly built martial hall. Bastion was full of awakened warriors, and not all of them had a legacy clan sponsoring them. So, they needed a place to practice and hone their skills, as well as experienced instructors to guide them. For an independent master, opening a martial school was a good way to earn some coin. Most seasoned ascended were busy protecting the human enclaves and subjugating the wilderness of the dream realm. So there was always a shortage of good instructors. Usually, the status of a master was enough to create a sufficient reputation for a martial school. On any day, there would be a dozen or more warriors practicing inside under the observation of the owner and his awakened helpers. But today, the martial hall was entirely empty. Nephis had reserved the whole building, displacing even the founder. Their outing had to be public, but what they were about to do had to be kept away from prying eyes at the same time. Walking inside, she nodded at Sunny and said evenly, "Get comfortable, Master Sunless. I'll be with you shortly." Sunny nodded and went to the courtyard of the martial hall, which was fashioned into a sand arena. Sitting down on the spectator bench, he put the picnic basket down and looked at the sky. It's indeed a nice day. Soon, having changed into a set of training clothes, which looked quite flattering on her despite not being designed for that purpose, Nephis walked into the arena. Picking up an alloy sword from the stand, she swung it a couple of times, nodded in satisfaction, and looked at Sunny. I'll begin then." He nodded. "I'll be watching." Nephis lingered for a few moments, then looked away and coughed. "Watch well." With that, she began a set of training exercises. Although slow and weak by transcendent measures, they were nevertheless full of powerful intent. It was as though Nephis was performing a sword dance, fighting a duel against her shadow. For a moment, the image of her dancing with the sword fused with his memories of the Black Island, where the two of them had spent a blissful month during the third nightmare. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NAVEL /CAVEC /M. Sunny had been mesmerized by her practicing swordsmanship back then, as well. Her technique had changed tremendously since the nightmare, though. It was still flowing, versatile, and unpredictable, but had become both different and much more complete. What Nephis was showing him today was her true battle art, one that she kept hidden from everyone else. There was no enemy for he to fight and no environment for her to unleash her aspect, but Sunny could still infer many things from watching these simple katas. There was one problem, though. He was having trouble concentrating on the movements of her sword. Instead, his eyes could not help but follow the movements of her body. Its graceful lines, contoured by the light fabric of the training suit, the smoothness of her steps, the supple beauty of her form, the heads of sweat glistening on her alabaster skin. I'm in trouble. Sunny used all of his self-control to keep his face neutral. He was under terrible strain. Worst of all, best of all, the day was still young. There were many hours ahead of them. He took a shaky breath. I'm not going to get a nosebleed, am I? Chapter 1768, Swordsmanship Enthusiast. Nephis concentrated on her sword, guiding it with effortless ease. The movements she performed were not particularly fast or taxing. And yet, her body was under tremendous strain, beads of sweat forming on her fair skin. Her breathing was controlled, but heavy. That was because she had to infuse her swordsmanship with sincere intent. Without the intent, her display would be meaningless. She would fail to show the essence of her technique to the young enchanter, and he would not be able to forge a suitable blade. She was straining herself. But, at the same time, she was enjoying herself. That was because she did not need to think about anything else but the sword in these rare moments of peace. Meeting Master Sunless was not entirely without purpose, but compared to the rest of her endless errands and obligations, it was a respite. naviSgate had always been driven and never allowed herself to get distracted from the goal. But that was not because she never wanted to put it all aside and enjoy some rest. It was simply because she could not allow herself to do so. Falling behind meant death, and even worse than that, failure. With the war approaching, the pressure on her had only increased even further. It had increased tremendously. There was so much to do, so much to prepare, so much to foresee and assess and consider. And even then, there was so much uncertainty. The uncertainty of it all was the most burdensome, and even with the help of her companions, it was almost overwhelming. Because their lives, too, depended on her. She had pulled them into the maelstrom of ruinous change, and it was up to her to see them safely to the shore, which was why naviSgate secretly enjoyed the time she spent with Master Sunless. The charming enchanter was kind, nice. And if she was honest with herself, quite pleasing to the eye. There was nothing wrong with indulging in stealing glances at him from time to time, of course. Everyone loved beautiful things, after all. She wasn't an exception. But his looks were not as important as the fact that he was far removed from the dreadful matters involving war, bloodshed, and boundless heartbreak. To the sovereigns, the dead gods, and the fate of the world. On the rare occasions she was in his company, naviSgate could allow her tired mind to relax and concentrate only on simple things, like wielding her sword. She had always loved swordsmanship, but now, as it turned out, performing it for someone to see was strangely rewarding. Especially because Master Sunless always watched her intently. Very intently, even never missing a single move. naviSgate was satisfied. He must really appreciate swordsmanship. Who knew that the gentle enchanter had such a voracious appreciation for combat techniques? It felt good to be appreciated. Hey, Neff. Cassie's voice did not distract her from dancing with her sword. naviSgate took a step forward and performed a smooth slash, then answered calmly. Yes, did something happen? The response came a few moments later. No, not really, it's just that. Can you do me a favor? naviSgate spun her sword into a flowing chain of swift attacks and couldn't help but notice the enchanter's glistening onyx eyes, which followed her movements attentively. Sure, what do you need? Cassie hesitated for a while. Was her voice a little strange? naviSgate felt reluctant to consider that issue. Cassie had been suffering greatly after losing her prophetic gift and was only recently able to recover. She didn't want to see her friend fall into an unsettled state again. However, Cassie's next words almost made her stumble. Can you give Master Sunless a hug? naviSgate struggled to control her sword. What? Absolute not. I am not going to hug him. Why are you even asking me to do something like this? Cassie remained silent for a bit, then sighed. Well, whatever. I can't tell you. If you don't want to, don't. She didn't say anything else. naviSgate was stunned. That's right. I don't want to, and so I won't. However, the thought of embracing the charming enchanter had already been planted in her mind, refusing to disappear. After all, people didn't just like looking at beautiful things. Like that time in the lakeshore park, when he tripped and tried to cover his clumsiness with an equally clumsy excuse. Damn you, Cassie! Distracted, naviSgate failed to suppress her strength and put too much force into her next swing. The alloy training sword was not meant to be used by saints, and so, it shattered under the terrible strain. naviSgate stumbled. The tip of the blade broke off, whistling as it shot through the air with terrible speed, and struck Master Sunless, who had been slow to react, straight in the face. She flinched. Oh no! Before he could even recover, naviSgate was already beside him. She traversed the entire arena with a single push, appearing near the spectator seats almost instantaneously. The charming enchanter had barely had time to react, raising his hands to clutch at his face. naviSgate kneeled beside him and raised her own, her gaze anxious. He was a master, so an alloy blade would not hurt him too much. But still, She was very angry at herself and concerned about him. "Master Sunless, please lower your hands, let me see." Covering half of his face, he looked at her with one eye and forced out a smile. "It's fine, Lady navi's. I'm tougher than I look, you don't have to worry." She gritted her teeth. "Still, let me see." The enchanter lingered for a while, then lowered his hands obediently. navi's let out a relieved sigh. She was certain that she would see blood, but the alloy blade somehow failed to break skin despite its dire speed. Nevertheless, his cheek and brow were red and swollen, and there would be a serious bruise on his face before too long. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NAVEL /CIVEC /M. Scowling, she took his chin with one hand and gently touched his face with the other. "It's fine. The bone isn't fractured. Just a bruise." navi's calmed down. In the next moment, however, she realized the position they were in. Master Sunless was sitting, while she was kneeling on the ground beside him. She was holding his face, and they were terribly close to each other. His onyx eyes were right in front of her, looking into hers. They were like deep pools of cool darkness. She could see her disheveled reflection in them. The young enchanter remained still, looking at her silently. navi's hesitated for a few moments, then said with false calmness, "Don't move." In the next moment, a soft radiance ignited under the skin of her hands. She was assaulted by the familiar agony, but at the same time, she saw a hint of relief smooth his features. The swelling subsided and disappeared altogether, leaving his skin flawless and unblemished, just as it had been before. It was cool, silky, and soft to the touch. "There, all better." navi's smiled and felt the corner of his mouth rise into a subtle smile under her fingers. "Why am I still holding his face?" She lingered for a few moments, then lowered her hands. With a bit of reluctance, Chapter 1769, Dreams Old and New. To hide her embarrassment, navi's left to wash off her sweat and change clothes. When she regained her composure and returned, her hair still glistening with moisture, Master Sunless gave her a peculiar glance and looked away. She would have thought that he was uncomfortable because of being hurt by her just now, if not for the fact that she could feel his desire burning hotly deep within his soul. The gentle enchanter was not uncomfortable. He was just trying to hide being moved by her appearance. His yearning was usually vague and subdued, as if something was obscuring it from her senses. But she knew that it was there. Being aware of something like that would make most people feel uneasy, or at least make them act as if they were uneasy. However, navi's did not mind too much either way. As her ability to sense longing developed, she had come to know that humans were creatures led by their desires, and that this kind of yearning was both the most common and the one they hid most thoroughly. It had been a bit of a shock for her to learn how many men secretly felt it in her presence, but she quickly came to peace with it. It was simply human nature. What mattered was not how they felt, but how they chose to act. Some were slaves to their desires, while some were masters of themselves and lived their lives with clear minds. Master Sunless was never unpleasant in his actions and treated her with the utmost decorum. His mind was clear and his intentions were pure. So, navi's was not at all appalled by the hidden flames burning in his soul. In fact, for the first time, she was a bit pleased to know that someone felt that way about her. At least she wasn't the only one getting flustered all the time. Now that the sword demonstration was over, there was some time left before the next item on their schedule. The schedule had been prepared by Cassie, who was in charge of maintaining the facade of their fake relationship and keeping the sword commission a secret, but it wasn't very strict. So, navi's and Master Sunless had some freedom in what they chose to do. Today, for example, he had prepared a picnic. navi's had a vague notion that picnics were usually held in nicer settings, but due to the difficulty of finding privacy in Bastion, they were forced to eat right here in the Marshall Hall. She sighed wistfully. "Maybe I should invite him to the Ivory Island next time. It's peaceful there, and the lake is beautiful," but then she blushed slightly. Would that be considered inviting a man over? She lived on the Ivory Island. After all, what would he think? What would she want him to think? The charming enchanter, meanwhile, spread a beautiful tablecloth on the bench and placed various snacks on it. There was also a jar of freshly squeezed fruit juice and some ice to keep it cool. Smiling, he gestured to the food. Please enjoy, Lady naviSgate. She was quite hungry after the strenuous sword practice, so his invitation was most welcome. Truth be told, naviSgate had never paid much attention to food, but everything prepared by Master Sunless was simply too delicious. She enjoyed these meals quite a bit. Picking up a sandwich, she took a bite. The bread was fresh and crisp, the meat had a delightful texture, and the combination of lettuce and tomatoes was just right to make the sandwich juicy without becoming soggy. The homemade sauce added enough flavor to make the ingredients shine, but not so much as to overwhelm their natural taste. It was delectable. One could tell a lot about an awakened from their cooking. naviSgate had tasted enough meals prepared by Master Sunless to guess a few things, as well. His habits were very eclectic, like those of a man who had wandered a lot. There was a certain spontaneity to them, as well, hinting that his skill had developed gradually by trial and error, as opposed to having been taught by experienced tutors of a legacy clan. There were influences of Bastion and several other regions in the sword domain, the efficient practicality common among the veterans of the Southern Campaign, and even hints of the Forgotten Shore in his cooking. The latter most likely picked up from working in the kitchen with Aiko. He was a very talented cook. naviSgate had tasted dishes prepared for the royal table by renowned chefs, and while Master Sunless was not nearly as sophisticated, she found herself preferring his simple cooking to those exquisite meals, by far. She looked at him, finished her delicious sandwich, and asked with curiosity, "Were you always good at cooking, Master Sunless?" He smiled and shook his head. "No, not at all. Actually, I grew up eating nothing but synth paste. I only tasted real food after becoming a sleeper, at the academy. Let me tell you, Lady naviSgate, it was quite a shock." naviSgate felt sad for a moment. How poor his background must have been to only get access to palatable food after becoming infected by the nightmare spell. She had not known that about him. Dreams old and new. Now that naviSgate thought about it, she knew very little about the young enchanter, despite having spent time with him on many occasions. She hesitated for a few moments, then asked, "Was that why you decided to open a restaurant?" Master Sunless looked at her with a surprise and remained silent for a bit. It looked as if he was reminiscing. After a while, he chuckled and shook his head again. "No, my original dream was to own a memory shop. I don't actually remember where I got the idea to open a restaurant, as well, must have been sometime during the chain of nightmares. I just figured that feeding people would feel nice. Oh, and earn me some money, as well." naviSgate was stumped by that answer. There was nothing shameful about owning a memory shop. She believed strongly that it was the duty of all awakened to resist the nightmare spell, but that did not mean that everyone had to spill blood on the battlefield. There were those with unsuitable dispositions or utility aspects who maintained the cities, grew crops, and supplied the warriors with equipment. Their work was no less important. So, Master Sunless was a dutiful person, as well. The memories he crafted helped those better suited for the battlefield defeat nightmare creatures and come home alive. It was just that, naviSgate herself dreamed of something so heavy and unattainable. Wasn't owning a shop too trivial of a thing to be someone's dream? Perhaps reading something on her face, the charming enchanter smiled. "It might be difficult for someone as accomplished as you to understand, Lady naviSgate. You are a storied champion of humanity, after all, but most people never grow numb to the horrors of the nightmare spell. Even if they are seasoned warriors, they would still prefer living quietly away from the abominable monsters and mortal danger." L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NAVEL/WorldC/M. Dreaming of something so mundane might seem strange to you, but in fact, these mundane things are what most people dream about. naviSgate looked at him thoughtfully. He was right, of course. She had always been quite different from most people and felt alienated as a result. She also knew that it was her who was abnormal, not the other way around. For a moment, naviSgate tried to imagine what it would be like to have a mundane dream. If her life had been different, what would her heart strive for? She looked at the training arena. Would she have wanted to open a martial school like this one and dedicate her life to the pursuit of swordsmanship, sharing her insights with students and feeling joy every day? Would she maybe dedicate her life to music? Playing an instrument had never been among the lessons taught to her as a legacy, so navi's had no such skill. But she had often fantasized about performing music as a child. Were dreams supposed to be like that? navi's enjoyed a piece of savory meat pie, then asked with genuine curiosity, "What does it feel like to accomplish your dream?" Her own had always been so out of reach, so burdensome. It was all-consuming and overwhelming, much larger than her life, and yet she could not quite imagine living any other way. Master Sunless remained silent for a while, then smiled wistfully. "Who knows? I certainly don't." By the time I found myself in a position to open a shop, too many things had happened. I changed, and my dreams changed as well. Still, I guess it depends on what you used to dream about. My old dream was rather nice, so the life I've built due to its influence is also on the nicer side. It's peaceful. navi's raised her eyebrow. "What is your dream now, then?" He looked at her intently and hesitated for a few moments. Then the charming enchanter chuckled. I don't really have dreams anymore, I just have goals. Having a goal is much better than having a dream, don't you think?" She pondered his words for a few moments and asked neutrally, "What's the difference?" Master Sunless looked away and sighed. "I'd say that the difference is in how you approach it. A dream is something you want to happen, a goal is something that you make happen. The difference is in having enough determination to grasp what you want and never let it go." He remained silent for a while, and then added with a hint of sadness in his pleasant voice, "But to be honest, I've let go of a few things in my life. So if there is something I really want, it's to go back and try again." That is not a dream, though. Since it's in the past, it is just a regret. The charming enchanter emptied his glass, then looked at her and smiled. "Now that I think about it, I guess I do have a dream." His onyx eyes looked into hers, glistening in the sunlight. "It's to live my life never feeling regret again." navi's smiled. It was a good dream. Chapter 1770, Keen Insight. Leaving the Marshall Hall, they went for a walk. Sunny offered navi's his arm once again, and they strolled along the lively streets of Bastion, making sure to be seen by as many people as possible. It wasn't every day that ordinary citizens could catch a glimpse of changing star, so many were stunned and excited. She smiled politely at them and nodded from time to time. Luckily, a saint was different from a celebrity. Although she was immensely popular, people treated her with a sense of solemn veneration. No one bothered them wanting to receive an autograph, and no one tried to exchange words with her. They just looked from afar and kept a respectful distance. navi's herself, meanwhile, was quite curious about the details of the day-to-day life of the city. As they walked, she often asked Sunny to explain this or that, listening to his explanations with keen interest. Before last year, most people in Bastion sustained themselves on the food rations delivered from the waking world and the meat brought back by the abomination hunters. But then, the fields outside the city were finally able to yield a harvest. Crops capable of thriving in the dream realm soil had been cultivated decades ago, but scaling the production took time. In any case, the city is almost self-sufficient now. These food stalls became popular after the supply of locally sourced flour stabilized, as well. "Would you like to try a fish cake? It's not really fish, of course, but it's still delicious." She smiled and shook her head. "No, thank you, I am quite full." Hearing that, Sunny felt satisfied. It seemed that she had enjoyed the picnic. Feeding people felt nice, indeed, especially this particular person. navi's looked at him with curiosity and then asked in a neutral tone, "Master Sunless, can I ask you a question?" Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Of course." She lingered for a moment. "You've been observing my swordsmanship. What did you see?" He had expected her to ask that somewhat. The arrangement between navi's and him was for the purpose of crafting a weapon for her, and to do that, Sunny had requested to study her swordsmanship and battle technique. However, his persona was that of a sorcerer, not a warrior. navi's did not know how deep his understanding of combat went, and if he was even capable of learning anything about her transcendent battle prowess. In fact, if anything, she would think that his knowledge of swordsmanship was shallow. She did not know that although Sunny's understanding of combat was not the deepest in the world, it was certainly the broadest. He doubted that anyone, including her and the three sovereigns, had absorbed as many battle styles as he had. So Nephis was curious to learn how much he saw and to what degree he was capable of appreciating her swordsmanship. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed and said in a somber tone, "Your swordsmanship is ruthless." She seemed amused by his answer. Ruthless. He nodded and contemplated his next words carefully. At first, I was really surprised. You are renowned across two worlds as one of the most skilled warriors of humanity, Lady Nephis. You are also the daughter of Broken Sword, whose swordsmanship is legendary. And yet your technique seems grossly reckless and unbalanced. She smiled silently, Sunny coughed, and then continued calmly. It is an exceedingly aggressive style, and your offense is stunningly lethal. However, the defense, the master of that martial hall earlier would have beaten his students senseless if he saw them neglecting defense to that degree. Despite that, your footwork is too strange. It is meaninglessly conservative to the point of appearing awkward. It's all a proper mess. Nephis laughed quietly. In other words, I am a fraud? He smiled sadly, then shook his head. It would seem like that, but of course, it is not true. The truth of the matter is that you are too ruthless. Sunny's smile faded slowly. Your battle art has no mercy at all, not for your enemies and not for yourself. You disregard defense because you expect to be hurt, mauled, and maimed. Your aspect allows you to recover from almost any wound, after all, so no matter how terribly your body is mutilated, you can continue to fight. For that reason, your style simply breaks every possible convention of combat technique. You've reinvented the very concept of swordsmanship from the ground up, removing self-preservation from its foundation. He sighed. Of course, simply removing one of the cornerstones of swordsmanship is not enough to create a functional battle art. You also had to replace every basic principle of combat connected to it with a new one, incorporating being hurt into the very core of your technique. Your flesh might heal, but force is still transferred when you receive a blow. Your balance is still affected. Your sword won't strike true if your sword arm is severed. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT backslash NAVEL backslash CAVEC /M. So, you did not simply discard defense in favor of overwhelming offense. Rather, you replaced defense with controlled harm, learning how to kill the enemy in the most efficient way while sacrificing your body in the most calculated manner. His expression turned somber. That is why your technique seems so reckless, and why your footwork is so strange. Of course, that impression is woefully wrong. In truth, you are not reckless at all. Instead, you are so strategic that it is almost chilling. Your knowledge of physics, anatomy, and the underlying laws of combat has to be staggering. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to create such a diabolical battle art. Nephis seemed very satisfied by his answer. She looked at him with visible appreciation and then smiled. Her striking gray eyes were almost beaming. I didn't expect you to possess such keen insight, Master Sunless. Your expertise in swordsmanship is truly outstanding. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then looked away and sighed again. Well, it's just a preliminary conclusion, and a shallow one at that. There is a limit to how much I can learn from watching you practice. To truly understand enough, I'll need to observe you in actual battle. Her smile widened a little. It was a rare sight to see Nephis smiling like that. Which was a shame because her sincere smile was simply too beautiful. Sunny felt his heart skipping a beat. She chuckled quietly and then said in a pleased tone, "You shared your insight, but not your opinion. What do you think of my swordsmanship, Master Sunless? Care to give me a compliment?" He looked away and hesitated for a while. There were a lot of flowery words he could use to describe her technique. It was quite tantalizing, after all, not to mention lethal and deeply ingenious. However, in the end, what he said was something else. It's inhuman. The smile froze on Nephis' face and her mirth was replaced by confusion. Inhuman? Sunny nodded somberly. It is built upon pain, Lady Nephis. Humans naturally avoid suffering, so forgive me for being presumptuous. But I really wish that you avoided getting hurt as well. Nephis stared at him for a few moments, then turned away and shrugged with a faint smile. When she spoke, her voice sounded a little wistful. It's just pain. He looked at her, his eyes full of darkness. Those words again. Sunny studied her beautiful face for a while. Her hand was resting on his forearm, and he could feel her presence illuminate the world like a warm sun. Why did such a radiant person have to live in constant agony? Why did she have to grow numb to pain? He opened his mouth, then closed it and exhaled slowly. Then, he smiled and said in a light tone, "Still, try not to get hurt too much, Lady naviSgate. It might be hard to believe because of my outstanding and refined appearance, but I actually know a thing or two about pain. One time, I wasn't mindful enough and grabbed a hot pan. It hurt like hell. I have been very careful around pans since then." naviSgate glanced at him, blinked a couple of times, and then laughed. By then, they have already reached their destination. It was a theater hosting a popular play. Chapter 1771, Curtain Call. There was a private box reserved for naviSgate and Sunny. They were guided there by a young stagehand, who was visibly struggling to maintain decorum while bursting at the seams with excitement. It was not every day that changing star of the immortal Flame clan visited a theater. In fact, Sunny was pretty sure that she had never participated in these kinds of social activities before. There would be a freshly embossed plaque nailed in the foyer of the theater by tomorrow, no doubt. Something like, "This humble establishment has enjoyed the patronage of the brightest of stars," or, "We are proud to have hosted Her Royal Highness, Saint naviSgate of Immortal Flame." Such a simple thing was enough to enhance the theater's prestige twofold. I wonder if this place is secretly sponsored by Cassie. The box was luxuriously furnished, dark, and elevated above the auditorium high enough so that no one could see what was happening inside. Sunny felt frustrated at the fact that his heart was almost racing. Letting out a sigh, he glanced at the stage and took a seat. The curtain had not been raised yet, and the audience was filling in with excited whispers. He was distracted for a moment when naviSgate sat down near him, their shoulders almost touching. "This private box is a bit cramped, isn't it?" Well, it couldn't be helped. He remained silent for a moment, then asked in a neutral tone, "By the way, what play are we watching?" naviSgate looked at him with a hint of surprise. "You don't know?" Sunny shook his head. "I'm afraid I don't." She seemed a little embarrassed for some reason. naviSgate hesitated for a while, then coughed awkwardly. "Actually, I don't know either. Cassie St. Cassia arranged it. I assumed you would have been informed." Sunny chuckled. "Well, it will be a surprise then. Who knows, we might enjoy it a great deal." Actually, he didn't really care about the contents of the play. He doubted he would be able to concentrate on the actors anyway, when naviSgate was so close to him, in the darkness. Soon, the lights dimmed, and the curtains were slowly pulled. The audience held its breath. At the same time, Sunny's smile froze on his lips. In fact, he had stopped breathing entirely. His expression slowly crumbled, and he barely suppressed a tormented groan. Because right at that moment, he saw the title of the play above the decorations. Written in a purposefully messy scrawl, several words were displayed on dark background: "The Devil of Antarctica." Oh no. On the stage, the decorations were divided into two distinct locations. On one, a military boat sailed on an icy sea. On the other, tall mountain peaks towered above a snowy cliff. Sunny tried to sink into his chair, raising a trembling hand to cover his face. He didn't even care if naviSgate would notice his strange behavior. He just wanted to disappear and be somewhere anywhere else the next moment. "I'm done for." There was an actress wearing a black armor standing on the snowy cliff, gazing down at the audience with a somber look. The armor design was quite austere, but somehow managed to accentuate every curve of her quite distinguished body very well. Her blonde hair moved slightly in the artificial wind, and her bright blue eyes were full of harsh resolve. The military boat, meanwhile, seated 7 soldiers in the uniforms of the 1st Evacuation Army. Their leader was standing at the bow, peering ahead with a stalk expression on his chiseled face. He was close to 2 meters in height and possessed a formidable build, oozing rugged masculinity. The makeup made him look extremely pale, and he seemed to be wearing a black wig. Sunny took a shaky breath. These bastards! Both the distinguished actress and the square-jawed man were supposed to be inspired by him. He could live with the brutish guy, but the well-proportioned beauty. Really, this was why he had avoided watching the movie version at all costs. Now, however, Sunny had no choice but to watch. he squirmed silently. At that moment, one of the soldiers said to his comrades on the boat, "Why so glum, comrades? Cheer up. We are nearing Antarctica. Nightmare creatures stand no chance against the heroic soldiers of the evacuation army." Immediately, the leader cut him off with a sharp gaze and scoffed. "Good attitude, soldier. However, the message is wrong. Don't underestimate the enemy. Heroes won't win this war, so don't try to be a hero." He flashed a dark grin and added hoarsely, his rugged voice easily capturing the audience, "Be a monster, be a fiend. That is how you will survive." Sunny shuddered, knowing that he was in for a very, very long couple of hours. The play followed two ascended. One of them was an anti-hero only known as the Captain, who led a convoy of refugees on a tumultuous journey across the Antarctic center. He possessed a devilish charm and a cynical personality, but displayed a surprising amount of valor and resolve, as well, hiding a compassionate heart under the snide facade of a disillusioned fatalist. The other was a mysterious female warrior who joined the army in the early stages of the campaign, displaying stunning power and indomitable courage. She was aloof, but noble and selfless, breaking the tide of several dire battles while refusing to say anything about her background and allegiance. The two quickly became known as the Devil of Antarctica and its guardian angel, respectively. Their paths intersected in the middle of the play, during the tragic siege of Falcon Scott, where a tentative romance bloomed between them against the bleak backdrop of war. Sunny was perfectly expressionless as he watched the play. "No, but how does it even make sense? Am I romancing myself?" He was too embarrassed to look at Nephi's, staring directly ahead. I Wanna Die. The production was stellar, and the actors were quite talented. The story was not even that tasteless, even if it twisted most facts to fit the narrative presented by the government propaganda machine at the time. It was just that Sunny had been there. And he certainly had not been in the habit of constantly spewing witty one-liners, sharing gems of jaded wisdom with the admiring soldiers, and looking soulfully into the distance every other minute. Worst of all, he felt that the play would be a hit. The horror. And there, I was feeling happy that there was no video streaming services in the dream realm. Feeling a strong desire to manifest a swarm of shadows and collapse the roof of the theater, he furtively glanced at Nephi's. Coincidentally, she was also looking at him at that moment. Just then, the first act concluded, and the lights went on. Nephi's tilted her head a little and asked neutrally, "How do you like the play, Master Sunless?" Sunny forced out a smile. It was one of the hardest things he had done in his life, and he had put his head back after being decapitated once. He lingered for a few moments, and then said in a flat tone, "It's directed well. I'm not a fan, though." Nephi's chuckled, then sighed. "I am sorry. I don't know what Cassie was thinking. You participated in the Southern campaign as well, after all. It must be unpleasant to see a censored version of the calamity you lived through on the stage." She looked at the curtain and shook her head. "I heard that the Captain is based on a real person. I was in East Antarctica, though, so I wouldn't know. He must have been quite a character." Sunny did not respond. "He's quite a character, indeed." They spent the intermission in awkward silence. Sunny was thinking of a way to convince Nephi's to leave, but sadly, he couldn't think of any. Especially due to her status, an ordinary person could slip away in the middle of a play. But if Changing Star did it, the theater would go bankrupt the next day. Such was the power of her glorious fame. Eventually, it was time for the second act to start. It was then that Nephi said calmly, never looking away from the stage, "We are being watched." Sunny raised an eyebrow. He usually kept his shadow sense restrained in Bastion, so he wouldn't know. "Who would anyone be watching us?" She sighed. "You don't have to worry. It's nothing serious. Someone is probably suspicious and wants to confirm the nature of our relationship." He relaxed. Oh. She had just survived an assassination attempt recently, and the whole world was in turmoil as a result. There were no riots on the streets, but tensions were running high. If something happened to Nephi's in the meantime, he was afraid that everything would explode. So, even though it was unpleasant to know that someone was spying on them, Sunny felt relieved. Not for long, though, because the second act had started. On the stage, the Falcon Scott had fallen, and the devil was separated from the angel during the evacuation, carried away unconscious on the last ship. The latter was presumed to have perished in the siege. The second part of the story took place in East Antarctica, where the forces sent by the legacy clans helped to stem the tide of nightmare creatures. The captain, grief-stricken and heartbroken, went from gazing soulfully into the distance every other minute to doing so about every 30 seconds. The frequency of his sardonic remarks decreased, but his general disposition had only grown more obnoxious. Sunny was in a foul mood and grinding his teeth. It was then, however, that naviSgate raised a hand and wrapped her arm around him firmly, pulling him closer in the darkness. He froze. What is she doing? Please forgive me, Master Sunless. We must play our parts as well. She was terribly close. Sunny blinked a couple of times, then a small smile slowly crept onto his face. Ah, yes, I guess there's no helping it. He placed his head on her shoulder in an intimate display. Whoever was watching them should be able to confirm the nature of their relationship from that scene. What could he do? There was no choice, he had to cooperate earnestly. Held comfortably in naviSgate's embrace, Sunny smiled with satisfaction. I must admit, the second part of the play was much better than the first. It was actually not bad at all. The director really knew what they were doing. Chapter 1772, Deus Ex Machina. Strangely enough, naviSgate was enjoying the play. The leading actress was good at her craft. The role she was portraying was taciturn and stole, but revealed a stalwart determination to resist the tide of nightmare creatures at all costs. A true warrior. The guardian angel of Antarctica did not display a lot of emotions, which could have made some people consider her a flat character. But personally, naviSgate thought that it was the opposite. The actress managed to show the subtlety of someone who was unaccustomed to expressing her emotions openly and felt that there was no place for such things on the battlefield. It was really quite commendable, even if the angel seemed a bit lonesome as a result. The protagonist was her complete opposite. He was very emotive and did not shy away from voicing his opinions, even if these opinions were usually not something people would want to hear. His dry wit and casual nonchalance were disarming, and his slightly comical persona was strangely endearing. His heart was in the right place, too, and yet, naviSgate found herself unable to fully immerse herself in his character. The actor portraying the devil was handling the role well, so there was nothing to complain about. It was just that. How could she put it? The man was a bit too brawny. She had never really considered the matter, but now, naviSgate suddenly realized that rugged men like that did not suit her taste very much. She was inclined to appreciate men like Master Sunless much better. Feeling the pleasant weight of his head on her shoulder, she smiled subtly in the darkness. How did I end up in this situation? The charming enchanter was leaning on her comfortably. Her arm was wrapped around him, as if they were really in that kind of relationship. It was true that there was someone in the theater observing them, but had there really been a need for a display of intimacy? She had done it mostly on impulse, perhaps because Cassie's unexpected request was still stuck in her mind. But, well, naviSgate didn't mind the result. It felt quite nice. Enjoying the novel feeling of closeness, she continued to watch the play. On the stage, the touching love story between the devil and the angel had already progressed and was now nearing a tragic culmination. After being reunited in East Antarctica and confessing their feelings, the heroes faced a deadly crisis. She tilted her head and accidentally rested her cheek on top of the charming enchanter's head, feeling the silky texture of his raven-black hair. naviSgate froze for a moment, perplexed, then made a hard decision. To pretend that she had done it on purpose and that everything was going according to plan. Just like that, there was something to distract her from the utterly fictional depiction of the Battle of the Black Skull happening on the stage. There was no mention of the great clans having fought each other, of course. Instead, they were shown as self-sacrificing champions of humanity, who had ventured into the wilderness to buy King Anvil and his cohort enough time to conquer the fourth nightmare. The angel had already revealed herself as a disgraced retainer of clan valor, and now, the heroes were trying to stall the tide of dreadful abominations in a desperate last stand. The play took some liberties with the original film's plot, it seemed, adapting it to the sensibilities of the people living in the sword domain. On the stage, the angel was supporting the devil, both of them battered and covered in fake blood. "Hold on, we must hold on, Captain. The King of Valor will be here soon." The square jaw of the protagonist trembled, and he forced out his familiar devilish grin. "I'm afraid. I'm afraid that I will have to break my promise, Angel. I'm sorry, but—" "Really, you have no one to blame but yourself. You should not have fallen in love with a dishonest man like me." Still smiling fearlessly, he pushed the wounded angel back into the hands of his soldiers and commanded them to retreat. Left alone, the devil faced the encroaching shadow, created by special effects. It represented the great abominations that had escaped the Category 4 gates. A sarcastic scoff escaped from his lips. "I really thought I'd make it. Well, never mind. This devil's time away from hell is coming to an end. Ah, what a sweet dream it has been. Thank you, my love." Nephis could hear quiet sobs in the audience. She could also feel Master Sunless tremble slightly. Was he quite affected by the play? His reactions seemed quite intense from the very start. The charming enchanter was surprisingly emotional. She wondered idly if he knew the truth about the Battle of the Black Skull. He wasn't there, after all, and most people believed in the false record of what had happened on that day. The truth was not nearly as romantic. Knowing what would happen next, Nephis sighed and suddenly wished to fall through the ground. Was there still a chance to set fire to the theater? That would interrupt the play, for sure. Master Sunless felt her tension and shifted slightly, looking up. His terribly handsome face was suddenly way too close. "What is the matter?" She tried very hard to hide her embarrassment, looked away, and said in a flat tone, "It's nothing." But just then, the stage was suddenly drowned in bright light, which chased away the encroaching darkness. A beautiful young woman in white clothes that were a little bit too tight for her generous figure was lowered from above on invisible ropes, somehow maintaining a graceful image despite two heavy wings attached to her back by a hidden harness. She held a radiant sword in her hand, her face the perfect picture of enlightened valiance. Nephis sighed and covered her face with a palm. There were a few joyful yelps from the audience. "It's Lady Changing Star? The king has returned from the nightmare. Please save him, Lady Nephis. Hurry." Indeed, the actress being lowered from above was the very same Ingenu who played Nephis in the local rendition of that accursed movie. She was portraying Changing Star. Nephis could feel the enchanter's body trembling once again. Glancing at him between her fingers, she was startled to see that he was trying to suppress laughter. Her expression fell a little. "What's so funny?" Master Sunless looked at her with a smile, his onyx eyes glistening with mirth. Then he shook his head apologetically. "No, no. Please forgive me, Lady Nephis. It's just a bit of schadenfreude." Hearing that, she was suddenly in the mood to do something that she had never done before. Nephis wanted to pout. Turning away from him, she remained silent for a few moments, and then said evenly, "I'm glad my suffering amuses you." Master Sunless gasped and stared at her with a hint of panic in his gem-like eyes. Nephis tried to maintain a calm facade, but the corner of her mouth curled upward against her will. She sighed and closed her eyes. Cute! On the stage, Changing Star saved the day. The devil was rescued and reunited with the angel, who had led the Valor reinforcements to his position. The King of Swords descended to Antarctica, eradicating the nightmare creatures and leading the civilians to the sword domain. Due to the bravery and selflessness that the angel had shown during the Southern Campaign, her past misdeed was pardoned by Princess Nephis, and she was reinstated as a Knight of Valor. The devil was knighted by the Radiant Princess as well, and the two of them became trusted champions of the royal family. It was a happy ending. The curtain fell, and the lights went on. The actors returned to the stage to bow and were met by a thunderous applause. Of course, all of them could not help but throw furtive glances at the private box. Nephis sighed, then stood up with a pleasant smile and clapped a few times. At the sight of that, the eyes of the actors shined, and the audience exploded with an even more energetic applause. Master Sunless watched her with an amused smile, then asked quietly, "I guess you liked the play, Lady Nephis?" Nephis lingered for a bit. What was she supposed to say? That the play was all right, but she really enjoyed the experience of him resting his head on her shoulder as she embraced him in the darkness. she cleared his throat. It was a good performance, however. I'm not sure you'll understand, but it is a really uncomfortable thing to see someone playing you on the stage. Master Sunless stared at her silently for a few moments. Then, he looked down with an odd expression and said in a neutral tone, "Yeah. I guess something like that would be hard to understand." Nephi's smiled faintly. At least Cassie had enough presence of mind not to send us to see the Song of Light and Darkness. How would her pretend paramour feel watching a play about a fictional relationship between her and another man? That would have been a disaster. Chapter 1773, Fake It. Sunny had been full of bitter resentment when the performance started, but by the end of it, he was in an excellent mood. Watching Nephi's dance with her sword, treating her to a picnic, going for a leisurely stroll arm in arm, and enjoying a romantic play together. The day was shaping up great. Sadly, their time together would soon come to an end. All that was left on the schedule was dinner at an upscale restaurant. After that, Nephi's would disappear for a few days or a week, busy with all her other responsibilities. So he had to make the most of this dinner appointment. I'll take the chance to seize up the competition. However, Sunny knew that he was fooling himself. In truth, the brilliant Emporium could not even be considered a competitor of the lofty restaurant. His cafe was a place where people could enjoy delicious, but relatively simple food in a cozy atmosphere. The establishment where they were entering right now, though, was where the affluent citizens of Bastion came to waste money and show status in splendid surroundings. He felt inclined to treat such extravagance with disdain, but found himself unable to do that after being led to a private booth by an exceedingly respectful waiter, comparing the immaculate attire and flawless manners of the young man to how Aiko usually behaved. Sunny was suddenly unsure of his judgment. Perhaps these rich folks were really onto something. But then again, he was richer than all of them combined. Sunny never flaunted his wealth, but it would have been hard to remain poor after hunting great nightmare creatures for years. And since he didn't really have expenditures like the need to maintain a clan, he was probably the wealthiest man in Bastion, second only to the King of Swords himself. So, logically, it was the brilliant Emporium that set the standard of luxury. Everyone else could only hope to imitate his unique style. Still, Sunny hands trembled when he sat down and saw a large, empty plate in front of him. A CHCH charger plate. How fancy, and what was it made of, was it? The famed Aegis porcelain. That porcelain could only be made from the mystical clay found in a remote region of the Sword Domain, the precise recipe kept secret by the artisans employed by the legacy clan presiding over those lands. The tablecloth was made from sublime silk. The utensils were pure silver, the table itself. Damnation, he recognized that wood. That was Titanwood, the same as the instructor's cafeteria at the academy. At least his chair was, in all ways, inferior to the shadow chair. Otherwise, Sunny would have been quite disheartened. Nephi's sat down across from him and smiled. "I doubt that they will serve us anything as delicious as what you make, Master Sunless. Still, please try to enjoy yourself." Sunny looked at her with gratitude, suddenly feeling a lot better. Right. Who cares about how fancy the plates, silverware, and furniture are? It's the food that matters. Paying attention to form over substance was a silly thing to do, like valuing flowery prose over an engaging story. Sunny might have acted like a bit of an idiot at times, but at least he wasn't that misguided. He stared at Nephi's silently while the waiter was pouring fragrant wine into their glasses, enchanted by her exquisite beauty. The light of a magical chandelier was reflecting from her silver hair, and her fair face was illuminated softly. The privacy of the luxurious booth created an intimate atmosphere. It was then that a sudden thought entered his mind, and he felt as if someone had doused him with cold water. Sunny looked away and lowered his head a little. The war was approaching, which meant that he had to tell Nephi's the truth soon. There would not be many days like this one in the future. In fact, there might be none at all. He felt a sense of deep melancholy. When the waiter left, Nephi's took a sip of wine and leaned back. She remained silent for a few moments, then asked with a hint of concern in her voice, "I'm sorry for making you feel uncomfortable earlier, Master Sunless, because of the subject of the play and, well, my actions as well." Sunny looked at her in surprise. Offended? No, I wasn't offended. Nephi's smiled. That's a relief. She placed the wineglass back on the table. The table was meant for 2 people to dine, so it wasn't very large. Her hand remained on the white tablecloth, close enough that Sunny could reach and hold it. Of course, he did no such thing and just stared at it silently. Nephi suddenly asked, her voice neutral, "What do people usually talk about in such situations?" He raised an eyebrow. Such situations? She hesitated for a few moments, then reached for the wineglass again. That, on a date, ours is a fake one, but we should probably make an effort to make it look real. Sunny felt bewildered for a moment. Eventually, she smiled and shrugged slowly. Lady Nephi's, I'm afraid I have no idea. I don't think I've ever been on a proper date myself. She looked at him with a visible expression of surprise, which was quite rare for the usually composed Nephi's. Her eyes widened a little. Really? I thought you, a man like you, Sunny chuckled. I'm not sure what kind of man you think I am, but your impression of me is probably wrong. In fact. He hesitated for a moment and then added wistfully, it most definitely is. Sunny took a sip of wine and said in a neutral tone, well, I assume that people talk about the usual things that one ought to know about a potential partner, romantic or not, Background, views, aspirations, who they are, what they want, things like that. Nephi studied his face for a while, then nodded. Let's do that then, that play earlier. One was afraid that you would be uncomfortable because of your experiences in Antarctica. What was why one? Actually, never mind. What I wanted to say is that one don't really know a lot about what you went through there, Master Sunless. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NAVEL /CIVEC/M. Were you part of the 2nd Evacuation Army, or of the local forces? He smiled and shook his head lightly. 1st Evacuation Army, actually. She seemed surprised. Then, the 2nd Evacuation Army was mostly composed of volunteers, while the local awakened had no choice but to join the Southern campaign. The members of the 1st Army, however, were all from the core government forces. Sunny chuckled. No, I was never a government grunt. It's just that I had a friend in the chain of command and was invited to join the effort before the news broke. It's a bit shameful to admit, but I threw a big tantrum back then and accepted the invitation for quite an immature reason. Nephi's looked at him intently, as if trying to picture him throwing a tantrum in her mind. Eventually, she shook her head and said, I can't quite imagine you doing something like that. Immature reason, really? He smiled and took another sip of wine. Yes, it was mostly to spite someone. A very childish reaction in hindsight. Well, there were other reasons, of course, some better than others. Finding conviction, pursuing strength. It all seemed very important before the chain of nightmares started, and very meaningless pretty much immediately after it did. At that moment, the waiter arrived to serve the first course. Sunny stared at the elaborate appetizers for a bit, but he did not really have an appetite anymore. Looking at Nephi's, he said, I think it's a bit unfair on you to have a conversation about background, views, and aspirations with someone, Lady Nephi's. It is bound to be one-sided. You are exceedingly famous, after all. Everyone knows these things about you. The waiter left. She also ignored the food, taking a sip of wine in silence. Then, she placed the glass down and smiled faintly. You of all people should know that what people say about me and what is true are not the same. Master Sunless, after all, one of the things they say is that I am indulging you because we are lovers. He laughed quietly. Indeed. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked in a pleasant tone, In that case, let me ask you something. What are your aspirations, Lady Nephi's? What do you want? She considered his words and answered with a careless shrug. It's nothing unexpected, I guess. Keep my soldiers alive, safeguard the sword domain, watch cities like Bastion thrive. Sunny shook his glass a little, watching the light reflect from the red wine. He wasn't the only one hiding the truth. Lies, it was all lies. He wasn't telling the truth, and Nephi's wasn't being honest either. Their date was truly a fake one. Since he was not saying anything, she went forward and asked, What about you, Master Sunless? What do you want? Sunny shifted his gaze and looked at her hand once again. There was a hint of a deep longing in his dark eyes. He did not speak until the pain of the flaw made it impossible to remain silent. To hell with it. Looking up at Nephi's, Sunny lingered for a moment and then smiled faintly. I find myself wishing that our date wasn't a fake one. I want it to be real instead. Is that too forward? Chapter 1774, Till You Make It. Sunny went ahead and expressed his real feelings without thinking about the consequences, which could be quite heartbreaking, one way or the other, but really he didn't have much to lose. Nephi's did not react immediately. Her face remained composed and impassive. After a while, she said evenly, "It's not." Sunny sighed and leaned back. What was he doing? Cassie had been right. By keeping his true identity from Nephi's, he was being truly unfair. What kind of relationship did he hope to build on the foundation of deceit? And that was what he was doing, deceiving her. But despite that, Cassie had also been wrong. She wanted to avoid a predicament that was merely the result of a larger and entirely unsolvable problem. Because Sunny simply could not be honest with Nephi's. It was impossible, because even if he told her the actual truth, she would forget it a few moments later. So what if he admitted to being the Lord of Shadows? Compared to the other things he was keeping from her, that detail was all but insignificant. She could never know that he had loved her for a long, long time and that she had loved him. That they had spent years thinking about each other, fighting side by side with each other, and surviving the horrors of the nightmare spell together. That they had met when they were young and inexperienced, each spending their tumultuous youth being shaped by the other. That the troubled adults they had grown into were the result of them having met all those years ago, in front of the gates of the academy. That she was his person, and he was hers. These were the things Nephi's would never know, and therefore, any relationship Sunny could build with her would inevitably be built on deceit. It would inevitably be unfair. The only honest thing he could do for Nephi's was leave and have no contact with her whatsoever. But he was unwilling to. He had made a choice and lost her, but he selfishly wanted to be found by her. And so, the only thing he could do was lie. Sunny lingered for a moment, then leaned forward and placed his hand on hers. Raising his head, he looked into her eyes and asked, his voice even, "Lady Nephi's, will you go on a date with me?" She met his gaze silently. Her silence felt quite terrifying, but Sunny couldn't help but notice something. It was that she made no attempt to pull back her hand. There was hope. Eventually, the corners of Neff's mouth curled upward. "All right." Sunny blinked. He couldn't quite process that answer just yet. Failing to hide his surprise, he squeezed her hand lightly. Just like that. Nephi smiled and shrugged. "Why not? I am not that experienced in these matters, but we are both adults. We both know what we want. So why not?" Why did she agree? Because she wanted to. Sunny took a deep breath, then let go of her hand and leaned back. His heart was beating wildly, but he forcefully suppressed his excitement. He remained silent for a while, looking away, then said neutrally, "Actually, there are a lot of reasons why not." He glanced at the untouched food, considered his next words carefully, and looked at her again. This time, there was no smile on his face. "Lady Nephi's, before we go any further, I must admit something. Actually, I am not an honest person. In fact, I am a habitual liar. I am keeping many things from you, and might never reveal these secrets. This kind and harmless persona of mine is just a facade I wear because it's convenient. In truth, I am not that harmless. I am not very kind either." She stared at him silently for a few moments, then shrugged. "I know." Sunny's eyes widened a little. "You know?" Nephi's watched him for a few moments and sighed. "You are a master and a veteran of the Southern campaign. A person like you can't be harmless, really. There was that duel, as well. I figured that you were putting up a front at some point, but I don't mind." She looked at him without a smile and added, her voice revealing a hint of vulnerability. "Actually, I'm not an honest person either. I am keeping many secrets from you, as well. This valiant and noble persona of a selfless hero, you see, is just a facade I wear because it's convenient. I am neither noble nor a hero. Most of all, I am not selfless at all. In truth, I might be the most selfish person in the world." Nephi's looked down and added quietly, "So, I don't mind, as long as you don't." Sunny stared at her in a daze. But I might never be entirely honest with you. Aren't you wary of a liar? She looked up at him and smiled. Do you harbor secret malice toward me? He silently shook his head. Do you serve one of my enemies? Sunny shook his head once again. Are you planning to betray me? He frowned. Not really, not at all. Nephis shrugged. Then I don't care. However, a moment later, her eyes suddenly widened. Wait, you don't have a wife and children somewhere out there already, do you? If you do, I'm afraid that is one thing I do have to know. Sunny flinched and looked at her in dismay. What? No, I don't. Nephis visibly relaxed. That is good. Then, as I was saying, I don't care. She hesitated for a moment and then added, everyone has secrets. I have my share, as well, much more secrets than most people do, and more dire ones as well. So, I also must admit something before you decide if you want to go any further, Master Sunless. Sunny was still a little dazed. This conversation was not going how he had expected it to go at all. It was all too unexpected. He looked at Nephis, composed himself, and asked calmly, What's that? She inhaled deeply. First of all, it might be premature to speak of this right now, but I feel like I should let you know before anything more meaningful has a chance to happen. I am a very ambitious woman, Master Sunless. My heart is full of ambition, so much so that there's little space for anything or anyone left in it. We might spend a few days together and part ways, or we might end up deciding to enjoy each other's company for much longer. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT NAVEL CAVEC /M. But you will never own my heart, Master Sunless, or even most of my heart. It's only fair to warn you in advance. Sunny had long known about Nephis' insane goal, so he didn't react strongly to her words. Instead, he nodded simply. I figured as much. Nephis studied his face, hesitated for a few moments, and sighed. That is good, I see. Well then, the second thing, you might not know, but my aspect is closely tied to longing and passion. In fact, one of the reasons I was willing to indulge in this pretense relationship with you, at the beginning, was that I wanted to understand passion better. Later, I found myself sincerely enjoying your company, so, well, that is beside the point. What I wanted to say is that I am sensitive to yearning, desire, and passion. I can perceive what other people want and how much they want it. She looked away with a hint of embarrassment on her beautiful face and added evenly. It's one of the reasons why I am saying yes, because I can feel the nature and sincerity of your desire. Sunny stared at her silently for a long time. His eyes were a little glassy. Then, he slowly picked up his wine. Lady Nephis, what kind of desire are we talking about exactly? She kept looking at the wall, as if incredibly interested in the artwork. All kinds. I can sense it all, especially if it's aimed at me. The glass cracked slightly in Sunny's hand. His face remained absolutely impassive. So, earlier, when I was staring at her body, she knew exactly. Nephis turned his way and added with a hint of urgency in her voice. But you don't have to be embarrassed. It's perfectly normal. You are a healthy man, after all. Sunny let out a heavy sigh. Lady Nephis, she blinked a couple of times. Yes, his voice was a little somber when he responded. Please don't speak for a few moments. With that, Sunny brought the cracked glass to his lips and gulped all the remaining wine down in one go. Then, maintaining perfect composure, he reached for the wine bottle with a trembling hand. Nephis observed his actions helplessly. She sighed, then said in a placid tone, In short, yes, I will go on a real date with you, Master Sunless. I'll be delighted to. Chapter 1775. Knight Commander. It was already getting dark when Sunny and Nephis returned to the brilliant emporium. The rest of the dinner in the upscale restaurant had been uneventful. They had agreed to turn their pretend relationship into a real one, or at least try to. However, neither of them wanted for their first actual date to happen right there and then, in a place carefully prepared by someone else to create a false impression of how they felt about each other. Sunny wanted to be the one making plans, at least, considering that he was the person who had invited Nephis on a date. So, they enjoyed the food and discussed the play, both failing to hold back an occasional smile. Then, Nephis walked him home. Neither talked much on the way, but the silence wasn't awkward. Instead, it was comfortable and pleasant, full of unspoken potential. Finally, they reached the quiet street where the brilliant emporium was located. The lake was just beyond the cottage. Sunny and Nephi's stopped near the porch. The sun was rolling behind the horizon, washing the world in the fiery blaze of its last rays. All throughout Bastion, shadows crawled from the dark corners, shrouding the city in twilight. Sunny was standing in the shade cast by the walls of the cottage, while Nephi's was in the light, her striking gray eyes reflecting the splendor of the sunset. She smiled faintly. "I will see you soon, then. Thank you for today, Master Sunless." He bowed elegantly and answered with a smile of his own. "I'll be counting the days until our next meeting, Lady Nephi's." She hesitated for a moment, then took a step back. The cascading sunlight shone radiantly behind her, forming into two beautiful white wings. Nephi's was ready to return to her heavenly palace. Before that, however, she lingered, then suddenly took a step forward and stopped right in front of Sunny. Before he could understand what was happening, Nephi's raised her hands, placed them on his shoulders, and pulled him into a tight hug. Sunny's eyes widened. He was so startled by her actions that his mind refused to process what was happening. He just knew that he felt a lot of things. The warmth of her touch, the firmness of her embrace, the softness of her body. A few moments later, Nephi's let him go and drew back. Sunny looked at her dazedly. "What was that for?" She met his gaze and smiled slightly. "Just something I've been wanting to do." With that, she bent down a little. Her soft lips touched his cheek lightly, which made Sunny's whole body shudder. The spot where she had kissed him seemed to be on fire. No, his entire being was. Damn it, she can sense exactly what kind of reaction she's having on me, can't she? That's unfair. Nephi's looked him in the eyes for a moment, then chuckled. "And that is just something for you to think about while you are counting days." She backed away, then turned and pushed herself off the ground. Soon, her graceful figure disappeared in the radiance of the setting sun. Sunny belatedly raised a hand and covered his burning cheek. Some time later, a heavy sigh escaped from his lips. She's either very cruel, or doesn't understand passion nearly as well as she thinks she does. A cold shower, that was what he needed now. Turning around, Sunny hid a wide smile behind his hand and walked toward the door. That had been really unexpected. No, but when did she become so cool? Humming a simple melody, he entered the brilliant emporium. Sunny was so lost in thought that he didn't notice someone standing there, looking at him with wide eyes. He only came to his senses when he heard them speak. "Wow." Startled, Sunny finally noticed Aiko, who had been wiping the tables near the street-side windows. Crap! Had she seen it all? The petite girl stared at Sunny for a few moments, then slowly extended a tiny fist and raised her thumb. "Boss, I admire you, boss." "Good job, you work so fast." Sunny's expression collapsed. He remained silent for a split second, then said in an even tone, "Aiko, come here, don't worry, I'll make it quick. It won't hurt at all." Soon, the sounds of something overturning and falling to the floor could be heard inside the brilliant emporium. Nephi's landed gracefully on the emerald grass of the ivory island. Her wings disappeared, and with them, the pain tormenting her receded as well. She took a deep breath, raised her head slightly, and headed to the tower. There were fire keepers busy with various errands here and there, and even more of them inside the great pagoda. She answered to their greetings with curt nods, her face the usual inexpressive mask of steady confidence. Just like that, she reached her personal quarters on the highest level of the ivory tower, entered them, and closed the door behind her. A moment later, Nephi's let out a shaky breath, leaned on the door, and covered her face with both hands. Her cheeks turned an alarming shade of red all of a sudden. "Ah, what did I do? I'm crazy. I've actually lost my mind." Her voice was full of torment. She was in the middle of having a miniature breakdown when a soft hand patted her reassuringly on the shoulder. Nephi's flinched and looked up, finally noticing Cassie, who was standing there with a bright smile on the delicate face. The smile slowly turned into a grin. "Don't be too hard on yourself, Neph. I think you did great." Oh, gods, Cassie saw it all, didn't she? Nephi's was suddenly mortified. The blind seer remained mercifully quiet for a few moments, then added in a familiar deadpan tone, "And that is just something for you to think about while you are counting days." "Ah, What a line. Even I was almost seduced. Poor Master Sunless must have collapsed into a puddle as soon as you left. One didn't know you had it in you. A low groan escaped from Neff's mouth. It's all your fault, you wicked woman. If you hadn't been whispering into my ear, I would not have. I would have. It wouldn't have happened this way. Cassie squeezed her shoulder one more time and laughed. What? What are you blaming me for? I think it all went well. Nephise closed her eyes. Why am I reacting so strongly? There's a damn war approaching. There are more important things to worry about. She had been glad to be distracted from her burdensome responsibilities in the morning. Who knew she would be a little bit too distracted by evening? Ah, I'm in trouble. Unbeknownst to Sunny and Nephise, there were more repercussions to their actions that day. Across the lake from the brilliant emporium, in the depths of the castle, the elders of Clan Valor were having a strategic meeting. They, too, were preparing for war. At some point, the door opened, and a short report was placed in front of a regal middle-aged woman. She read it briefly and sighed. An old man with harsh eyes and a gray beard looked at her sternly. What is it? The woman pursed her lips. There is another report on Changing Star and that mongrel person. It appears that the girl is truly taken with him. The rest of the elders all showed a reaction, most of them displaying some sign of displeasure. The stern old man shook his head. That won't do. She doesn't have to offer herself for a strategic marriage, but spending time frivolously with some nobody. A princess of valor can't be tied to a person with no background. This concerns the prestige of our great clan. The woman raised an eyebrow. What do you suggest we do? Reprimand her, or remove the man from the picture? These are delicate matters. Will you take responsibility? There was a long silence in the chamber, with no one daring to speak. Eventually, the silence was broken by a frustrated sigh. Everyone turned to look at a beautiful young woman with striking vermilion eyes who sat at the head of the table. Morgan looked at the elders with a frown, then shook her head dejectedly and said, "Why are you creating a problem out of nothing? Do you have a lot of time to waste?" She glared at them for a few moments, then leaned back. "I agree, Nephise can't be seen dating a nobody. So, what's the problem? Let's just knight that guy and be done with it. He won't be a nobody if we make him a knight of valor, will he? Hell, we can even put him in charge of some soldiers. There, problem solved." The elders simply stared at her incredulously. Morgan smiled. "I see there are no objections. Let's proceed with this plan then. Now, about the issue with Saint Thane, he'll be arriving soon." And that was how Sunny became an honorary knight commander of the great clan Valor, even if he did not know it yet. Chapter 1776, Working Dead. So tired, Rain was sprawled on her threadbare sleeping bag, staring at the slanted roof of her modest tent outside. The noises of the construction camp were churning like a sea, just as loud as they had been throughout the day despite the late hour. Out here, the work did not stop when the darkness fell, for a very particular reason. Rain had finished her long shift as a laborer, so her muscles were sore. Later, she crawled into her tent ready to pass out from fatigue. But instead of resting, she spent several hours arduously circulating her essence in an attempt to form a soul core. That was something she did every night, and although there were no signs of awakening yet, the number of tiny grains she had created was growing steadily. Rain had only stopped after becoming completely exhausted, and now she couldn't fall asleep because of the noise outside. Ah, damnation. I really need to get out of this place. The construction of the Eastern Road was progressing at a startling pace. She had to stay hidden among the road crews for a while, but that did not mean that she had to remain in the main camp. There were other assignments available for those daring enough to take them: scouting parties, advanced camps, subjugation troops, and so on. It was just that the number of slots for these jobs was limited, and young mundane girls were not exactly at the top of the list for tough tasks. Still, she wanted to leave the main construction camp as soon as possible. It was not only cramped and noisy, but also a bit creepy. That was because mundane laborers were not the only ones building the road. In fact, most of the work was being done by the dead. Rain had not heard about anything like that happening in other construction crews, but the Eastern Road was special. Clan Song wanted it built very fast, for some reason, and so the queen had sent her personal servants to assist the builders. The dead were dutiful workers. They never complained, never grew tired. They didn't need water or food. They just continued to build the road silently, without sleep or rest. Their frozen faces were calm and empty, men and women, young and old. Plenty of nightmare creatures were among them, as well, their monstrous eyes devoid of the usual frenzy. Every time Rain left her tent early in the morning and saw the silent corpses working diligently in the dim light of dawn, she couldn't help but feel like she was in a strange, cold hell. It was indeed very creepy. But people were very adaptable creatures. She observed the other laborers grow accustomed to the company of the dead with great speed. She could understand them well. After all, the queen's servants were doing the hard work that the laborers would have had to do themselves otherwise. The dead were also quiet, solemn, and never hurt anyone. All in all, as far as colleagues went, they weren't bad at all. The unique culture of the Song domain played a part in the speed with which the laborers had adapted to their presence, as well. Working side by side with the dead could have been terrifying if their origin was mysterious and sinister. But they had been sent by the queen, and the queen was revered and beloved by the citizens of her kingdom. So anything that had come from the queen was seen in a positive light. Anyway, what the hell are you doing? Be quiet. Giving up her attempts to fall asleep, Rain turned her head and hissed at the darkness. The darkness, which had been humming a joyful melody, grew silent. Her teacher was in a strange mood these days. He was way too carefree and cheerful, even by his standards. The ancient fiend must have felt at home in the company of creepy corpses. Rain couldn't explain the sudden shift in his behavior any other way. The darkness remained silent for a while, then sighed reproachfully. "You are such a killjoy." Rain stared in the direction of the voice with indignation. "Teacher, your poor student is trying to sleep here. After working a long, arduous shift in the cold, and being fed tasteless slop by the camp wardens, can't you go hum somewhere else?" He chuckled. "I can, but I don't want to. That woman is there and she might see me." Rain frowned. That woman. Was he talking about Saint Sation, the overseer of the camp? Teacher seemed to be wary of the queen's daughter, which was a bit strange. Kai Song did not have biological children, but she had raised many orphan girls. Among them, 7 were now saints, each possessing enchanting beauty and startling powers. The queen's daughters were venerated and loved by the people of the Sword domain almost as much as their mother was. Rain's teacher did not show any reaction at the mention of the more famous of them, like Beastmaster or Silent Stalker, even joking about having had questionable relationships with them. But the more obscure of the queen's daughters, Song Selshin, caused him to behave strangely. Rain sighed. "Why? What did you do? No, let me guess. Did you abandon her at the altar? It was something like that, wasn't it?" Her teacher laughed quietly. "What? No, nothing like that. It's just that when I was a young shadow, and she was going around devouring naughty youths, we crossed paths a few times, and it seemed like she was able to see me." Rain did not know what to say. Can he at least try to be consistent with his lies? He said on multiple occasions that he's thousands of years old. So, how could Saint Sation have been there when that bastard was young? And what is that about devouring youths? I can believe that he has devoured a fair share of children, but Lady Sation? Ridiculous. She sighed. "In any case, stop humming and let me sleep. I need to get up early if I want to snatch an assignment at one of the advanced camps. I hear they'll be establishing a new one this week." Her teacher scoffed. Fine, go to sleep then. Oh, and by the way, don't worry, I managed to get a message to your family in Ravenheart. They know that you're safe. Well, that you are alive, at least." Rain's eyes widened in the darkness. "Really?" He sighed. "Really?" A smile appeared on her lips, and a palpable sense of relief spread in her chest. A heavy burden that she had been carrying was suddenly gone. Her poor parents must have been so worried. Really? Her teacher cursed quietly. "Yes, listen, I am a very honest person, the most honest person in 2 worlds, even, when have I ever lied to you?" She laughed quietly and turned on her side, finally closing her eyes. "Yeah, sure. That statement is full of holes. Not only are you the most brazen liar I have ever met, it's even a question if you are a person." Rain relaxed, feeling sleep finally starting to envelop her mind in a soft embrace. But it's all right. Tonight, I'll forgive you. Thank you, teacher. Relieved and warmed by the news he had shared, she peacefully fell asleep. Tomorrow, she was going to find a way to leave the main camp. Chapter 1777, Hell on Wheels. In the morning, Rain crawled out of her tent feeling rested and refreshed. The sun had barely shown itself, rising above the distant horizon in all its pale glory. The world was still shrouded in darkness, but at least one could see where they were going. One of the first things Rain had noticed after coming to Ravenheart was how darker the nights were in the dream realm compared to NQSC. Out there in the waking world, humanity had long defeated and banished darkness from their homes, but here, it was still a tyrannical enemy. Ah, how cold. The main construction camp was already a hive of activity. The dead continued to toil silently in the distance, the sound of their tireless work reaching the small tent settlement like a persistent tide. By now, the road had extended far beyond the defensive palisade, so the whole camp would have to be moved soon. The road crews were nomadic in nature, following the roads they built. The night shift laborers were returning to their tents, while those assigned to the day shift, like her, were waking up. The awakened warriors guarding the camp were out on patrol, food was being prepared, and oil lanterns were being put out. Everyone was getting ready for a new day of work. Rain yawned, rubbed her eyes, and walked slowly to the communal washroom. Mercifully enough, the female laborers had a separate space to maintain hygiene, and since most of the hired laborers consisted of men, it was not too overcrowded. Still, there were whispers behind her back. Rain's body, after all, was a sight to behold, meaning that it was a bit scary to see, since she had never gotten the chance to visit a healer after slaying the huntsman. The bruises had mostly faded by now, but during her first few days on the road crew, her skin was as black and blue as it was fair and white. The bandages she wore to cover the cut on her side weren't bloody anymore, either. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NAVEL /CIVEC /M. The female laborers were more relaxed around her, but still a little wary. Rain washed her face, brushed her teeth, and shivered miserably from the cold for a while. Then, wide awake, she returned to her tent and put her jacket on. The breakfast was just as tasteless as the supper had been, but at least it was prepared from actual ingredients, not synth-base. The volcanic soil around Ravenheart was extremely fertile, so the harvests from the fields were enough to not only feed the entire city, but also supply the other settlements of the Song domain with food. Rain ate in solitude, since no one was brave enough to approach her. The male laborers often threw furtive glances her way, but shyly kept their distance. She did not know what was so frightening about her. Really, maybe it was the sharp and feral aura of an abomination hunter, or the dark circles that were constantly under her eyes because of the lack of sleep. She didn't mind sitting alone in the canteen, anyway. At least it gave her the chance to converse secretly with her teacher. Listen, Rain, I know that killing people is generally frowned upon, but if you want to strangle the sorry excuse for a cook they have in charge of the camp kitchen, I won't judge. Rain raised a tin cup, hiding her lips behind it, and answered quietly. Is that something you should be teaching your student teacher? How to murder people? Her shadow remained silent for a while, then asked in a tone of confusion. Yes, what's wrong with a little murder? Rain exhaled slowly. I won't be killing the camp cook. Thank you. Finishing her meal, she walked out of the canteen and headed for the crew management wagon. On the way, Rain passed a team of tranquil corpses who were carrying sacks of gravel, once again feeling as if she had somehow ended up in hell. Then, she crossed the finished section of the road and paused for a few moments, looking down. A small smile found its way onto her face. Rain had enlisted as a road crew laborer out of necessity, but after spending some time at the wandering camp, she realized that he liked it here a lot. It was a bit magical to see a beautiful road appear out of nowhere in the dreadful wilderness of the dream realm, like watching order and the human spirit triumph over chaos. The road itself was an engineering marvel as well. Rain's father worked for the government, dealing with the complicated logistics that went into making it function. He rarely brought his work home, and yet, she had a better understanding of how wondrous the infrastructure of the world was than most of her peers. Before the dark times, humans often admired the so-called wonders of the world, grand structures that defied imagination. However, Rain was of the opinion that the greatest thing that humanity had built, by far, rarely received any attention. It was the network of roads that used to connect all the cities of the waking world, enveloping it like a planet-sized spider web. The scale of it was almost unfathomable, and that was just the physical scale. The role it played for the infrastructure of the world, the amount of goods and people being transported over those roads every day, was even more unimaginable. Of course, that era was long gone. Most of the waking world had been lost, and most of the roads that the humans had built were destroyed. These days, only a scattering of reinforced railroads and easily defendable highways remained, connecting the walled cities of humanity together. There were fewer of them being used each year. That was why Rain felt glad to have joined the road construction camp. The road was being built right in front of her eyes, and she found herself deeply excited by the building process. The engineering, the logistics, the problem-solving, all of it was both fascinating and wonderful. The wide cobbled road appearing as a palpable, undeniable result of it all was a joy to behold. Building things spoke to something buried deep in her heart. It was sort of like the soul core that she was creating, one grain of sand at a time. That was why Ron spent all of her free time, which there wasn't a lot of, observing every part of the construction process from the way laborers were managed to the way the dead lay layers of sand gravel and crushed rock in the dug trench before cobblers got to work. It was to the point that she was a little reluctant to leave the main construction camp behind, even if it resembled a wandering hell. However, there was more to building a road than simply constructing it. The other assignments were also part of the process, so she was curious about them, too. Enjoying the solid feel of the paved stones under her boots, Rain crossed the pristine road and entered the northern part of the camp. It was much different from the chaotic settlement where the laborers lived. Here, the tents were much larger and more luxurious, and there were even a few semi-permanent buildings with wooden walls. Everything seemed cleaner and more orderly. That was where Awakened and the managers lived and worked. The crew management office was actually a huge wagon with a 2-level wooden building constructed on it. When the camp migrated, it was pulled along the newly constructed section of the road by 2 enormous echoes. But now that the camp was stationary, the wagon was simply standing there. Rain took a deep breath. Hopefully, I can get a new assignment today. She was quite hopeful. Chapter 1778, Survey Team. A familiar road manager was leaning on the side of the wagon, drinking a cup of coffee and watching the sun rise. Noticing Rain, he spared her a crooked smile. "Ah, it's you again, Ronnie." Rain almost stumbled. Damn, Ronnie is what she was known as on the road crew. Since she was hiding here, using her own name would have been silly. The problem was that Rain had not thought about that right until the moment she was asked to introduce herself. So, put on the spot, she had failed to come up with anything and mumbled the first thing that entered her mind, which was why her teacher had mocked her relentlessly for a whole week. "No, really, Ronnie? The best you could do was shift 2 letters around." "I just can't, gods, everything I've been through, and I'll die of laughter." Rain had endured the mockery for as long as she could, and then kindly reminded her teacher that he went around calling himself Shadow. So, he wasn't in a position to critique her naming sense, was he? That, luckily, had shut him up. In any case, by now, she was more or less accustomed to responding to Ronnie, which was not to say that she wasn't embarrassed every time she heard it. "Good morning, Chief." The man stared at her for a few moments, then sighed. "Listen, Ronnie, I get it. The pay in the advanced camps is higher. But what's the use of having money if you are dead? It's quite dangerous out there, you know. A young girl like you should just stay here in the main camp. Actually, even the main camp is not a good place. If my daughter wanted to come here from Ravenheart, I would have locked her up." He took a sip of coffee and shook his head. "Why don't you change your mind?" Rain gave him her best smile. "Still, Chief, I hear they are establishing a new camp soon. Please reassign me." He grimaced. "I'm sorry. Actually, all the spots are already filled. It's a tough job, especially now that we are so far away from Ravenheart. We have strict orders to prioritize the strongest and most resilient recruits for these postings. Seeing that her expression fall, the manager hesitated for a few moments, then let out a heavy sigh. Okay, I'll help you out. Just don't pout. Rain blinked a couple of times. I'm not pouting, the man laughed. Sure, right. Anyway, I can't get you a spot in an advanced camp, but if you just want to get out of the main construction crew and make some extra money, there's another assignment coming up. Her eyes glistened. Really? He looked around cautiously, then leaned forward a little. I'm only telling you this because you're a good kid and might be suitable for the task. There's a new survey team being formed. The core of the team are awakened warriors, of course, but they need mundane porters, as well as someone to tend to their daily needs, wash the dishes, patch up tents, stuff like that. The manager paused for a moment, then added quietly. Since survey teams are small and can move freely, it's not as dangerous as staying at an advanced camp. Usually, I would still recommend strong men for the position, but this team is a bit special. It is actually run by a young lady from a legacy clan, so I thought that having a girl of similar age there would be of help. He looked at Rain and smiled. Play your cards right, Ronnie, and you might even end up as a retainer of the legacy clan. Legacies can be snobbish, but still, it's a good opportunity for simple folk like us. She hesitated for a moment, then grinned. Survey team? That's great. Thank you, Chief. Survey teams were just what they sounded like. They were small reconnaissance groups, exploring the wilderness, to map out the best route for the road to take. Of course, the nature of the job was quite peculiar here in the Dream Realm, where different regions could have entirely different terrain, climate, geology, sky, and even unique laws of physics. More than that, the survey teams were not only meant to study the landscape, but also to scout out the nightmare creatures populating it. If there were especially dangerous abominations ahead, the road would be rerouted to avoid their hunting grounds. Rain's grin wavered a little. The road manager meant well, but he clearly knew close to nothing about the Dream Realm. A survey team seemed like a safer bet to him, but actually, there was probably no assignment more dangerous in the road crew. No wonder they put an actual legacy in charge of it. Still, Rain could take care of herself better than any other mundane person here. Plus, being on a survey team was even better for her than running to an advanced camp. The fewer people were around her, the lesser was the possibility of being discovered. So this opportunity was a godsend. Rain gave the road manager a thumbs up. I won't forget it. I'll treat you to something nice once my team returns, Chief. The man chuckled. Yeah, just return in one piece, girl. That will be the best gratitude. With that, he pointed her to a certain tent in the northern part of the camp and said wistfully, Go gather your things and report there by the time the morning shift is supposed to start work. I'll do the paperwork by then. Rain thanked the road manager and turned to leave. As she was walking away, he called out to her, May the Queen's grace protect you. She halted for a moment. Yeah, thanks, you too. It felt weird to see how readily the settlers accepted Queen Song as not only their ruler, but also a surrogate goddess of sorts. Sure, the sovereigns possessed unimaginable power. Saints were already called demigods at times, and the supremes were far above them in all regards. But still, Kai Song was just a human, just like the rest of them. So was the King of Swords. Watching people treat them with religious zeal made Rain a little uncomfortable. She wasn't really sure why, since most of them were still good people. It was just that there was an inevitable element of surrendering your own judgment when one acted with blind faith. And if you followed someone blindly, who was to say that they would not lead you into a dark place? On the other hand, perhaps it was only logical that the people of the Song domain treated their queen as a deity. Most of them were only alive because of her grace, after all, and would be swallowed by the nightmare spell without her. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT NAVEL CAVEC A/M. From the point of view of a mundane person, her vast power would indeed seem godlike. Gathering her pack, Rain asked thoughtfully, Teacher, can a person become a god? Her shadow moved slightly. That's an unexpected question. He lingered for a few moments, then said neutrally, Sure, it's possible. Rain continued to gather her things, thinking that his answer was over. But then, her teacher added suddenly, "Not only is it possible, it is also necessary." Rain stopped what she was doing and looked at her shadow in surprise. What's that supposed to mean? He remained silent for a while, then laughed. It means just that. Why do you feel insecure? All right, I won't insist that you become a goddess just yet. But honestly, for a student of mine to aim any lower is a bit shameful. She stared at the shadow for a while, then scoffed and turned back to her pack. Why did I even ask? Rain was pretty sure that becoming a deity was not in the cards for her. However, with such a teacher, she definitely had a chance of developing divine patience. Chapter 1779, Leaving the Main Camp. Rain was used to spending time in the wilderness, so it did not take her a long time to pack her things and take down the tent. Her bow was unstrung and attached to the pack, and so were her quiver and sword. Usually, she would have kept the weapons on the ready, but since there would be a cohort of awakened leading the survey team, it was better to keep a low profile. There weren't a lot of mundane people who habitually hunted nightmare creatures, and since Rain was supposed to be hiding, she didn't want to attract undue attention. Saying goodbye to the few acquaintances she had made in the main camp, she hurried to the tent the road manager had mentioned. Rain felt both relieved and a little wistful, knowing that she might never see this place again. As she was nearing the large tent, there was the sound of several voices. Her teacher suddenly mumbled something from the shadows. "No, it can't be, can it? Curses, it is." Damn, I knew this would happen. He sounded alarmed. She slowed down and stared at her shadow in confusion. "Teacher, is something the matter?" He remained silent for a few moments, then said in a grave tone, "Rain, I need you to listen to me very carefully." She tensed, overcome by sudden fear. Her teacher, meanwhile, continued somberly. "There is a guy named Ray in that tent. Keep away from him at all costs. Don't talk to him, don't listen to him, better yet, don't even look at him. Treat him like he has the plague. Do you understand? Nod if you understand." Rain stared at her shadow in bewilderment. Is he some kind of terrible fiend? Is he very dangerous?" Her shadow stirred. "Yes, very, very dangerous. And he is something way worse than a terrible fiend." His voice shook with some dark, chilling emotion. "He's a male teenager, so keep your distance, all right? Nod if you understand." Rain blinked a couple of times. "Huh," her teacher hissed. "What are you spacing out for? I said to nod if you understood. Why aren't you nodding?" She took a deep breath, holding back many unflattering words. "What on earth, teacher? You scared the hell out of me." He scoffed derisively. "You should be scared. A guy like that is a deadly threat for sheltered young ladies." Rain remained silent for a while, then looked down at herself. Rugged leather clothes, a body covered by bruises, dirty bandages hiding a barely healed cut on her side, calloused hands. Where were these sheltered young ladies her teacher was talking about? Shaking her head, she exhaled slowly and resumed walking. "Got it, I'll keep that in mind." "Crazy bastard." Her shadow followed. "Hey, I didn't see you nod." Ignoring him, Rain approached the tent, knocked on the doorpost, and entered. The spacious tent was a completely different beast from her own. The tent Rain used was meant for one person to sleep in, while this one was basically a small building. There were several compartments, field furniture, and one could stand inside without bending their back. At the moment, there were about a dozen mundane humans gathered near the entrance, all laborers like her. Most of them were men, but there were a couple tough-looking women as well. In the open space in front of them, 4 people were having a quiet conversation. Rain didn't need to look twice to know that they were awakened. One was a delicate young woman with fair skin and red hair, wearing a beautiful silk robe. One was a young man in leather armor, who was leaning on a table with a sullen expression. The third one was clearly the legacy. She was a young woman with tan skin and strange ashen hair, wearing an intricate suit of full plate armor forged from lustrous steel. Her expression was serious, and her gaze was sharp. Of course, all 3 were undeniably gorgeous, like all awakened were. It was the 4th person that drew all attention, though. Rain held her breath. There, in front of her, a stunningly beautiful woman in modest red garments was addressing the young legacy, a master. And not just any master, but one of the Blood Sisters, an elite group of Ascended who served Saint Satian, and had come from the forgotten shore with her. She was saying in a husky tone, "Time is of the essence, Lady Tamar, however, you must be careful. Do not get too close to the hand, and whatever you do, do not cross the realm boundary. You should know the consequences. Be well, and I hope to see you again in 2 weeks." The legacy nodded. "With the map you provided, there should not be any problem. Please relay my gratitude to the saint." The beautiful master bowed slightly and left, not sparing the mundane humans even a glance. There were a few moments of silence, and then the legacy turned to them. Her expression seemed dark gods. She was a baby, all 3 of them were. None of the 3 awakened was older than 18. Rain wasn't that far in terms of age, but she felt old and wizened when looking at them. The legacy frowned, then said coldly, "I am Tamar of Sorrow. These are my companions, awakened Ray and awakened Floor. You should have been told about the nature of the task. Our goal is to conduct the final survey of the environment for the last stretch of the Eastern Road. We will depart in 2 hours." Rain studied Lady Tamar with curiosity. She didn't seem especially mean, but definitely had a severe personality. Although, considering her age, she must have just awakened recently. This survey was most likely the first mission she had received as an awakened, so the young legacy was definitely under tremendous pressure to perform well. Perhaps that was the reason for her harshness. Great. Well, it didn't matter too much. Rain was not planning on following the road manager's advice to gain the girl's friendship and affection during the journey. She did not need another benefactor. In fact, dealing with the one she had was already testing the limits of her patience. It was far more likely that she would barely exchange a few words with the proud legacy in the next few weeks. Awakened Tamar, meanwhile, briefly addressed each of the mundane laborers to learn their names and evaluate their character. She reached Rain last and stopped in front of her. "Name?" Rain answered respectfully without looking the legacy in the eyes. "Ronnie." At that, Tamar was supposed to move on. However, she lingered for a moment and looked at Rain's pack. Then she asked unexpectedly, "How good are you with that bow?" Rain finally looked directly at the leader of the survey team and smiled faintly. "I'm decent." The legacy frowned. "What about that sword?" For a moment, Rain had a ridiculous thought of saying something outrageous, like that she was probably a better swordsman than the 3 of the young awakened combined. For some unknown reason, she wanted to brag when stared down by the beautiful legacy girl. Instead, she said simply, "I can handle it fine." Finally, Tamar studied her clothes. "Do you have experience trekking in the wilderness?" Rain nodded. "Some." The awakened girl sighed, then finally looked away. "Good. I was wondering why they sent someone that young, but it seems that you are not completely helpless. Ronnie, don't slow us down." Rain suddenly wanted to laugh. How could that baby-faced awakened call someone too young with a straight face? Legacy training was someone else, indeed. Of course, she didn't laugh. Instead, she bowed slightly. "Ah, yes, Lady Tamar, I'll do my best." 2 hours later, they departed the main camp and set out into the wilderness. Chapter 1780, Moon River Plain. The Eastern Road had been built incredibly fast. By now, it reached far from Ravenheart, entering a new region of the Dream Realm. The mountains were out of sight, and there was no ash falling from the sky. There was no human presence. Either the barren wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see, with rolling hills and deep canyons breaking the landscape here and there. Sometimes, without any warning, the deep canyons would suddenly let out a low, weeping roar. Then they would overflow with rushing water and turn into countless rivers. Those rivers eventually merged far to the south, forming the Great Waterfall. Since the cliffs of the waterfall resembled a beautiful face from a certain angle, especially under moonlight, it was also often called the Weeping Goddess. That was where the citadel of Clan Sorrow stood. Clan Sorrow was an old one, and held a special position in the Song domain. That was because the lake below the waterfall, known as the Lake of Tears, gave birth to a great river, which was similarly called the River of Tears. That river flowed through several regions of the Dream Realm, serving as a waterway for the Song domain, while its estuary was on the dusky shores of the Stormsea. Its significance had always been great, but now that isolated citadels were turning into thriving cities, the importance of the River of Tears as the connective tissue of the Song domain was impossible to underestimate. The citadel of Clan Sorrow was perched on the cliffs of the great waterfall, while the city it now governed was below it, on the shores of the Lake of Tears. It was now an important logistical hubby well, at least that was what Rain had heard. She had never been there herself, of course. In any case, the great waterfall and the homestead of young Lady Tamar were far to the south. What concerned Rain now were the deep canyons they had to cross. The area they were traversing was an inhospitable place. The soil was rocky and the sun was small and distant. There was little snow, but the air was frigid and cold. There were ancient ruins here and there, rising from the ground like forlorn obelisks to the meaninglessness of life. All in all, it was a bleak land. It transformed at night, though, because there were 3 beautiful moons illuminating the starlit sky. That was the first time Rain had seen such an alien sight, so she was both awed and impressed. There was little time to enjoy the view, though, because the Moon River Plain was quite dangerous. This far from Ravenheart, the wilderness was not thoroughly tamed. There were plenty of nightmare creatures stalking the deep canyons and nesting in the old ruins. The terrain itself was treacherous, as well, because one had to be careful not to plummet into the cavernous fissures or be swept away by the sudden appearance of the rushing rivers. There had been stone bridges built over the canyons once, but most of them long collapsed. The road crew would have to build new ones to lay down the road, which was why the construction had slowed down as of late. Still, there was nothing but death zones east of the Moon River Plain, so it wasn't hard to guess that the road crew would finish its work soon. Rain was still unclear on why Queen Song wanted to build a road to a dead end, but she was not in a position to ask questions. In short, the survey team was struggling to make progress. It consisted of a dozen mundane porters, several survey specialists, 3 awakened, 1 ascended echo, and 1 dead pilgrim. Rain's job was to help push the carts with survey equipment during the day and do camp chores at night. It could have been exhausting, but the constant need to cross the canyons gave her plenty of time to rest. In fact, Rain might have been the most comfortable of the survey team members. Everyone else was constantly suffering. Their boots were wet, their feet were blistered, they were either too cold or too hot. Their bodies were tired from the strain of climbing over the canyons, but to her, it was like a relaxed walk. A vacation, really doing construction work at the main camp, had been much more exhausting. Her clothes and equipment were perfectly suited for the journey due to her rich experience of hunting abominations in the wild. She was relaxed and comfortable, enjoying the forgiving pace and light responsibilities of a mundane porter. There was no need to fight any nightmare creatures, even. The few times the survey team was attacked, the 3 young awakened had dealt with the danger confidently. Despite the small size of their cohort, they were well matched to face the dangers of the dream realm. The guy her teacher had warned her about, Ray, could hide his presence and even turn invisible. That alone allowed them to deal with most abominations safely. Young Lady Tamar, meanwhile, possessed a powerful combat aspect and served as the bulwark of the small cohort. Her memories were also of a higher quality than most awakened would have access to, which helped her excel in her role as a melee specialist. The delicate girl, Flaw, was even a healer. Her dormant aspect ability could alleviate fatigue, while her awakened ability could stem bleeding and speed up the healing process. And when the 3 faced something out of their league, the Ascended Echo was there to level the playing field. The Echo looked like a giant, monstrous wolf and was a gift Tamar had received from her clan. Rain wasn't sure about the class of the creature, but it seemed ferocious enough to deal with most threats they had faced so far. So Rain could just relax and enjoy her role as a helpless, mundane girl. Of course, she continued to work on her soul core at night. By now, controlling her essence had become quite familiar to her. She was also constantly practicing to make her control more fine and precise. Turning the flow of essence into a raging whirlpool was still hard and exhausting, both physically and mentally, but she wasn't as drained after each meditation as she had been before. She could also feel her body slowly growing stronger. As if benefiting from the constant flow of essence, it was a tiny difference, but a rewarding one, since it indicated that she was making progress. If there was one thing Rain felt worried about, it was her teacher. Although he didn't really show it, She could tell that he was tense for some reason. He hid deeply in her shadow and didn't talk much, especially when the dead pilgrim was close by, but more than that, when he did speak, he tried to hurry her more insistently than ever before. It was as though her awakening was suddenly an urgent matter. I'm already trying as hard as I can, feeling sullen. Rain pushed one of the carts across the barren wasteland. The day was coming to an end, so they would stop soon. And just as she thought about it, awakened Fleur commanded the survey team to stop. She looked ahead where another canyon barred their way and sighed, "We will camp here tonight." Chapter 17, 81, Don't Shoot the Messenger. There were food rations in one of the carts, but Lady Tamar had also slain an awakened monster in the morning. There had been enough time for Rain to harvest a slab of meat before the survey team continued on its journey, so now she was ready to cook a delicious supper. Although the team wasn't big, there was a clear separation between people. The awakened mostly kept to themselves, the survey specialists did the same, and the porters generally stuck together. Right now, they were gathered around a fire, watching Rain roast meat with gleaming eyes. Wait, everyone, it will be done soon. We're having a feast tonight." She grinned and turned the juicy strips of meat, making the melted fat sizzle. A delicious aroma permeated the air. One of the laborers laughed. "Ronnie, kid, if I was 30 years younger, I would have married you right here and now. No questions asked." One of the tough women from the road crew gave him a disdainful look. "Old goat, what makes you think that you would have been worthy of marrying our Ronnie? Dream on." She put her hand around Rain's shoulder protectively. "On that note, though, I know for a fact that you have a bottle of Arak hidden in your pack. Come one, bring it out." The mood was light and warm. Rain was the youngest of the laborers, so they treated her with a bit of affection. The women especially tried to take care of her like concerned aunts. So, feeding them today was her way of returning the favor. While the man went to take out the bottle of moonshine from his pack, the woman let go of Rain and looked at the sizzling meat hungrily. Then she said in a tone of confusion, "I must say, though, that's a peculiar pan you have there, Ronnie." Rain grinned. "Yeah, you think so, Auntie?" Well, it was true. After all, she was using the blade of the huntsman's axe as a makeshift pan. The thing was too heavy to use in battle and too precious to discard. However, it was just large enough to place over a fire. The green metal was slow to heat up, but cooked meat beautifully. So, she used it often to prepare her meals. Rain clicked her tongue. It used to be a demon's weapon. A handy thing to have, doesn't rust, easy to wash, and I can split firewood with it at the same time. I was so lucky to pick it up. The laborers laughed. By the time the first portion of the meat was ready, even the survey specialists were looking at them with envy. Rain passed the strips of meat around and placed the second portion on the green axe. There was food, a bit of alcohol, and a warm fire. The 3 moons shone beautifully in the night sky, and the mundane humans huddled together in the circle of light, trying to distract themselves from the fear of the wilderness with conversation. "Hey, Pilla, you only arrived from Ravenheart 2 days before we departed the main camp, didn't you? What did you do before?" A bearded man with harsh eyes scratched the back of his head. "Before? Well, I was an air filtration tech back in Antarctica. No need to filter air in the dream realm, though, so I just worked construction here and there for the last few years." He hesitated for a moment, then added with a sheepish smile. "My wife and I wanted to save some coin, then move south and open a shop in one of the smaller cities before they really developed. How great would it be to have a store in a central location? But it's not easy to save. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NAVEL/CAVEC/M. That's why I signed up for the road crew. The pay here is too sweet to pass up." The others laughed. "I used to be a civil engineer in Antarctica. I ran a small luxury PTV factory." "Rich bastards, I was a floor cleaner in an underground facility in the outskirts of NQSC. What about you, Ronnie?" Rain opened her eyes wide and fluttered her eyelashes. "Me? Oh, I went to school." The laborers stared at her for a few moments, then laughed again. "Gods, she's a baby. How did such a precious girl end up on a road crew?" "What do you mean? Our Ronnie is tough as nails, tougher than the bunch of us at least." When the laughter died down, the woman who had hugged her before looked at the newcomer, Pill, and asked with curiosity, What's the latest news in Ravenheart, by the way? There were no communicators in the dream realm, so the common folk had no way of receiving information quickly. There was little entertainment, as well, and everyone suffered from boredom. Having arrived from the capital of the Song domain recently, Pill was understandably the center of attention. However, he did not seem very excited despite the situation. Sighing heavily, the bearded man shook his head. Things aren't very good right now. I don't even know what to say. It's like everyone has gone crazy. The laborers looked at him in confusion. What? Why? What happened? Rain listened with interest, as well. Pill hesitated for a few moments. You must have heard that some psycho tried to kill Lady Changing Star, right? That was already terrible enough, but now, you won't believe it. Those scumbags from the Sword domain are trying to insinuate that it was the Queen who ordered it. There was suddenly silence. The laborers stared at the bearded man, their expressions a mixture of confusion, disbelief, and outrage. No way, what are they, lunatics? Why would Her Majesty want to kill Lady Changing Star? What the hell is going on in the Sword domain? You can't be serious, right? Pill let out another sigh. Yeah, I get it, it's ridiculous. Actually, everyone in Ravenheart is angry about that. He paused for a few moments, then pursed his lips. But it's true. They actually had the gall to demand that Saint Silent Stalker and Master Dar of the Meharana clan were handed to them for interrogation. Chapter 1782, Heirs of War. Even Rain was stunned to hear that. It was news to her that someone had tried to kill Lady naviSgate. Was there really such an idiot in the world? That woman had survived the Forgotten Shore, conquered the second nightmare as a sleeper, transcendent during the chain of nightmares, fought against great abominations side by side with the King of Swords, and triumphed in countless terrible battles as a saint. There were literally only two people in two worlds who were harder to kill than her. But the fact that Clan Valor was trying to openly accuse Clan Song of the assassination attempt was even crazier. Not only that, but they were asking the Queen to surrender one of her daughters and a master from a vassal clan. There was no way that she would agree. What were the rulers of the Sword domain thinking? The whole situation seemed incongruous. Rain had a feeling that she was dreaming, since reality simply couldn't be like that. It was just too irrational. Then, a spark of anger ignited in her heart. Just which bastard tried to harm Lady naviSgate? And who do these Valor people think they are, accusing the Song domain of something that terrible? However, that spark of anger was quickly extinguished. She knew how rumors and propaganda worked, so she wouldn't allow her feelings to be manipulated that easily without knowing all the facts. There was an unpleasant residue left in its wake, though. Rain was quite fond of Ravenheart and the people she knew there. Even though she was a little distant from most because of her government family and the secret she was keeping, they were still her friends and neighbors. She felt like a part of a wonderful community. It didn't feel nice to see that community being falsely accused of something appalling and dirty. The rest of the laborers were even less composed. Their gazes grew darker. Those Valor bastards have lost their minds. How dare they try to take Lady Silent Stalker? They've been trying to suppress our Song domain from the very start. Do they think that we'll just roll over? Gods, I never took those rumors seriously, but what if they had really been taken over by the Skinwalker? Maybe Changing Star staged the whole thing herself. No way, Lady naviSgate would never participate in such a vile scheme. But what if Skinwalker took her too? Silence. That last shout did not come from the laborers. Turning slightly, Rain saw young Lady Tamer standing a few meters away, looking at them with a grim expression. Her eyes were so dark that it was a little scary. The healer, Flaw, was standing behind her, trying to pull her away. Tamer, calm down, they didn't mean it. But the legacy simply ignored her attempts to discharge the situation and took a step forward. Coming closer to their fire, Tamer studied them with a heavy look. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the empty bottle of alcohol, and then she shook her head. Do you think that you can just run your mouths freely? Her tone was harsh. You are people of the Song domain. Everything you say reflects on the dignity of the Queen. Is it fun to slander people who selflessly fight for the safety and prosperity of humanity? L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT backslash NAVEL backslash world C A slash M. Who gave you the right to throw baseless accusations? Pill, who had caused the entire outburst, coughed awkwardly. We are sorry, my lady, but the sword domain, they really went too far. It's not just us who feel that way. Everyone in Ravenheart is, well, people are offended. Tamar stared at him silently for a moment, then scowled. You can have an opinion about clan valor, however, Lady Changing Star would have never done something like that. She is not a vessel of Skinwalker, either, so don't go around saying dirty things about her. Understand? The laborer seemed to shrink under her scathing gaze. Why yes, my lady, we were wrong. Fleur finally managed to drag Tamar away, and they relaxed a little. After a bit of silence, one of them said, Still, Lady Changing Star is indeed righteous and honorable. But hell, she might very well be the only decent person in the sword domains. Yeah. Those people, damn, are they even people? I bet they were the ones who tried to kill her to begin with. How terrible. Rain frowned and concentrating on roasting the meat. Some time later, she crawled into her tent and lay silently in the darkness for a while, mustering mental strength to continue forming the soul core. After a while, she asked quietly, Teacher, do you think Lady Nephi's is all right? A subdued chuckle came from the darkness. Is she all right? You bet. Why, I just saw her recently. We went for a picnic, watched a play, and shared tender moments at sunset. Rain scoffed. She had no energy to react to his nonsense, though. Eventually, she said, I don't like where this is going. It has always been a bit strange how eagerly people villainize the sword domain. But how can I put it? Now, it doesn't seem like simple talk. It's like they all forget that both domains are made of people, not just one. Her teacher remained silent for a while. Rain thought that he wasn't going to answer, but then the darkness asked suddenly, Where do you think this road is going? She was confused. East, he sighed. And what is east of here? Rain frowned. Nothing. There was nothing east of here, only the death zones. But beyond them, her eyes widened a little. The sword domain? Her teacher spoke in a light tone, his voice barely audible in the small tent. That's right. You've been admiring the road construction, haven't you? Going on and on about roads, infrastructure, civilization, and so on. I agree, actually, it's kind of neat. The funny thing is, the technology clan song is using to build roads is based on how people in the waking world used to do it a long time ago, before the dark times. Rain raised an eyebrow. Really? I didn't know. Well, it made sense. A lot of modern technology did not work in the dream realm. So, the actual ways things were built here was a strange mixture of adapted modern engineering, awakened powers, and dated methods from the ancient times. It was a bit like reverse spell tech. Her teacher sighed. Yeah. There was an empire once that excelled in building roads. But Rain, the main reason they built such excellent roads was not for trade, transportation of goods, or development of civilization. His voice grew a little wistful. They built them to speed up the deployment of troops. Because soldiers could march faster on paved roads than they would on dirt roads or across wilderness. The main engine of progress, technology, and craft has always been war. Rain lay in the darkness, suddenly feeling cold. Are you trying to say that there will be a war? Between song and valor? Her teacher lingered with an answer. However, in the end, she heard exactly what she was afraid to hear. The war between song and valor has already begun, back in Antarctica, during the Chain of Nightmares. It's just that now it is going to start in earnest. That is why Kai Song is in such a hurry to finish the Eastern Road. He chuckled. Why, it's quite fitting if you think about it. We come from the realm of war, after all. So, now that we are leaving that realm behind, the first thing we do in a new world is wage a war, to see who is fit to sit on its throne. Rain did not answer, stunned by what he had said. The revelation was too vast and too dire to comprehend. A storm of fragmented thoughts raged in her mind, but none came to its surface. Then, the darkness spoke in a soft voice. What are you doing? Come one, start circulating your essence. The sooner you start, the sooner you'll be able to get some rest. And you really need to rest. Rain flinched, then turned on her back and stared at the roof of the tent. Is that why you've been hurrying me? So that I awakened before the war starts? Her teacher answered quietly. Yes, you have to awaken soon, otherwise it will be hard for me to protect you. He remained silent for a few moments and then added smugly, but if you don't, that's not a problem either. Your teacher is awesome enough to protect you anyway. Hard is hard, not impossible. Rain knew that he had a habit of inventing outrageous lies, so taking his claims seriously was probably unwise. And yet, for some reason, his boastful words calmed her, dousing the anxious flames that burned in her heart. Letting out a sigh, she closed her eyes and concentrated on controlling essence. Chapter 17, 83, Peaceful Days. The survey team moved east at a steady pace. Of course, they weren't going in a straight line. Instead, they explored the Moon River Plain, making frequent stops to let the specialists ascertain the terrain and compare the landscape with the rough map provided by the Song clan. The specialists took some time to unload their equipment from the carts, leaving the heavy lifting to the porters. The awakened stood guard and summoned several specially provided memories to divine a few details that mundane equipment wasn't able to pick up. The team left colorful flags in its wake, which would serve as a guideline for the road crew later. At times, the entire group made camp to let awakened Ray scout out those areas that could pose special danger, like the ruins of ancient cities. His aspect was uniquely suited for this kind of task. Although the young man was not especially lethal in direct combat, his abilities allowed the survey team to only consist of 3 awakened instead of a dozen or more. Awakened Flaw was similarly indispensable. Her aspect was responsible for the startling speed with which the team was covering distance. Not only could she help everyone recover their stamina, but the scrapes and wounds received in the rare skirmishes with the nightmare creatures were quickly healed. If anything, it was Tamer of Sorrow that seemed to bring the least to the table. However, that was merely an illusion, because it was the young legacy who took point when things did not go according to plan. Ray's aspect was mostly useful for avoiding trouble, while Fleur could resolve the dire consequences. However, it was the unexpected and the inevitable that was not only the most common, but also the deadliest threat in the dream realm. Whenever the survey team faced unexpected danger, it was Tamer's sword that dealt with it. But all in all, there weren't that many unfortunate accidents. Rain had expected that she would have to string her bow sooner or later, but it stayed safely attached to her pack, at least for now. She continued to work on forming her soul core in peace. In fact, strangely enough, her life as Ronnie was much more peaceful than her life as Rain. It was not only because she didn't have to hunt nightmare creatures anymore, but also because of the circumstances. The wilderness was vast and tranquil, much different from the bustling liveliness of Ravenheart and the overcrowded sterility of NQSC. There was no ever-present noise, no familiar anxiety, no light pollution to dull the beautiful stars. The weather was harsh, but not nearly as oppressive as the murderous cold and searing heat of the Ashen Mountains. Rain was enjoying herself. She quite liked walking across the desolate plain and feeling the cool wind play with her hair, watching the 3 moons travel across the velvet sky at night, and not having to worry about anything except for performing her work well and controlling the flow of essence. The company wasn't bad, either. She was on friendly terms with most of the porters, who were all warm and nice people: the tough and prickly Elga, the somber and taciturn Pill, the former PTV magnate, Old Goat Carol. The standoffish survey specialists lost most of their aloof attitude after a few days, and often joined them around the fire in the evening. Even the 3 awakened became easier to talk to after everyone had grown a bit familiar with each other. Despite the grim danger of exploring the wilderness, the mood of the survey team was strangely peaceful. Sometimes, Rain felt like she was observing their small group from the side. In those moments, she was suddenly struck by the eerie dissonance between the peacefulness of their days and the dark shadow of the approaching war. She wondered who else knew that humanity would soon be embroiled in a mad, fratricidal conflict. The porters were completely oblivious to the darkness of the future. The survey specialists did not seem to know, either. Tamer of Sorrow must have had some idea, though. As a legacy, she would be aware of the growing tension between the 2 domains, especially so because her clan oversaw the source of the Tyr River. Clan Song must have been shifting resources closer to the future frontline for a while now, and much of that cargo had to have been transported over water. It was unclear if she had shared her worries with Ray and Fleur, but the three seemed to be quite close. So they must have known something, and Rain knew most of all, thanks to her teacher. What am I going to do? She could not quite conceive the scale of the calamity, as well as the toll that the war would take on humans everywhere. Humanity was too big, but more than that, Rain was even struggling to imagine what would happen to her personally. Logically, she was one of the few people in the dream realm who did not need to worry about the conflict between song and valor too much. She was from a government family, after all, and the government had always maintained its neutrality. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT AVELERSEC A/M. Even if Ravenheart was besieged and occupied by the Knights of Valor, her family's situation would most likely remain the same. But then again, if the two sovereigns clashed and one of them won, would there even be a government after that? If the war escalated, would anyone be able to afford remaining neutral? Would the newly established cities in the dream realm stay safe from the constant threat of nightmare creatures while most awakened were busy fighting each other? All these questions gnawed at her at night when she was alone in her tent. Well, Rain was never truly alone, and her teacher did not seem concerned with the war at all. Of course he wouldn't be. The sinister shadow must have lived through thousands of wars, maybe even caused a good chunk of them personally. One night, Rain couldn't keep quiet anymore and asked in a whisper, "Teacher, aren't you worried about the war at all?" He remained silent for longer than usual. Eventually, she heard him sigh. "Worried? Ah, not really. Life is war, you know. When you live long enough, you get used to such things." Rain frowned in the darkness. "But you are so powerful. You destroyed the vessels of the Skinwalker easily. Don't you feel even a little bit responsible? Aren't you going to do something?" The darkness chuckled. "Responsible? Well, I guess I do feel a little bit responsible, and who says that I'm not going to do something?" Rain held her breath for a few moments. "Teacher, what are you going to do?" He let out a contemplative sigh and then laughed quietly. "Ah, I'm not sure. Maybe I'll kill both sovereigns and put someone dependable in charge of humanity. Or go bird hunting or make waffles, something like that." She stared into the darkness for a while, then scoffed. "Well, good luck. I must say, though, for someone who hides from everyone in a young girl's shadow, teacher, you sure talk a big game." The darkness responded with appalled silence. After a while, he hissed, "Go to sleep, you ingrate. And for your information, I'm not hiding in your shadow. I'm just taking temporary residence here." For convenience, Rain smiled and closed her eyes, hoping to fall asleep quickly. The next day, they reached the boundary of the survey area. Chapter 17, 84, Stairway to Heaven. As they ventured further east, the Moon River Plain started to change. There were fewer and fewer canyons in their way, and the air grew a little warmer. At night, the three beautiful moons seemed more distant. The wind carried with it swirling black flakes. Rain did not need to touch them to know what they were, ash. It was as if they had returned to Ravenheart, but also different. Back in the stronghold of Clan Song, the ash fell from the frigid sky because of the raging volcanoes. But here, it was somehow different, making Rain feel uncomfortable. Eventually, the members of the survey team stopped. No one had given the command, but they simply froze in place, looking at the horizon in stunned silence. Wow! Out there in front of them, far away, it seemed as if a snowy mountain chain was rising from the ashen haze. But as Rain studied the towering mountains closer, she couldn't help but feel a sense of incongruity, because the shape was wrong. Then, something clicked in her mind, and she opened her mouth in shock or horror, or awe. The mountains weren't mountains at all. Instead, they were bones. An inconceivably large skeleton lay on the ground in the distance, too large to be seen whole. What Rain had thought to be the slopes of a mountain chain were several titanic ribs, each rising into the sky like ivory pillars that supported its weight. The skull of the unfathomable corpse was mercifully out of view. The closest group of bone mountains, however, extended far into the Moon River Plain. It was also shaped strangely, consisting of 5 lower peaks. Beyond them, a wide ridge rose gradually to a great height, like an eerie stairway to heaven. The 5 mountains were the phalanxes of the colossal skeleton's fingers, and the rising ridge were the bones of its arm. One of the porters whispered quietly, "Gee gods." Rain remained silent, but she felt like uttering something like that herself. There were simply no words to describe her emotions. Awakened Ray glanced at them and smiled faintly. Gods? A god, maybe. That is Godgrave ahead of us. The porters, who weren't very well acquainted with the topography of the dream realm, looked at him in confusion. He sighed. Godgrave is a death zone that serves as the northeastern boundary of the Song domain. It is a region of the dream realm where great, cursed, and maybe even unholy abominations dwell. As for why it is called that, I think you can see for yourself. Nobody really knows what that terrible skeleton is, but it's easy to imagine that these are the remains of a god. Therefore, Godgrave. The porters shivered. Awakened Ray, sir, are we going there? Ray smiled, but it was Tamar, the leader of the survey team, who answered. No. Of course not. A death zone is not a place for humans. Even if we aren't devoured by some abominable horror, the land itself will kill us. Or the sky. More importantly than that, she glanced at the porters and the survey specialists. This is where the Song domain ends. Queen Song's authority does not reach Godgrave, so you can't go there. As soon as you do, your souls won't be protected by the Queen's grace anymore, and you'll be summoned into the first nightmare. She sighed. In short, our mission is complete. We will camp here and turn back tomorrow. Returning to the main camp should not take us nearly as long as it took to come here. Since we'll be going in a straight line, the marching will be more intense, so prepare yourselves. With that, she turned her back to the incredible sight of the colossal bones, as if not at all impressed by it. Rain suppressed the desire to scoff. That's a legacy for you. Would it kill Tamar to act like a normal girl? No one could remain calm when witnessing something that unimaginable. Why did she feel the need to put on airs? Lady Tamar wasn't exactly unpleasant, but she was definitely more than a little stuck-up. Rain, who was used to rolling in the dirt, couldn't help but be entertained by how laboriously the younger girl tried to maintain an austere facade. She often felt a compulsion to mock the legacy heiress mercilessly, well, or at least tease her a bit. Of course, she never did. Rain wasn't stupid enough to mock a legacy. Only a complete idiot would do something like that. Even the best outcome would be receiving a challenge to a duel. The survey team made camp. Since it was the last day of their official duties, they made a larger fire than usual and roasted all their remaining monster meat. Even the three awakened joined the rest of the team members, leaving the Echo to guard the camp. Of course, the pilgrim did not join them either. The dead man remained standing at the edge of the camp, emotionless and unfeeling, staring into the darkness with his glassy eyes. It was a bit creepy to be in his presence, but the members of the survey team had long learned to ignore the dead man. This time, it was awakened Fleur who cooked for everyone. Her easy smile and friendly demeanor put everyone at ease, so the conversation flowed freely. Oh, Lady Tamar, if you don't mind me asking, Carol, the old goat, was uncharacteristically shy in front of the young legacy. He mumbled something quietly and asked in a cautious tone, I couldn't help but notice that you weren't very impressed by that huge skeleton. Have you seen Godgrave before? Tamar glanced at him coldly, lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. I did see it before. Actually, all three of us are familiar with Godgrave. That is where the spell sent us on the winter solstice. The eyes of the porters widened. Even Rain was stunned. What the hell? It sent these kids to a death zone? How were they alive? At the same time as she felt surprised, she was also feeling a little guilty. As it turned out, Tamar had not been acting haughty. She was just familiar with the titanic skeleton. More than that, whatever had happened to them, there must have been quite traumatic. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NAVEL /World C /M. So, she was probably hiding her unease under the facade of indifference. Talk about being prejudiced. Rain sighed, ashamed of herself. The porters, meanwhile, were staring at the three awakened in awe. Eventually, old Carol asked, On the winter solstice, I would have thought that Lady Tamar would use the dream gate. It used to be that every sleeper was sent to the dream realm on the winter solstice, where they had to find a gateway, anchor themselves to it, and thus awaken. These days, however, the situation had changed. It was possible to pass through a dream gate before the solstice and anchor oneself in advance. That way, there was no risk of being sent to some unforgiving land, away from human citadels. Tamar's gaze darkened, prompting Fleur to laugh nervously. Oh, that we completed our first nightmare in late autumn, so there was not a lot of time before the solstice. There's a lot of paperwork involved in getting access to the Dream Gate, as you know. We just went to the academy and tried to prepare ourselves instead. She glanced at Tamar and smiled. Well, Ray and I did. Tamar's father is a saint, so he could have brought her to the Lake of Tears personally without the need of using the Dream Gate. Still, we met at the academy. The porters looked at the young legacy with confusion. After a bit of awkward silence, one of them asked, "That lady's father must have been terribly busy," she furrowed her brow. "He wasn't." Then Tamar blinked. "I mean, he is, but that is not why." Actually, Rain knew what she meant. There might have been a safer way to awaken for most sleepers, but not for legacies. That was because the legacies had always had such an option, they just never used it. For them, the trial of the nightmare spell was like a sacred rite. Legacies were fundamentally a warrior caste, the martial aristocracy of the New World. Their culture was uniquely harsh and unforgiving, forging them into people capable of facing the senseless terror of the nightmare spell. They took their valiance seriously. Being sent into the dream realm on the winter solstice was a rite of passage. Some would say that it was an unnecessary risk, maybe even point to the Forgotten Shore as an example. Thousands of young men and women had perished there before Changing Star finally conquered the gateway. But at the same time, those who had survived were among the strongest champions of humanity now. Most were masters, and some were saints. Changing Star herself, Song of the Fallen, Nightingale, Raised by Wolves, those were legendary names. So even if Tamar's father had been afraid of sending his daughter to her death, he would have still done it. Because that was how legacies were. Rain sighed. That is so messed up. How had the leader of Clan Sorrow felt, willingly putting his daughter's life at risk? How had Tamar felt, knowing that her parents would rather see her dead than weak? Things like that would mess one's head for life. Suddenly, Rain didn't want to mock the young legacy anymore. She lingered for a few moments, then asked curiously, "But how did you survive?" As Lady Tamar said, a death zone is no place for humans. To make it out alive, it's like a miracle. The three awakened looked at each other somberly. Eventually, Ray answered with a pale smile, "We received help." Fleur shivered. "Yeah, no human can live in a death zone, but actually one human does. Well, at least he seems like a human. Nobody is really sure." Tamar nodded with a dark expression. "He was the one who saved us. The Lord of Shadows, Chapter 1785, Hermit Saint of Godgrave. The Lord of Shadows?" The porters shivered. Night had fallen, and only the light of the bonfire illuminated the desolate plain. Flakes of ash danced in the air. Far away, the white phalanxes of the dead Delty towered above the plain like mountains, and 3 pale moons were drowning in the darkness of the cold sky. It was a perfect environment to tell a scary story. Awakened Ray smiled faintly. "Yes, the Lord of Shadows." Rain shifted a little to hear him better. She was haunted by an insufferable shadow, so of course, anything that had to do with shadows was of interest to her. The young man took a deep breath, cradled a cup of fragrant tea in his hands, and continued. "Out there in Godgrave, the sky is usually covered by clouds. When the veil of clouds is torn, blinding light pours from an incandescent white abyss, incinerating anything that moves. But there is a place where light can never reach. A land that is forever shrouded in darkness. Out there in the darkness stands an ancient temple built of black stone. That is where the Lord of Shadows lives." Rain stared at awakened Ray incredulously. Is he an idiot? The young man had good control of his voice, drawing the listeners into the scene he was describing. But, no, what was he doing? Were they in a theater? Why couldn't he just speak normally? Awakened Fleur turned away, blushing from embarrassment. Tamar of Sorrow closed her eyes with a stoic expression. The porters, though, seemed delighted and leaned forward a little, enjoying the story. Rain blinked a couple of times, then did the same, not wishing to stand out. Awakened Ray continued, "The Lord of Shadows is believed to be a reclusive saint, but nobody knows for sure where he comes from. Nobody even knows if he is a human, really. He always wears a suit of black armor and wears a fearsome black mask. His voice is cold and insidious, and his powers are great beyond belief. He lives alone in the dark temple, surrounded only by the devils who serve him. The young man took a deep breath and then said quietly, allowing his voice to tremble a little. It's true, I've been to the temple and saw those devils myself. One is a living statue of a beautiful female knight. One is a towering hellspawn forged from black metal. One is an enormous serpent whose body envelops the entire temple, its scales like polished onyx. However, none of them are as frightening as the Lord of Shadows himself. His mask is carved from black wood in the image of an ancient fiend, and looking into its eyes is like looking into the abyss itself. He shivered and shook his head. I thought that I'd die right there and then, looking at him. However, the Lord of Shadow just stared at me for a while, unmoving, and then said in a voice that lacked all human emotion, I've decided not to kill you, Dreamer Ray, as if he needed a reason to allow someone to live, instead of a reason to take someone's life. Rain secretly threw a glance at her own shadow. How come that Lord of Shadows lived in a palatial temple and had a bunch of powerful minions serving him, while her teacher did not even have a place to stay? Was her teacher a bum among shadows? Unfair. One of the porters asked in a trembling voice, But, awakened Ray, sir, how did you end up in that evil temple? Ray opened his mouth to answer, but it was Fleur who spoke first. Perhaps afraid that he'll say something nonsensical. The spell sent us three to Godgrave. We found a place to hide and send Ray to scout a path of escape, maybe find someone to rescue us. He stumbled into the territory of the Lord of Shadows of accident and was brought to the Citadel by one of the Lord's echoes. Tamar nodded. Actually, the Lord of Shadows rescued several sleepers last year as well. That is where most of what is known about him comes from what those sleepers salved after being sent to the Song domain. Well, we were actually lucky. I don't know if he would have gone out of his way to find me and Fleur, but there was someone else at the temple when Ray arrived. Ray stared at his two companions with resentment, indignant that they had spoiled his theatrical retelling of their first venture into the dream realm. Then, he sighed and nodded. Yes, if I was alone. The Lord of Shadows might have sent me back on my own, or even disposed of me to avoid inconvenience. He's a bit sinister, to say the least. Luckily, at the time, Changing Star and a cohort of fire keepers were taking shelter in the temple. They were on a mission in Godgrave, but took time to risk themselves and rescue Fleur and Tamar. Lady Nephi's even persuaded the Lord of Shadows to help. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NAVEL/WorldC/M. If anyone can convince an eccentric powerhouse like him, it's her. Tamar sighed. The three of us could only hide. Even now that we have awakened, we would not survive a day in Godgrave, but Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows, they willingly went into the depths of the abomination-infested bones to save us. Because of it, they were surrounded by great nightmare creatures. She glanced at Fleur, hesitated for a moment, and added in a wistful tone, The Lord of Shadows took us and used some kind of movement ability to cross more than 100 kilometers in a few seconds. Then, he threw us to the fire keepers and went back. We could only feel the ground shaking from time to time, but eventually both of them returned, battered but alive. Everyone seemed shocked. They fought many great abominations, and won. Tamar spared a joyless smile and nodded. In fact, many saints can prevail in a battle against a great nightmare creature of a lower class. Several of them, though, it's like a death sentence. Only Changing Star and a few others are capable. The Lord of Shadows. Even though I don't know who he is, his powers are at least equal to those of the most valiant transcendents. He is without a doubt one of the most lethal warriors of this era. She looked into the fire. Don't listen to Ray and his nonsense, though. The Lord of Shadows is just a saint. People say that he is eccentric, and I can understand who would want to live in a death zone. Maybe he just hates people, or maybe it has something to do with his flaw. In any case, the three of us owe him a debt of gratitude. We would have been dead if not for his strength. Rain was deep in thought about the mysterious saint, but the porters seemed to have forgotten about his existence already. Instead, they leaned forward with glistening eyes. So, Lady Tamar, old Carol smiled excitedly. Did you say that you met Changing Star and the fire keepers? The other porters were similarly excited. Wow, what is she like in real life? Is she as beautiful as in the recordings? Was Lady Kasha there as well? Did you fly on the chain breaker? Rain rolled her eyes. Then, unexpectedly, she opened her mouth and said in a tone of nonchalance, "You guys, leave Lady Tamar alone. Also, if you want to know about Changing Star, just ask me. You might not know, but she taught me swordsmanship once. Oh, Nightingale gave me a few archery lessons, by the way, and I used to scold Saint Athena because she leaves dirty plates around the house. Tisk, that slovenly woman. What the hell am I doing? Why was she spouting nonsense? That was not like her at all, but unexpectedly, it was also a bit fun. Oh, number, teacher has corrupted me. The porters stared at her, then exploded with laughter. Right. So, Ronnie, what is Lady Changing Star like? Are you sure that she taught you swordsmanship? Didn't you teach her instead? No one has seen that shadow lord without mask. Maybe it was Ronnie all along. Rain spared them a bright smile. Well, have you ever seen me and the Lord of Shadows in the same room? There was another bout of laughter. Some time later, the roasted meat was finished, and the members of the survey team went back to their tents. The three awakened decided which one of them would guard the camp first and followed suit. Rain spent several hours revolving her essence. Deep at night, she finally sprawled on her sleeping bag in total exhaustion. She lingered for a while, then asked quietly, "Hey, teacher, do you know about that Lord of Shadows?" He remained silent for a while. "Sure, I know him quite well. Why are you asking?" Rain smiled in the darkness. No reason, it's just that. You are a shadow and he's the Lord of Shadows, so, is he like you superior?" Her teacher's voice revealed a hint of indignation. "Who that clown, my superior, ha? If I wanted to, I could erase him from existence with a thought." She chuckled. "But he has a huge temple and a bunch of powerful servants. He also seems close with Lady Nephis. Didn't you say once that you're practically her boyfriend?" "Sorry, I don't mean to sound rude, but it seems more like he is her boyfriend instead." Her teacher was appalled. "I did say that, and by the way, I asked her on a date and she agreed." She was delighted to agree, even. Who can resist my charm? Rain grinned. "I'm just saying, that Lord of Shadows, he seems to know what's what. Won't the other shadows mock you for being an underachiever because of him? No temple, no servants, no beautiful saintess hanging on your arm. Ah, I pity my poor teacher. Teacher is such an ascetic." Instead of an answer, a threatening growl resounded from the darkness. Chapter 1786, Decent Archer. Her teacher seemed to be sulking and did not speak with her the next morning. Rain crawled out of her tent, disassembled it, and prepared for a long day of marching across the desolate plain. She was in a good mood because of having managed to tease her teacher successfully last night. There was no need to do the survey work anymore, so the team moved west at a brisk pace. They were also familiar with the terrain and could follow an optimal route instead of wandering aimlessly. Of course, Tamar of Sorrow had been exaggerating a bit when she said that they would go in a straight line. The Moon River Plain was within the borders of the Song domain, but the only citadel here was far to the south, at its very edge. And since there was nothing but the hollow mountains to the north, this land was wild and dangerous. There were plenty of nightmare creatures here, and so the survey team had to avoid the hunting grounds of the more dangerous abominations. Still, they were making good progress. The further west they went, the more canyons barred their path. By now, the members of the survey team were very familiar with crossing them, so much so that it had almost become a habit. They would try to find the place where a stone bridge once stood, since the canyons were usually narrow there. The remains of the bridges also further narrowed the chasm. Then, young Tamar would mount her wolf Echo and leap over the canyon while holding a rope. After fastening it on the other side, she would raise a simple pulley system. The carts and equipment would be transported over the chasm first, and the people would follow. The whole process was a bit tiring, but not especially dangerous. Even if the canyon started to wail and was suddenly flooded by rushing water, the ropes remained above the powerful current. The porters just had to be careful not to look down. The canyons were incredibly deep, their depths shrouded in inky darkness. Falling down meant death. The currents, however, were incredibly violent, so falling into the water was not much safer. The survey team reached another canyon and went through the familiar motions. This one was not very wide, but it was still going to take some effort to transport all the equipment to the other side. Rain, who was usually one of the last people to traverse the chasm, leaned on the cart she had been pulling and took a deep breath. Since the crossing was monotonous, and they had already gone through the process countless times, it was easy to grow numb and allow one's mind to wander. However, even while presenting a relaxed facade, Rain still maintained vigilance. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NAVEL world C A/M. She knew all too well that a moment of carelessness could mean death in the dream realm, which was why she was one of the first people to see it. Tamar and her echo were already on the other side, and the ropes were drawn across the chasm. The carts had been attached to the hooks and pulled over the canyon. Now, it was time for humans to follow. There were 3 ropes, 1 for them to walk over, 2 to hold with their hands. Awakened Flaw was in the middle of crossing, and one of the survey specialists was waiting for his turn to follow. However, Rain was suddenly distracted by something. It was the dead man standing a small distance away from the resting porters. His gaze was just as empty and expressionless as ever. However, he had just turned his head, silently facing the canyon. She frowned. The pilgrim had always been passive and quiet. He never did anything except for following the survey team. Why had he moved now? Crap. Before anyone could react, there was movement in the canyon. An enormous, clawed hand rose from somewhere below and swiped at the survey specialist. Its desiccated palm was the size of his entire body, and the vicious claws seemed sharp enough to rip the man to shreds. Rain's eyes widened. Luckily, the surveyor staggered back and tripped, seemingly on nothing, just in the nick of time. The claws missed him by a hair's breadth, failing to rip his body apart. They did snap the 3 ropes, though. Flaw. Ray's shout tore apart the silence, but he was far away to do anything. What are you shouting about? She's an awakened. Flaw might not have been strong enough to survive a fall into the canyon, but she definitely could hold on to the ropes. It was the porters who were in real danger, because the enormous hand was already reaching toward them with its claws. What saved them wasn't a miracle, but the cold steel of Tamar's sword. The legacy girl had been on the other side of the canyon, watching the others cross. She reacted at the first sign of danger. The echo was standing guard further away, so she simply jumped into the chasm without wasting any time. Tamar of Sorrow, like all awakened, possessed 2 awakened abilities. One allowed her to step on the air. She could do it once as a sleeper, and twice now that she had awakened. The second ability allowed her to burst with startling speed for a short amount of time. She was so fast, in fact, that it seemed as if she was simply teleporting from place to place. Which was how Tamar crossed the canyon without the help of her echo. By the time she landed on the other side, her sword had already woven itself from sparks of light. It was a brutish Zweihander with a leather-bound ricasso. Tamar was a young woman of medium height, so the great sword looked comically large in her hands. She did, however, wield it with effortless ease. She activated her awakened ability again and shot forward, delivering a terrifying slash to the wrist of the hidden abomination's arm. Despite the fact that it was as thick as the trunk of an ancient tree, the Zweihander cut through the tough hide, steel muscles, and adamantine bone, severing the creature's enormous hand. Tamar seemed to disappear from one spot and appear in another in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the hideous hand separated from the creature's arm in a flood of viscous blood. It fell heavily on the ground, and continued moving, crawling toward the terrified porters. Ray! Finally, awakened Ray reacted. He dashed to intercept the hand, while Tamar turned to the canyon. By then, the nightmare creature was already climbing over the edge. It was huge and hideous, with a gaunt body and long, sinewy limbs. Its head was disproportionately large for the emaciated torso, with 2 little bloodshot eyes and an enormous, crimson maw. Worst of all, it seemed to possess too many arms. Tamar had severed one at the wrist, but 3 hands were already reaching toward her. 2 more were gripping the edge of the canyon, pushing the giant up. There was barely any time to react. The young legacy did something that most warriors would never do in a battle. She jumped high into the air, dragging the great length of the brutish Zweihander behind her. A jump was usually tantamount to death, because one could not control their direction or react to the opponent's attacks without standing on the ground. A strike delivered in the air was also weaker than a strike delivered while using a solid surface for support. However, that did not apply to Tamar. She pushed off the air once, soaring to greater height, and then once more, changing her trajectory completely. At the same time, she spun like a wheel and brought the Zwellhander down on the enemy's arm. This time, the force contained in the strike was not augmented by the startling speed of her awakened ability, but it was still fearsome. The arm of the abomination was not severed, but the great sword bit deep, not only slicing the veins and muscles, but also cracking the bone. She had evaded the other two hands by jumping over them, as well. Tamar would have been clear if not for the fact that at that moment, the creature's two sinister eyes locked on her, and another 3 hands shot at her from the canyon. The young legacy faltered for a split second. Then, a sharp arrow whistled past her and pierced one of the abomination's eyes. A moment later, another arrow sank into the remaining eye of the hideous nightmare creature, effectively blinding it. A pained roar shook the plain. Landing on the ground, Tamar activated her awakened ability and dodged to the right, avoiding the grab of the blinded abomination. She would have been in trouble if it could see, but now, things were different. Shaking the fetid blood off the blade of her great sword, she prepared to attack and glanced back briefly. Ray was busy pushing back the severed hand. So, who had made those stunningly accurate shots? The beautiful porter girl, Ronnie, was standing near the pile of unloaded equipment, holding a simple recurve bow. Her black hair was dancing in the wind, and there was a strangely serene expression on her pale face. Her black eyes were glistening with something that resembled excitement. She was already drawing the bow again, the fletching of a handmade arrow brushing against her white cheek. A little stunned, Tamar turned back to the enormous abomination. She did say that she was decent with a bow, if that was decent. Then Tamar did not even know what great was. As she pushed her body forward, a stray thought surfaced in her mind. Ronnie had also said that she had some experience trekking in the wilderness and could handle a sword fine. Suddenly, Tamar wanted to know what her definition of fine was. Chapter 1787, Ack, the situation, was not good. Ray had managed to stall the monstrous hand, hacking it to pieces with his weapons. He wielded a short sword in one hand and an axe in the other. Rain had blinded the abomination with her arrows, and Tamar disabled 2 of its arms. The problem was that the creature had just too many of them. Rain had already counted 9, and more were rising from behind the climbing monstrosity like a ghastly forest. Worse still, it was an awakened abomination. She had aimed at the obvious vulnerability first, the eyes, but other than that, there wasn't a lot of damage she could do. Even if her arrows pierced the tough hide of the creature, it would not harm it too much. Tamar faced the forest of monstrous arms with grim resolve, wielding her hefty Zweihander with daunting skill. She used both of her abilities to dance between the barrage of killing blows. The young legacy seemed like a steel whirlwind, alternating unpredictable jumps with short bursts of stunning speed. Torrents of fetid blood were released into the frigid air from her great blade. She managed to stall and damage many limbs of the abomination, in large part due to the creature having been blinded, but could not advance to attack its body. Crap! Rain dropped her bow and unsheathed her sword. Why are you just standing there? Get back! The petrified porters were stirred by her shout and staggered away from the carnage. Miraculously, none of them was dead yet. The abominable claws rained down in pursuit of the elusive legacy girl, sending pieces of stone flying. A net of cracks spread on the ground from each missed blow, viscous blood spilling into the narrow fissures. Rain dashed forward and supported awakened Ray, who had managed to sever 2 of the hideous hand's fingers, but almost got pierced by the long claw of the third. They were in a stalemate, and that stalemate wasn't in their favor. The creature was continuing to climb up from the canyon, and once it crawled onto the plain, whatever resistance Tamar was able to offer would be overwhelmed. So, someone had to reach the abomination and deal it a mortal wound. Rain would have gone herself, but she was mundane, her takai would not be able to slay the giant. Ray, on the other hand, was awakened and wielded enchanted weapons, Better yet, he could become imperceptible. So, with come luck, his blade would reach the creature's neck without being blocked by the countless claws. Go, I'll finish this thing off. The young man glanced at her with wide eyes, hesitated for a split second, then nodded and disengaged. He must have thought the same. A moment later, Ray was gone. Literally. He activated his awakened ability and dissolved into the air. There was no sound, no smell, no anything. It was as if he had never existed at all. Rain brandished her takai, deflected a terrifying claw, and then kicked the severed hand with all her might. The hand was the size of an adult human and weighed quite a lot. Still, Rain's kick sent it rolling backward. With 2 fingers missing, it had turned rather clumsy. The bizarre thing was still trying to turn itself over when she dashed forward, turned her sword, and thrust it down, using all of her own weight to make the strike more powerful. The takai pierced the monstrous palm, slid between the bones, and nailed the severed hand to the ground. It was a mundane blade, so an awakened abomination could easily snap it. However, even an abomination would have to follow common reason to achieve that. It would need proper grip and support, at least, ideally good leverage. Laying on the ground, impaled through the center, the monstrous hand had none of those, so it just struggled fiercely, unable to free itself for now. Rain staggered back, then looked up to evaluate the situation. Tamar had managed to sever several more arms, but was hopelessly stuck in the avalanche of monstrous limbs. Blinded, the creature flailed them with no sense or reason, making a mess of the plane. Ray would be having trouble closing in, as well he might have been invisible. But the space between the survey team and the massive body of the climbing abomination was full of stone shards and deadly claws. Ray was still a corporeal being, so making way through the carnage was not going to be easy. On the opposite side of the canyon, Flaw had climbed the ropes and was now standing on the edge, shouting something as she summoned her memories. Rain couldn't quite hear what the pretty healer was shouting, but she managed to read her lips. Tyrant, it's a tyrant. Damn, Rain had never faced an awakened tyrant before, nor had she ever wished to. As she faltered for a moment, shaken by the revelation, a blurred silhouette shot over the chasm. Then, the echo of the glant wolf landed on the tyrant's back, tearing at its shoulders with sharp claws and sinking vicious fangs into its neck. That damned thing finally made it across the canyon. Tamar's echo seemed like a fallen beast or monster at best. It wasn't quite powerful enough to destroy an awakened tyrant outright. However, it was very large, and it weighed a lot. The abomination was still trying to climb out of the chasm, hanging awkwardly with half of its massive torso towering above the edge. When the monstrous wolf landed on its back, the wolf's weight was added to the tyrant's own, pulling it into the deep abyss. It swayed back precariously. A frenzied shriek escaped from the creature's maw, and it flailed its arms in the air. It was still holding onto the edge with 2 hands, but now more of them scratched the stone with their claws, leaving deep grooves in it. The tyrant's fall was arrested. With so many hands trying to keep the abomination from falling, Tamar received a bit of breathing room. Without wasting even a split second, she dashed forward. Ray, the hands! Her Zweihander drew a beautiful R in the air, then fell down like the blade of an enormous guillotine. It severed the fingers of one of the 2 main hands the tyrant was using for support. At the same time, the fingers on the other hand were suddenly torn apart, and a vague silhouette of a young man revealed itself in the air. He was hacking at the fingers with his weapons, aiming to damage the joints between the phalanxes. Rain used her leg to throw her bow into the air, caught it, and knocked an arrow on the string in one fluid motion. A moment later, the arrow pierced into the deep wound dealt by Ray, disabling one of the fingers. With both of the main support hands damaged, the rest could not hold the weight of the tyrant anymore. When the echo jerked its head and pulled the abomination back with all its weight, the ghastly creature finally slid off the edge and disappeared into the depths of the canyon with a deafening howl. Rain trembled and lowered her hands. "D-damn, that was intense." She exhaled slowly, then glanced at the porters. Everyone was in one piece. The survey specialists were all fine as well, which was more than a little unexpected. Did my teacher protect them secretly? Rain suspected that he did, especially because the dead pilgrim was suspiciously missing. Had the dead man been swept into the canyon in all the mayhem, or had her teacher pushed him into the chasm while no one was looking? She would have to ask him later. But it was too early to relax still. Picking up her quiver, Rain lamented the loss of several arrows, then circled around the pinned hand of the tyrant and approached the edge of the chasm. She stopped near Ray and Tamar. All three of them looked down. The depths of the canyon were shrouded in darkness, and it was impossible to say how far down its bottom was. Ray swept his hair back nervously and looked at them. "Do you think it's dead?" Tamar lingered for a moment, then pursed her lips and hesitantly shook her head. "I haven't heard anything from the spell." Turning back, she glanced at the severed hand that Rain pinned to the ground with her sword. "Go finish that thing off, Ray. It should be the tyrant's minion. What a bizarre creature, by the dead gods, who had countless hands instead of proper minions." Ray sighed, then readied his weapons and headed away from the edge. A storm of sparks rose around the legacy girl, and then the wolf echo manifested itself behind her. There was no need to let it be damaged by the fall. She had simply dismissed it, then summoned it back. Finally, Tamar turned to Rain and studied her for a moment. Then she scowled. "You." However, before she could finish the sentence, chilling wail resounded from the depths of the canyon, reverberating across the plain. It was like the world itself was weeping. The flood was coming. It was impossible to hear her voice now, this close to the chasm. It was also impossible to discern what Fleur was shouting. Rain stared across the canyon in confusion. The awakened healer was jumping and waving her hands in the air, pointing at them with a desperate expression on her lovely face. "Ak, op, ing, all, ak." Rain could barely hear anything because of the wailing. "Ak, what is trying to, pack, attack, crack, back." Suddenly, his eyes widened. Rain looked at Tamar in panic, but it was already too late. The edge of the canyon had been damaged severely by the barrage of blows dealt to it by the tyrant. The weathered stone was broken and cracked, and just then, it finally crumbled. Before Rain could do anything, the entire side of the canyon suddenly moved and then collapsed, falling into the wailing darkness. And the two of them were pulled down with it, plummeting into the bottomless chasm alongside countless tons of broken stone. Chapter 17, 88. Weeping Canyon life was like that. You could train your body tirelessly to turn it into a tenacious, resilient tool. You could practice swordsmanship and archery until your hands bled, temper your observation skills and analytical thinking, and test yourself against countless opponents in real combat to turn shallow knowledge into deeply rooted experience. And then, you can still die because of nothing but bad luck. Rain felt resentful as she plummeted into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by an avalanche of shattered stone. But no, that was not true. Her current predicament was not due to misfortune. She was at fault. It was her who had not been cautious enough, perceptive enough, and smart enough. All the signs had been there: the cracks in the stone, the weathered state of the canyon walls, the devastating power of the tyrant's blows. She should have put two and two together. She should have done better, so Rain had no one to blame but herself. Still, she was indignant. To die like that, it was really unfair. All these thoughts flashed through her mind in the span of a moment. Then she gritted her teeth and tried to think of a way to survive. First things first. The fall itself would not kill her just yet. The bottom of the canyon was far away, and she could survive bouncing off its walls once or twice. The most pressing threat were the falling boulders. They were massive and heavy enough to turn Rain into a pancake, or at least smash her skull open. Raising her arms, she tried to shield her head. A moment later, something slammed into her forearms, and she felt sharp pain. Luckily, the boulder was not large enough to crush her, so her bones weren't even broken. The next one, though, catching a glimpse of it, Rain shuddered. It was like a wall of rough rock was pursuing her, mere moments away from colliding with her fragile body. There was no chance to evade. A moment before she was crushed by the massive slab of stone, however, something strange happened. The darkness seemed to touch it lightly, and the enormous boulder shattered into a million pieces. Instead of being killed, Rain was simply showered by small pieces of debris. Her teacher rarely helped her directly. However, it seemed that he was unwilling to let his student perish so senselessly, and interfered. just like he had interfered to keep the porters and surveyors from being ravaged by the tyrant. I take back all the bad words I've called him. There was no time to feel touched, but Rain still felt a strange warmth in her heart. Then, she turned her head to find the only source of salvation there was, apart from her eccentric shadow companion. Tamar of Sorrow. The legacy girl could take 2 steps on the air, so if anyone could help Rain survive, it was her. If she would even bother wasting her time to save a mundane porter, of course. It would be much easier, not to mention safer, to only worry about herself and let Rain fall to her death. Where is she? Everything was happening so fast, but time also seemed to slow down. Plummeting into the wailing darkness, Rain looked around feverishly and tried to catch a glimpse of young Lady Tamar, but she could not see her. However, that was not because Tamar was nowhere to be seen. Rather, it was because Rain was looking too far. She did not expect that the legacy was nearly upon her, and only realized it when something blocked her vision. What? Then, Rain gasped as something hard rammed into her abdomen. Arg! As it turned out, Tamar had been quicker to react. After regaining her bearings, she swiftly evaluated the situation, located Rain, and then used the first of her 2 steps to arrest her fall and launch herself to intercept the falling porter instead. The hard thing that had collided with Rain's abdomen, knocking the wind out of her, was the legacy girl's shoulder. Since Tamar was clad in a suit of plate armor, her steel pauldron was not at all soft. Grabbing Rain around the waist, she continued to fly toward the wall of the canyon. However, another huge boulder barred their path. Hissing a stifled curse, Tamar used the second step to change their direction and avoided it. Now her dormant ability was exhausted. She would not be able to use it again before touching a solid surface with her feet. They flew into the darkness, falling deeper and deeper. But, at the same time, getting closer to the wall. Tamar shielded Rain from falling debris and yelled, "Old N." A moment later, Rain's body was violently jerked and came to a halt. Ah, crap, that hurt. She opened her eyes and tried to assess the situation. The wailing rising from the depths of the canyon was absolutely deafening, making her ears ring. She was surrounded by darkness. The sky was like a narrow line of light far, far above. Tamar was hanging from the damp wall of the canyon. One of her hands was thrust into a narrow crack, while the other was still holding Rain. I'll be damned. They were actually alive. Well, for now, since Tamar had technically landed on something, she could activate her dormant ability again. Then, like a squirrel, she could slowly make her way back to the surface while carrying Rain. There was a big problem, though. The canyon was weeping, which meant that it was going to turn into a raging river at any moment. Rain couldn't really see well in the darkness, but she thought that she noticed a panicked look in the legacy girl's eyes. Then, they were enveloped in the roar of rushing water. A moment later, the flood slammed into them like a concrete wall. Rain did not even have time to scream. Tamar's hand was violently wrenched out of the crack, and they were carried away, deeper into the canyon. The last thing Rain remembered was the sight of a solid surface of stone approaching her at terrible speed. She was cold and tired. Everything hurt, so Rain did not want to wake up. I'll just sleep 5 more minutes. She could be late for class, but she could a little bit. If she pretended to be pitiful, maybe Mom would let her sleep a bit more. Only, wasn't her mom far away, and there were no classes anymore? Instead, she was. Opening her eyes, Rain stared at the gray sky. Drops of rain were falling from above, cooling her face. She studied the sky for a bit, then flinched and sat up. She was laying on the solid ground, surrounded by the vast expanse of the Moon River Plain. There was a small fire crackling near, with her teacher warming his pale hands over it. The battered figure of Tamar of Sorrow was laying on the other side of the fire. She seemed to be in a rough shape and still unconscious. Rain blinked slowly. We're alive. That was good news. The bad news was that she had no idea how they had escaped the canyon and where they were. She vaguely remembered being surrounded by soft darkness and carried by the raging current, but then, at some point, she must have passed out. It was hard to differentiate one part of the plane from the other, but Rain did not think that she recognized the surroundings. The members of the survey team were nowhere in sight as well. Letting out a deep sigh, she turned to her teacher and asked hoarsely, "What happened?" He looked at her and smiled. "Well, you two fell into the river and I fished you out." Rain nodded slowly. "How far were we carried by the current?" He shrugged. "Pretty far. It's okay." Since both of them were alive, the situation could still be salvaged. They could find the survey team, maybe, and return to the main camp of the road crew, or proceed to one of the advanced camps on their own. Or. Rain looked at her teacher and forced out a smile. "Teacher, you are so kind and powerful, can't you, take us back?" He responded with a smile of his own. "Oh, sure I can." However, his voice was a little sinister. "Look at that poor girl, Tamer. She's barely alive. It would be really kind of me to take you both back, wouldn't it? One might even say that only a heartless monster wouldn't, so I really should." "Ah, but I won't." Rain's smile grew a little forced. "What, really? Come on. It won't even be that hard for you." Her teacher nodded. "Really, if you want to get out of here alive. Well, what can I say? All you need to do is awaken. Do that, and you'll be fine." With that, he gave her a pleasant smile and disappeared into her shadow. A moment later, his voice resounded from the darkness. "Alternatively, that Lord of Shadows, he seems to know what's what. You can ask him for help." Rain stared at her shadow incredulously, then took a deep breath. "I take back everything I took back, that petty bastard." Chapter 1789, Peculiar Connection. After welcoming the fire keepers for a few short days, the nameless temple had grown silent once again. However, the silence was not going to last long. Soon enough, the dark realm that Sunny had built in the heart of Godgrave would become a hive of activity. Due to the deal he had made with Morgan, his citadel was to be made into a secondary staging ground for the Sword Army during the war. A relatively small, but elite contingent would be stationed here, using the temple as their operation base. But the peace and quiet would be gone long before that. After all, the soldiers had to live somewhere. They needed beds, places to cook and consume food, storage space to keep a large amount of supplies, an infirmary, and so on. All of these things had to be built before the war started. There were so many things that went into waging a war. A military conflict between Awakened was different in many ways, but still fundamentally similar to any other war in human history. It demanded an unfathomable amount of logistical preparations. Sunny felt dejected. It had taken him a lot of effort to restore the nameless temple to its present state. Now, however, it would be turned into an actual citadel, a place that existed to serve as a safe haven for the people in the dream realm. There would be a small army of workers coming here to perform all the laborious tasks soon. Which was not a bad thing. However, he had grown used to the peaceful silence. Toddity, there were only 2 humans under the roof of the ancient temple. One of them was Sunny himself. The other was Cassie, who had arrived as the seneschal of the great clan Valor to assess the state of the citadel and collect all the necessary information to launch the construction. At least that was the official reason. Sunny had thought that Nephis would come personally. He was a little relieved that she was not here. His mind was burning in anticipation of their upcoming date, so seeing her before that would have been somewhat embarrassing. It was nice to see Cassie outside the context of their deal, as well. The temple itself must be off-limits to the soldiers, unless it is to use the gateway. Of course, they can retreat inside if we are under attack and the outer perimeter is breached. Even then, I will not allow them to venture into the inner sanctum and the underground level. Cassie turned her head slightly. "There is an underground level?" Sunny smiled. "Don't pretend you don't know. Nephis saw it, which means that you saw it too." The young woman coughed in embarrassment. "Right. Sorry, it's a habit of mine to act appropriately oblivious. Otherwise, people get uncomfortable around me." He spared her a long look. Since it was only the 2 of them in the temple, Sunny had dismissed Weaver's mask. It felt strange to walk around with a bare face as the Lord of Shadows. Even if Cassie could not see his expression, only her own. He shook his head. "I doubt there is anyone in the world who knows the extent of your abilities and the depth of your foresight better than me, Cassie. So you don't need to worry about making me feel uncomfortable. There is also no one who knows me better than you, now. There is really no other person either of us can trust more." She smiled faintly. I'll keep that in mind. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then led her outside. The territory around the temple is mostly cleared of nightmare creatures. There will be no problem building barracks and all the necessary facilities around it. My shadows will help protect the perimeter. You should know how powerful they are. The base will be very safe, all things considered. She shook her head. We can't rely on your shadows to maintain security, Sunny. After all, you are expected to participate in the battles against Song. Who knows if their presence would be required somewhere else? Sunny contemplated for a moment, then nodded. You are right. It felt very strange to be discussing the inevitable war. Realm war, so casually, and yet here they were. Studying her delicate face, he asked, Who do you think stands the better chance of winning? Cassie tilted her head a little. It's hard to say. The sword domain has a stronger military. It also has better strategists. Most importantly, there are the Ivory Tower and the Nameless Temple. It is all but inevitable that the King of Swords will arrive to Godgrave before the Queen of Worms. With him here, the forces of valor will venture into the hollows sooner and conquer local citadels faster. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NAVEL /WorldC/M. It's hard to imagine how such an advantage won't snowball into a crushing avalanche. She hesitated for a moment. However, the Song domain is unpredictable. There seems to be no reason for them to be eager to fight this war. If anything, they should be scrambling to avoid it due to how disadvantaged they are. And yet, they are as eager as the rulers of the sword domain. Which means that they are hiding something. Well, of course they are. Her expression darkened a little. That encounter between you and the skinwalker near Ravenheart, the emissaries of the House of Night were clearly in contact with Prince Mordred. Perhaps they have brokered some kind of deal behind the scenes. There are other possibilities as well, but at the end of the day, none of it matters. Sunny raised an eyebrow. It doesn't. Cassie remained silent for a moment, then said calmly, No. Because neither Song nor Valor will win the war. We will win the war. He laughed. You say it with such conviction. However, isn't the whole thing predicated on Nephi's achieving supremacy without the help of the spell? And there is no saying if she will, least of all if she'll do it on time. It's all a gamble. Cassie faced him and smiled faintly. Sure, but so was every other step along the way. Yet here we are, still standing. She hesitated a little, then added in a quieter voice, Plus, it's not entirely a gamble. Sunny sighed, then led her back into the temple. It's not. The young woman lingered with the answer. Eventually, she said in a subdued tone, The 6 of us, those who came back from the tomb of Ariel, all have strange gaps in our memory. But my memory has been affected the most. Sorry. I haven't revealed that secret to anyone before you, Sunny, and it's not easy to admit. My memory is really severely damaged, and I can't see the future anymore. She took a deep breath. But there was a time when my memory was intact, and I could learn a lot about the future from my visions. That version of me must have known that there would be a war, and that Nephis would have to defeat the sovereigns without challenging the 4th nightmare. Sunny considered her words carefully. You mean? Cassie nodded. Yes. If that version of me did not attempt to create contingencies, it means that she saw a way to win the war. Therefore, perhaps it is not as big of a gamble as you think. Sunny hesitated for a while. He knew that Cassie had been in a fragile mental state for the past 4 years. Not only because of losing her ability to see glimpses of the future, but also because much of her past was shrouded by fog. After all, he had been the purpose and cornerstone of all her schemes, and her schemes were truly life-consuming. When he turned fateless, a huge chunk had been ripped out of her memory, replaced by oblivion. So, he didn't really want to dispel her hopes. But it wasn't good to let her rely on them, either. He sighed. Or you have never known about the future after the tomb of Ariel at all, because the future has always been meant to become unclear after that. Suddenly, there was a strange intensity on Cassie's delicate face. She faced him and kept quiet for a few long moments, struggling to contain her emotions. Sunny had an idea of what she was thinking about. Even if I ask you, I won't remember the answers, will I? He shook his head slowly. You won't. Of course, it would be great if Sunny could fill the gaps in her memory and let Cassie feel like herself again. But he couldn't. Between the two of them, there was a peculiar and bitter connection. Sunny had been forgotten by the world, but Cassie had forgotten herself. He struggled to judge which one of them was more pitiful. Still, he wanted to console her, even if only a little. Sunny looked away with a sigh. Of course, that doesn't mean that you never will. Cassie seemed frozen by his words. She raised a hand, then lowered it again. There is a way for your existence to be restored? Sunny hesitated with a dark expression on his face. Of course, he had been contemplating that issue for a long time. In the end, he had determined that there was. Chapter 1790, Value of Regret. There was a single question at the root of the problem. Why had the thieving bird stolen his fate? Sure, the loathsome thing seemed to be obsessed with everything that concerned Weaver. But Sunny did not think that it was the only reason. After pondering the question for a while, he had developed a certain suspicion. He had lost the connection to the nightmare spell after becoming fateless, which meant that carrying the nightmare spell had something to do with one's fate. Perhaps fate was the medium through which the infection spread. In any case, the creature which now possessed his fate would therefore possess his connection to the nightmare spell as well. So why would the thieving bird want something like that? To answer that question, one had to realize that the creature that Sunny had met in the nightmare was not the real thieving bird. The real thieving bird was long dead. Instead, the odious thing he had run into at the estuary was a replica of the vile terror created by the spell. And a replica could only exist in the illusory realm of the nightmare. A carrier of the spell, however. A carrier of the spell would be expelled back into the real world once the nightmare was over. They would have a way to go back. So, Sunny had come to believe that the real reason why the thieving bird wanted his fate was to become a carrier of the nightmare spell and slip through the cracks of the illusory realm, finding a backdoor to reality. If so, that would be the greatest prison break in history. Quite a suitable feat for the greatest and most vile thief to have ever lived. Very few creatures could find a way back into existence after having been destroyed for thousands of years, and in such an original way. Therefore, the creature that had stolen his fate and was now in possession of it was not gone. It had not been erased forever by the collapse of the nightmare. It was somewhere out there, in the real world, liberated from its illusory prison and free to roam the world, stealing anything that had caught its fancy, which meant that it could be hunted down and killed, and that he could get his fate back from it somehow. Sunny was nowhere near powerful enough to risk facing a cursed terror, let alone a cursed terror that neither gods nor demons had been able to deal with. Even the void beings were said to have loathed the vile thieving bird, which meant that they had suffered from its mischief as well. The damned bird was a real menace. More importantly, though, he didn't know if he even wanted to get his fate back. Despite everything, he wasn't sure, because there were strings attached to regaining his fate, both literally and figuratively. Some days, Sunny woke up and wanted nothing more than to be remembered. Some days, he woke up and felt that he would never give up his freedom, which he had paid for so dearly. But Cassie deserved to know that there was a possibility, at least. He sighed. There is a way, however. Sunny's voice turned heavy. There is a price to pay if one wishes to become fateless. There is also a price to pay if one wishes to become fated, and I am not sure if I want to pay that price. They reached the courtyard, where a lonesome tree stood, its leaves rustling in the darkness. The tree was feeling much better after being tended to by Shakti. It was doing much better, in fact, than it had in the outskirts, even though there was no sun to shine on its leaves and bathe it in warmth. The two of them looked at it in silence, Sunny with his own eyes, and Cassie as well. After a while, she asked, "Why did you plant this tree in Ver Citadel?" She was thinking about another tree, perhaps, one that he had burned on the forgotten shore. It would be easy to imagine why the sinister Lord of Shadows would keep a tree like the Soul Devourer in his temple. However, this one was perfectly mundane and did not even bear fruit. Sunny hesitated for a while, then looked at the base of the tree's trunk. There, 3 lines were carved into the bark. It's a memorial tree. Cassie turned to him silently. He smiled. A long time ago, I carved 2 lines into it as a grave for my parents. Later, I added a third. As a grave for myself. This is my citadel and this is my grave. I think it's quite fitting. Sunny lingered for a moment and added, I've never told you about it, so maybe you'll remember. However, she did not. Cassie seemed distracted for a moment and then said calmly, should we proceed to the actual discussion then? So she had known that about him as well. He smiled and summoned the shadows, manifesting them into 2 chairs and a table. Soon, another avatar of his arrived, carrying a tray with tea and refreshments. This one was the naughty shadow, and Sunny was not controlling him directly. That was why there was a subtle, but unmistakably lecherous smile on the bastard's face. He stared at the avatar with murder in his eyes, and the naughty guy hurriedly changed his expression. He was even extra gallant when pouring Cassie tea. Her face crumbled a little, and then she let out a melodious laugh. Sorry. I just can't get used to that ability of yours. Sunny smiled. That's all right. Sometimes I feel like I'm not used to it either. Well, and sometimes I feel like I am actually too used to it. It's a strange thing. He sighed and dismissed the avatar. But then again, the very idea of normalcy seems more and more distant the further on the path of ascension we walk. As saints, we are already far removed from what a normal human would be. Some more than others. You must be experiencing it yourself, with the volume of alien memories you experience and the number of people you perceive the world through. Cassie's ascended ability was not limited to vision. She shared all senses of her marks, so, in a way, she had experienced being young and old, strong and weak, sick and healthy, male and female. That kind of experience was not something a human would ever be privy to. And it must have changed her perception of herself as well. Sunny himself was living several lives at the same time. He knew that it had changed him. His 3 personas were quite different from each other despite being controlled by one mind. It was as much of an adaptation to differing circumstances as a defensive mechanism. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NAVEL /World C /M. Otherwise, the lines would become blurred, and he might one day become lost. That was another reason why he was clinging to his secrets so desperately, feeling a strange reluctance to let go of the act. Sunny leaned back. Sometimes, I wonder what we will become if we succeed. A supreme being must be even further from being human. What about a sacred being? What about a divine one? He remained silent for a while, staring at his tea with a bleak expression. Then, he said somberly, there was a time when I harbored great hate against the sovereigns. Because they were distant, because they were corrupt, because they treated human lives as currency and did nothing when people died. With a deep sigh, Sunny straightened his back and looked at the rustling leaves of the lonesome tree for a while. And yet, haven't I spent these last few years doing nothing while people died? Such hypocrisy. Of course, I had my reason. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what a single saint does, a pawn can struggle and strive, but the players are the ones who decide the outcome of the game. So right now, I am biding my time to replace the morally corrupt players. It's for the greater good. A sad smile twisted his lips. But then, I am sure that this is what the sovereigns think as well. That what they are doing, no matter how callous, is for the greater good. Cassie remained silent for a long time, then shook her head decisively. There is a big difference between us and the sovereigns. Sunny raised an eyebrow. There is, she nodded. Yes. It is that we are ashamed of our faults while they are not. It might sound stupid, but that matters. It matters more than you can think. He laughed. That's it. The only difference is that when we do something distasteful, we feel regret. Cassie shrugged. There is no need to think in absolutes. It is a fallacy. We also don't send assassins to kill little girls or try to unleash nightmare creatures in populous cities. The extent of one's willingness to do despicable things for what they perceive as greater good is also important, not just the principle. More importantly, we are also competent, while they are not. The end only justifies the means if you actually reach the end. She hesitated for a moment and then smiled. Or, if you prefer, one can't make an omelet without breaking eggs, but if they break the eggs and can't even make an omelet, then they shouldn't be allowed into the kitchen. Don't you think? Sunny chuckled. That sounds pretty reasonable. Thanks for leveling with me. He picked up the cup and took a sip of the fragrant tea, then leaned forward and smiled. Now then, shall we discuss the details of how we are going to make this omelet? Chapter 1791, Queenmaker. Sunny and Castle were seated across from each other, enjoying tea and refreshments. The courtyard was peaceful, and the leaves rustled quietly above them. Other than that, there were no other sounds. The scene would have been picturesque if not for the fact the world was shrouded in absolute darkness. Neither of them had any need for light, and that, too, was a reason why having Cassie here felt comfortable to Sunny. Dirty deeds were meant to be done under the cover of darkness. And although them having tea in a friendly atmosphere seemed innocent enough, in truth, it was a meeting between two people who conspired to usurp the world in a mayhem of violence. There was hardly a dirtier and more treasonous intent than a bloody rebellion. Today, they were going to reveal their cards to each other. Without knowing what each of them was scheming, it would be impossible to form a meaningful cooperation. Cassie was going to relay all the information to naviSgate, of course. She sighed. Fundamentally, there are two tasks that need to be accomplished. One is to eliminate the sovereigns, the other is to usurp their thrones. Needless to say, both are hard to achieve. She sipped her tea and took a bite from a soft pastry. You should know by now some of the work that has gone into ensuring the former. Ultimately, naviSgate is responsible for warfare and conquest. My role in ensuring the downfall of the sovereigns is limited for now. I have been mainly focused on elevating her renown in the hearts of the people. It's pure propaganda. I have my avenues of manipulating the public opinion, and Jet has the government sources as well. It has been a long road to get where we are now. She smiled faintly. Of course, we were fortunate in many regards. The decision made by the government to turn naviSgate into a symbol, back when she had failed to return from the forgotten shore, was a stroke of luck. The reason why they made that decision the great and tragic legacy of immortal flame and broken sword is a grim blessing as well. Conquering the second nightmare as a sleeper and being adopted by a great clan added momentum to her rise to glory and breathed new life into her stirring tale. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT backslash NAVIA L backslash SAVSC /M. And lastly, the harsh treatment she received from the Elders of Valor only played into our hand, fueling the flames of her legend. Cassie shook her head lightly. Plus, it is not that hard to embellish Neff's achievements. No, not even so. There is no need to embellish anything. Her past feats are astonishing, and she has fought against the nightmare spell tirelessly for the past 4 years. She is always on the forefront, spilling her own blood for someone else's sake. Better yet, she has never lost a battle after becoming a saint. The number of lives she has saved is incalculable. So it's embarrassing to admit, but my job as her spymaster is rather easy. I just have to fan the flames and help the stories of her deeds spread faster and wider. She took another sip of tea and remained silent for a moment. It is to strengthen the foundation of her domain, of course, but not only for that, When naviSgate faces the sovereigns in battle and vanquishes them, it is paramount that her domain consumes theirs. There is no point otherwise. The sword domain, the song domain, when the war is over, there should only be the immortal flame domain, and it must encompass all of humanity. Becoming the human domain, not only because hundreds of millions of people in the dream realm would be thrust into the first nightmare otherwise, but also to prepare for what comes next. Cassie unhurriedly finished her pastry. There are a lot of things that must be done to achieve that. naviSgate is already immensely venerated by the people. But when the time comes, she has to be acknowledged by the saints who hold dominion over the citadels. They must pledge their loyalty to her after Kai Song and Anvil of Valor are gone. It would be simpler to eliminate all the loyalists and raise new ones to replace them, but those loyalists are also the foundation of humanity's strength. So, we have to proceed with a surgical decapitation strike instead of a thorough culling. Then, we must get every legacy clan to bow before the new queen. Her expression darkened a little. There are already more than a few saints who share a bond with naviSgate. Like Sky Tide of the White Feather clan, who had been mistreated by Valor and whose life we saved during the Battle of the Black Skull. There are others, as well, who have been helped by her in recent years. The government will follow Jet, and we even have a few connections in the Song domain. However, there is still a lot of work to be done on that front. If there is a saving grace to all that, it's that the weight of an individual in the era of the nightmare spell is infinitely greater than it had ever been before. Because one person can indeed be more powerful than an army. If Nephi's is the only supreme left standing, then many people would feel compelled to submit, simply because resisting her would be a tall task. She closed her eyes for a moment, a tired expression on her face. Still, there has to be a neat story to create a veil of legitimacy, and that is much harder to manifest out of thin air. As things are going, the assassination attempt on Nephi's would be used as the reason for the war. So, in a way, the war will start from her. If we want everyone to accept her ending it, then we must position her as the voice of those who are opposed to the war from the very start. That way, when she betrays her adoptive clan and eliminates both sovereigns, we can present it as a courageous person making a reluctant choice to stop two warmongering tyrants, not a murderous opportunist who wants to become a tyrant herself. A peacemaker, not a usurper. Her tea was growing cold. That is it in broad strokes. Now for the details, where do I even start? After that, Cassie went into a detailed explanation of all the schemes she was weaving behind the scenes, every resource at Neff's disposal, every connection, every clandestine preparation, every strategy and tactic they had developed for the eventual battle against the sovereigns. She spoke for quite some time, to say the least. The scope of it all was nothing short of daunting, so much so that Sunny doubted which one of them had 7 bodies for a moment. The work had started a long time ago, pretty much immediately after the Forgotten Shore. However, it had only truly ramped out in the last 4 years. It seemed like neither Cassie nor Nephi's had rested even for a minute after becoming saints. And yet, it still didn't seem enough. How could it be if their goal was so ambitious? Not only did they want to bring down the current rulers of the world, but also to put the crown on Neff's head. After a while, Cassie grew quiet. By then, one of the avatars had replaced the tea kettle several times, as well as delivered more refreshments. Sunny sighed, then shook his head slightly. I understand that the actual battle with the sovereigns is not your responsibility, Cassie. Nephi's is in charge of that, however. I still think that you are treating the act of killing them too lightly. Your preparations are insufficient. Your approach is too reliant on simply willing victory into existence. Sure, that is exactly what Nephi's is known for. But still, there is a huge hole in the plan. He lingered for a few moments, then smiled darkly. Luckily, I am here to fill it. Chapter 1792, Bait and Switch. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then stood up. Please follow me, I want to show you something. Cassie rose, and they walked together through the impenetrable darkness. As they did, he spoke in a tone of indifference. You know a lot about what I've been up to after becoming a saint. For a while, I did not even have plans of ever returning. So my preparations are not as extensive as yours. Still, I've been working on bringing down the sovereigns earnestly, in my own way. She nodded. Your involvement is both welcome and appreciated. You might want to be modest, Sunny, but there is really no need to. There are very few saints more powerful than you, maybe even none, so your presence alone is significant enough to change the balance of power entirely. Sunny smiled. Who says that I want to be modest? Yes, I am powerful. Not only am I powerful, but each of my shadows is also a walking calamity. There are only 6 people in the world that I am inclined to be wary of: the 3 sovereigns, Mordred, Nephi's, and you. His smile widened. And look at that, 3 of the 6 have decided to join hands to defeat the rest. I'd be afraid of us if one was someone else. They returned to the inner sanctum of the temple and entered the stairwell to the underground level. Sunny's smile dimmed a little. Returning to my preparations to kill the Supremes, make no mistake, I am determined to achieve supremacy without venturing into a nightmare as well. It's just that while Nephi's is prevented from doing so by circumstances, I simply can't. Because, well, you know. Sadly, I must admit that I am half a step behind her in that regard, which is why my plan revolved around battling at least one of the sovereigns as saints. They reached the great underground hall, which was drowning in darkness. Sunny had hidden it from Nephi's the last time around. However, Cassie was witnessing the world through his eyes, so she could see everything that he could see. She was momentarily frozen in place. Don't worry, it's safe. The hidden level was like a reflection of the main hall, as if someone had flipped the entire temple and put it below ground upside down. The great pillars of black marble descended from the tall ceiling and rested on the floor, and silence reigned in the vast expanse of solemn emptiness. There were only two differences: the absence of the altar and the mystical circle that took the entirety of the far wall. The circle itself looked quite striking. It was as if the great wall of black marble had turned into liquid once and swirled around an invisible axis before solidifying in a sudden ripple. It was both orderly and chaotic, enthralling and unnerving, but mostly beautiful. It was also capable of absorbing a vast amount of essence like a bottomless vortex. Because of that, it emanated a sense of magnetic pressure. Cassie was stunned by the sight. What kind of sorcery is this? Sunny looked at the great circle, too. A kind that is much older than all the rest. Divine sorcery. If it could even be called that. Sorcery was something that followed a framework of laws and principles to shape the world, usually by manipulating soul essence. Divine sorcery, however, was simply a manifestation of a deity's will. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NAVEL /WorldC/M. There were some tricks to it, no doubt. Otherwise, there would be no need for the mystical circle to exist, or for the string of fate belonging to the chain lords to be contained in the 7 knives. However, Sunny could not even begin to guess these tricks. For all intents and purposes, divine sorcery created miracles, not magic. There was a hint of awe in Cassie's voice. What does it do? Sunny remained silent for a moment, then answered evenly. You probably don't know, but the nameless temple has not always stood in Godgrave. In fact, I found it somewhere else. It is a wandering citadel, and the circle allows it to wander. Cassie's brow furrowed a little. He knew that learning that fact pushed her into rethinking 1,000 of preconceived notions. A few moments later, she turned to him and slowly said, You put it in Godgrave. As bait. He smiled, allowing her to continue. You knew that a citadel standing in the middle of the future battlefield would possess an irresistible attraction for both song and valor. So you put your temple here and let your presence be known by delivering those sleepers to the song domain. Then, you just sat back and waited. Until Nephi's arrived. Instead of infiltrating the sword army, you let them invite you to join. Shower you with gifts and try to appease you, even, just to have you fight on their side, which was your goal all along. Sunny chuckled. You are half right. Cassie raised an eyebrow. Only half, he nodded. It is true that the nameless temple is bait. But it is also a trap. Sunny inhaled deeply and looked up, as if trying to pierce the marble walls with his gaze. The clash with the sovereigns is inevitable, and one way or the other, it must happen here. Either they will come to besiege my citadel, or I will move it to besiege them. Even if Nephi's manages to become a sovereign, she will still be new and inexperienced as a ruler of a domain. So she'll need all the help she can get when she faces the enemy. He lingered for a moment. The darkness that surrounds the nameless temple is not one of its components. In fact, well, you might not remember if I tell you where I received it from. Suffice it to say, it is a shard of an ancient domain, a divine domain, the realm of shadows. Sunny sighed. I can't control it and am too weak to claim ownership of it. However, it is still a piece of a foreign domain of unfathomable power. When either of the sovereigns enters it, their authority will be weakened, if not suppressed entirely. Cassie considered his words carefully, slowly. A hesitant smile appeared on her lips. Then she seemed to think of something else. But your plans would not be limited to just weakening their authority. You are far too thorough to be satisfied with just that. Suddenly, her eyes widened. The great abominations that sleep below the temple. His smile turned a little sinister. Yes, they are a present I've been preparing for the sovereigns. A swarm of great nightmare creatures to welcome them as my guests, freshly freed from a maze of nightmares and burning with furious desire to avenge their imprisonment. Of course, just that is not worthy of a proper welcome gift. I should be a generous host, after all. Cassie tilted her head a little. A moment later, she faced him with a flash of understanding in her beautiful blue eyes. In the memories, you had a fifth shadow, a black stallion who wields power over dreams. However, I've never seen him here or with any of your other incarnations. Sunny, where is that shadow? Sunny grinned. His gaze fell down at the floor of the nameless temple. After a while, he said, Nightmare is busy with an important task. He is lulling a special guest into slumber, the centerpiece of my welcoming committee. He faced Cassie with a cold expression, a very nasty creature of the cursed rank. Since we're inviting the sovereigns, we should have a guest of honor, don't you think? Chapter 1793. Soft hand, Nephis had judged that the only way to defeat the sovereigns was to become supreme. However, Sunny had held a different opinion. He had been fully prepared to face them as a saint, just as he had faced countless adversaries of a higher rank than him in the past. People like him were forged by bringing down creatures more powerful than them, so in principle, there wasn't much difference. All he had to do was study the enemy, ensnare them in a net of deceit and treachery, and then put his life on the line. Wait for them to break themselves against each other, and then deliver a fatal strike to finish off the battered foes. That was why he had made the nameless temple into a trap and sent Nightmare to assemble a swarm of slumbering horrors. The dream curse was a frightening power. It spread unseen, infecting those unfortunate enough to contract it one after another. Its influence was subtle and insidious, and by the time the curse was ready to pull its victim into the maze of nightmares, it was already too late to resist it. Of course, the great nightmare creatures slumbering under the temple still tried. They struck against the walls of the dream prison, just like Sunny had done in the Kingdom of Hope. The nightmares subjugated by his shadow were continuously destroyed, breaking apart under the onslaught. However, at the same time, Nightmare conquered more of them. The new dreams he collected belonged to abominations of vast and terrifying power, and so, the walls of the dream maze grew stronger and stronger, as did the dark Destrier himself. Still, it was a daunting task for Nightmare to lull a cursed being to sleep. Sunny's steed had been at it for many months already. The nightmare creatures populating the area of the hollows around the cursed one's lair had succumbed to slumber one after the other. Then, the fallen deity itself was slowly infected, one drop of insidious poison at a time. The cursed one had resisted for a long time, but eventually the dream curse seeped into its mind, body, and soul. At first, it would grow sluggish sometimes, then it would doze off for a minute or two before recovering. Finally, it fell asleep. Its slumber was still restless and shallow, but Sunny was certain that he would be able to pull it into the underground hall of the nameless temple before the sovereigns came. Of course, his preparations were flawed as well. He had started on this plan not long after returning to civilization, still disoriented by the changes that had happened in his absence and badly informed. Sunny sighed. It was not that Nephis was incapable of constructing a plan to clash with the sovereigns as a saint. She was experienced in slaying overwhelming foes as well. It was just that it was not an option for her, because after the chain of nightmares, the two domains were holding the equivalent of an entire quadrant's population hostage. If the sovereigns were eliminated without a new supreme taking their place, the dream realm would drown in human blood. And Nephis had made it clear in the Crimson Spire that she did not only care about reaching her goal, but also about reaching it the way she wanted. So, as Sunny saw it, both of their plans had to succeed if they wanted to achieve an acceptable outcome. What are the chances that nothing will go wrong? There were many unpredictable factors. Mordred was a wild card. So were the sovereigns themselves. There was also the third supreme, Asterion, who was mysteriously missing. But they had no choice but to try. He looked at Cassie. That is the gist of it. I think that we stand a chance if things go right for us. If things go wrong, which they will, I'm sure then, well, I guess we'll have to improvise. She remained silent for a while, still stunned by the brazen audacity of his simple, but simply unbelievable plan. Who would place a citadel in the middle of a death zone, fill it with sleeping great nightmare creatures, kidnap a cursed one, and then bait the sovereigns into causing the swarm of horrors to wake up? A thing like that was nothing short of unthinkable, and yet the Lord of Shadows had not only thought it, but also made it true. She shook her head slowly. Improvisation. Yes. Then, Cassie took a deep breath and composed herself. The key to good improvisation is being prepared. Sunny smiled. I expected you to have a contingency. Cassie was someone who had mastered the art of guiding events in a desired direction with a soft hand. A rigid plan was destined to fail, but if one was flexible enough, no unpredictable event could become an insurmountable obstacle. L cyrillic letter 456 GHTN backslash AVYA L backslash SIVYSC A/M. The success of the astonishing web of schemes she had woven to give him a chance to be free was proof that her approach worked. So she would have had something in mind for the inevitable clash with the sovereigns. The young woman sighed. It is nothing revolutionary. You should know well as an experienced hunter. One should study the enemy before confronting them. The sovereigns are shrouded in mystery. But if we want to strike them down, we need to know them. Their upbringing, the environment in which they were formed into people they are, their youth, how the broken swords cohort was formed, how it rose to glory, how it fell apart. All of that and more. A somber expression appeared on her face. Needless to say, most of that information is either erased or twisted to such a degree that learning anything truthful from it is impossible. I've been trying to uncover as much as I can. But it hasn't been easy, and most of all, I've been very cautious, afraid to attract attention. The King of Swords still doesn't trust Nephis that much, after all. Being discovered would mean certain death. She remained silent for a few moments, then added, but that is about to change. Once the war starts, everything would be thrown into chaos. That is when we'll be able to act more boldly. With my ability to read memories and perceive many things, and your versatile arsenal of stealth and infiltration abilities. If the two of us put our minds together, I'm sure that we can uncover a great number of secrets under the cover of the mayhem. Cassie took a deep breath, including the most important one. Sunny gave her a long look. What do you think is the most important secret? Cassie hesitated for a while, then faced him and said quietly, You are right. Our battle plan is too vague. But there is something that can make the odds much more favorable, a piece of information that is as important as it is tightly sealed. At the end of it all, I suspect that the success of our entire endeavor will be decided by whether we manage to solve that mystery or not. Her beautiful eyes grew cold. The single most important thing we must learn are the flaws of the sovereigns. If we grasp their flaws, victory will be ours. If not, all that awaits us are the flames of hell. Sunny looked at her silently for a while. Eventually, he said, You want to steal the secret of their flaws? Cassie lingered for a bit, then smiled. Yes, and I want you to help me steal it, Sunny. Chapter 1794. Last memory. There was a lot more to talk about, so they returned to the courtyard and immersed themselves in a detailed discussion of the upcoming war. Now that both knew what hidden cards they held, they could work out how to deal with a great number of possible events effectively. At the same time, more issues were uncovered as they discussed tactical solutions. For example, Cassie possessed a much deeper knowledge of what aspects, abilities, and memories the main combatants of both domains possessed. She could share all that knowledge with Sunny, which would help him deal with these people on the battlefield, should the need arise. He had collected a lot of information in the last year, but she knew more. So, he felt a subtle sense of excitement as many of the gaps in his understanding of the playing field, the players, and the figures they would move were covered one by one. Still, it was a strange conversation. Neither of them had the ability to predict how the war would turn out exactly, so they were simply preparing themselves to face the unknown as best they could. The rulers of the great clans were having similar meetings, without a doubt. L cyrillic letter 456 G backslash HTN backslash AVYA LS backslash AVYA tilde C cyrillica backslash M. Granted, theirs were much more crowded and ostentatious. Sunny also knew that, although he was facing Cassie, Nephis was passively participating in the conversation as well. The blind seer had the ability to communicate with her telepathically, after all. So, she was both talking to him and relaying the necessary information to Nephis at the same time, asking for her input when it was needed. After a while, It seemed like they had finally exhausted the deep well of things that needed to be discussed urgently. Finally, silence enveloped the nameless temple once more. Cassie poured herself more tea and picked up the cup, turning to the lonesome tree. After a while, she spoke evenly. The situation is developing rapidly in the waking world. Clan Valor has already leveled accusations against Master Dar and Silent Stalker. They are not pointing directly at Clan Song, yet, but when the Queen inevitably refuses to support the investigation, it would be all too easy to make it seem as if she is implicated. She let out a deep sigh. Both domains are boiling with indignation. The citizens of the Sword domain are in outrage over the attempt on Nef's life, while those in the Song domain are appalled at being accused of it. Passions are burning hot, and all the seeds of discord that had been planted earlier are blooming. The situation is highly volatile. If this continues, the young woman hesitated for a few moments. I'm afraid that peace won't outlive winter. Come spring, one of the sovereigns will declare war. Spring was roughly a month away. Sunny knew these facts himself, but he still couldn't quite believe that the calamity was so near. Had the ancient people felt the same way in the days before the Doom War, a month was not a lot of time at all. He closed his eyes for a moment. I won't be able to forge the sword for Nephi's in time. Nor would he be able to solve the mirror maze below the true bastion in time, not to mention that he had not even got close to infiltrating the Jade Palace yet. It seemed that he would only be able to gain more fragments of Weaver's lineage after the rulers of the two great citadels were gone. Unless he wanted to leave his main body and one of the 6 shadows on the sidelines, leaving himself in a weakened state for the carnage in Godgrave. What was he going to do with the humble shopkeeper once the war started? Nephi's would leave Bastion. Cassie, too. Was he really going to stay? Sunny sighed, then looked at his blind companion. I don't think that our private deal can continue. Cassie had agreed to hide his presence in the true Bastion in exchange for reading his memories. Sunny could only sneak there when the moon was full, and if the war was going to start in a month. She remained silent for a moment. There is still a full moon left before the war. Sunny shook his head dejectedly. I don't think that I'll be able to conquer that maze in a single night. Still, there is one more memory I want to show you. A pale smile appeared on his lips. So, how about we do it right now? Cassie was a little startled. Now, here, he nodded. We are alone and no one will disturb us. I'll have more time to explore the maze if I pay for your services in advance. She seemed a little hesitant. Are you sure? Instead of answering, Sunny finished his tea, then stood up and moved his chair closer. Quite sure. Look into my eyes. Cassie remained motionless for a few moments, then did what he had told her to do. Sunny thought back to the forgotten shore. He was laying on the weathered stone, staring dispassionately at the empty black sky. His face was motionless, and his eyes were empty. He had scaled the statue of the knight a day or two ago, and simply remained there without moving ever since. This was where he had first arrived at the forgotten shore, all those years ago. There was no feeling or desire in his heart. How did I end up on this damned statue all alone again? Life was such a funny thing. He had worked so hard and suffered so much, but here he was, right where he had started. What was he supposed to do now? He remembered the black mirror of the sealed sea once more, feeling regretful for not diving into its dark depths. That would have been a fitting way to end it all, but he had already decided against it, so there was no going back. Instead, he would just stay here for a while more. Another day passed in deafening silence, and then another, and then Sunny grew bored. It seemed that boredom was a much more powerful emotion than all the rest, because he was still tormented by it, even when nothing else was able to bother him much. Eventually, Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. This is seriously tedious. Muttering a curse, he sat up and looked around. All right, there was nothing more he wanted to see on the forgotten shore, so it was time to decide where he was going to go next. The Hollow Mountains lay south. The Nightmare Desert lay east. No one knew what lay west and north, so these were his 2 choices: follow the mountains west or venture in the opposite direction of where humans lived. Let's get as much distance between me and humanity as possible. Sunny smiled faintly, then stood up. In the past, it was an arduous process for him to descend from the colossal statue. But now, he simply stepped and fell down, turning into a crow at the last moment. Opening his wings, he glided on the cold wind and flew above the ashen desert. It was time to delve into the unknown. Chapter 1795, Burned Forest. Before leaving the Statue of the Night behind, Sunny hesitated for a while and then manifested one of his avatars. Taking control of that incarnation, he left a tether on the ancient stone. Sunny had the ability to possess 7 bodies now, but he still only had a single soul. Each of his incarnations was nevertheless capable of having its own tether. He wasn't sure that he would want to return to the Forgotten Shore, but since crossing the Hollow Mountains again did not sound particularly pleasant, decided to leave himself a path, just in case. With that done, Sunny went north. Riding Nightmare, he traversed the silent darkness at a measured pace. The hooves of his tenebrous steed rustled softly in the ashen dust, and with each day, the distance between him and the distant human territories continued to increase. He had never visited the northern reaches of the Forgotten Shore before, so everything here was new to him. Granted, there was not much to look at times. Curious landmarks appeared on the horizon, but none of them managed to pique his interest. There were crumbled ruins, bones of ancient leviathans, and frames of rotten ships. He left it all behind, feeling calm and unburdened. There was nothing he had to accomplish and no looming necessity urging him forward. L Cyrillic letter 456 G /HTN Cyrillica /V ye LS IV Yesi Cyrillica M. Time lost all meaning to him. He slept when he was tired and ate when he was hungry. Other than that, Sunny did not concern himself with anything. Of course, he still forced himself to maintain vigilance. There could still be nightmare creatures left on the Forgotten Shore, and even if there were none, it was a bad idea to break the habit of always paying attention to his surroundings. Eventually, the landscape around him changed. Sunny first noticed that there was less and less dust covering the ground. Then, patches of dark soil started to appear with increased frequency. That meant that the coral labyrinth had been sparser here once. A few days later, he started to encounter tall hills. There were more of them the further north he went, standing in a strangely orderly manner. After investigating one of the hills, Sunny discovered that it was artificial in nature. He could sense a vast burial chamber somewhere far below him. It was a barrow. Climbing to the top of the burial hill, Sunny looked around and counted. However, there were too many of them to count, giving up after a few hundred. He sat down and stared into the darkness for a while. Then, he stepped into the shadows and descended into the burial chamber. A broken sarcophagus stood there, at least 10 meters in length. Inside were the bones of a nameless glant. There were remains of crude armor covering the bones, but time had erased all clues of who was buried here and by whom. There was no vengeful wraith waiting for Sunny in the burial chamber. Nevertheless, he suddenly felt cold sweat rolling down his spine. Trusting the sense of dire premonition, he threw one last look at the sarcophagus and dissolved into the shadows. Returning to the surface, Sunny looked at the boundless black sky and climbed into the saddle. Even Nightmare seemed nervous in the vicinity of the ominous hill, so he wasted no time to leave. Riding north, Sunny couldn't help but remember the Nightmare Gate near Rain's school. The abominations he had fought that day were called the Barrow Wraiths. Were they, perhaps, connected to the builders of these barrows? The next day, he saw sunlight for the first time in a long, long time. At first, Sunny did not even realize what was happening, thinking that there was something wrong with his eyes. But then he understood that he wasn't seeing things. The impenetrable darkness of the empty sky was indeed turning paler. Stunned, he dismounted and sat on the ground, looking at the eastern horizon. As the sky brightened, color slowly returned to the world, from black to midnight blue to pale lilac. And then, finally, beautiful magenta that gave way to a golden dawn. The sun rose above the horizon like a chalice of divinity, illuminating the world. How strange! Sunny's face was wet. He didn't even know why he was crying. He didn't feel particularly sad or happy or odd. It was just pleasant to witness something beautiful. To not be lost from light anymore. His eyes had just grown accustomed to the peaceful darkness, perhaps. I've left the Forgotten Shore. He smiled. Sunny was pretty sure that no other human had ventured that far north before. He had discovered a new region of the dream realm. That meant that there would be nightmare creatures waiting for him in the unexplored wilderness. Still, he wasn't discouraged. His reserves of food were running quite low, after all. When the sun rose and the sky was painted gray, Sunny continued on his way. This time, he was especially careful, knowing that unknown horrors could attack him at any moment. Soon, a dark line appeared on the horizon. He assumed that there would be another mountain chain barring his path, but was proven wrong after getting closer. Sitting in the saddle, Sunny looked ahead with an emotionless face. Out there in front of him, a sea of jagged black pillars was rising into the sky, each as wide as a tower. It was as if countless dead giants were reaching toward the sky with twisted, skeletal fingers. The pillars were the blackened, broken trunks of great trees. He was looking at a destroyed forest of titanic proportions. Sunny was struggling to imagine how tall the trees had been before they were broken and toppled, and how vast the forest was. All that he could tell was that it was a land meant for deities, not mortals. Urging Nightmare forward, Sunny slowly entered the burned forest. Despite the thousands of years that had passed since it was devoured by flames, the scorched trees had not decayed and crumbled into dust. They were still intact, just broken. It was as if someone had vengefully shattered each one, so that none remained standing. The broken trunks covered the ground, intertwined into an impassable disarray. Most of them were as wide as roads, stretching at steep angles or sloping down into the dark depths of the deadfall. The layer of broken trees must have been several hundred meters thick, and there was no telling what hid in the gaps between the charred remains of the ancient trees. Sunny had no desire to find out, so he sent Nightmare onto the nearest horizontal trunk. Moving forward wasn't easy, since he often had to change directions, going up and down or jumping from one fallen tree to another. A few hours later, Sunny encountered his first foe. Chapter 1796, End of the World. It was a black, glistening millipede that lunged at him from under the deadfall. Its armored body was about 3 meters in length, as wide as an adult man's torso. Instead of a pair of mandibles, it had an eerily human mouth full of sharp, needle-like fangs. The millipede was a corrupted beast. Sunny did not move from the saddle and simply turned his head with a dark look. Before the creature could reach him, dark tentacles rose from the blackened surface of the dead tree and enveloped it, slamming the abomination down. Then they moved like saws, their undersides turning into sharp blades. A few heartbeats later, the millipede was sawn into a dozen bleeding chunks. It struggled weakly and then grew still. Sunny dismissed the shadows and stared at the gruesome remains incredulously. Then he sighed and looked up. "I'm supposed to eat that." Before he could jump off the saddle to harvest the millipede's meat and soul shards, though, he sensed a tide of shadows moving in his direction. Soon enough, the broken forest came alive. It looked as if a flood of darkness flowed from under the ancient trunks, rushing at him with terrible speed. A deafening rustle assaulted his ears. Sunny cursed in a stifled voice. The flood of darkness was not the second coming of the Dark Sea. Instead, there were more millipedes slithering towards him. Thousands of them, at least, all of the same rank and class as the first one. Sunny was powerful. He was even powerful beyond belief, if compared to an average saint. However, he was not inclined to battle a swarm of thousands of corrupted beasts. Dismissing Nightmare, he turned into a shadow and fled. A moment later, the tide of millipedes flowed over the remains of their fallen sibling, and in a split second, the meat he had been reluctant to collect was gone. Not even a piece of black chitin remained. Gliding away stealthily, Sunny let out a bitter, mental sigh. No wonder. No wonder none of the sleepers of the Forgotten Shore had managed to find salvation by trying to reach another region of the dream realm. Even if they somehow managed to traverse thousands of kilometers of the Crimson Labyrinth, hiding from the Dark Sea at night, all that awaited them beyond the coral was death. Hollow Mountains and Nightmare Desert were a death warrant, but this burned forest was not any better. It was another death zone. Sunny had no doubt that there was no salvation west of the Forgotten Shore, either. Doesn't matter. Leaving the swarm of millipedes behind, he continued to move north. It took Sunny a long time to make his way through the burned forest. He was quickly reminded that he was at the bottom of the food chain. After that first encounter with the swarm of corrupted beasts, he met many more nightmare creatures, most of them much more powerful than the millipedes were. There were plenty of great abominations on the outskirts of the forest. As for its depths, Sunny had not dared venturing there, moving instead in a wide circle. He had evaded some and killed some. His food stores were replenished, but his body was in a sorry state. It was to the point where he had to remain in the form of a shadow for a while, using one of the avatars as the main vessel of his consciousness instead. His incarnations were independent of each other, so if one received a wound, it was not reflected on the rest. Because of that, he could rotate them when there was a need, letting the damaged ones heal while the fresh ones fought. That way, he managed to survive crossing the burned forest. There were days when he moved, days when he rested, and days when he hid himself in the darkness, scouting the way ahead with utmost caution. During one of such days, Sunny witnessed something that rattled him to the core. As his shadow climbed on the taller remnant left behind by one of the burned trees, he could suddenly see deep into the forest, where an enormous depression in the earth was carpeted by broken trunks. And in the middle of that vast plain stood a charred stump. The sight of that stump left Sunny speechless. Its size was truly unimaginable. The surface where the trunk of the colossal tree had broken off was vast enough to be considered a plateau. Each bulging, blackened root was like a mountain. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN backslash AVIE LS backslash AVIE tilde C A backslash M. The creases of the scorched bark were like deep valleys, and the shadows populating them were enough to drown entire cities. Sunny could not imagine what could have destroyed such a tree. When it had stood whole, its crown must have brushed against the stars, and the sun must have passed between its branches, following the moon. If there had truly been a world tree, then this had to be its corpse. Somebody had annihilated it, complete with innumerable living beings that must have lived on its colossal branches. I'm so small. Hidden far away, in a dark fissure between two fallen trunks, Sunny smiled darkly. He was so far below the unimaginable tree and the being who had destroyed it that even thinking about himself in that context was preposterous. For now, at least. Not long after that, Sunny continued his journey. He arduously made his way through the burned forest and eventually left it behind. By then, the sun did not rise at night anymore. The sky was not entirely black, though. It was illuminated by countless stars, and although the moon did not show itself, he could see a ghostly radiance sometimes, as if it was hidden just out of sight. The weather slowly turned more and more severe. Sunny was no stranger to cold, but still, he was starting to struggle slightly. The ground was slowly devoured by ice. Sunny continued to move north, and at some point, he could not see ground at the bottom of the deep cracks in the ice anymore. Instead, there was only water. By then, he really felt as if he was approaching the edge of the world. Sunny journeyed on, overcome by strange excitement. Would he really reach the boundary of the dream realm? There was curvature to the horizon here, so reasonably, this strange world was supposed to be a sphere, just like Earth. So, he might end up entering the storm sea from the south. However, reason did not always work in the dream realm. So, Sunny could easily imagine that the world would just end, opening up into an endless dark abyss, or maybe an infinity of billowing white mist. Into nothing. What would it feel like to stand on the edge of the world and peer beyond? Suffering from cold and lethal wind, Sunny stubbornly moved further north. There was nothing around him anymore. No ruins, no nightmare creatures, no signs of ancient battles. Only the wind, the ice, and the stars. But then, one day, something suddenly appeared in the distance. A shape that was different from all the rest, too orderly and smooth to not be artificial, barely containing his fascination, Sunny walked in that direction. He moved closer and closer until the strange structure finally revealed itself. Sunny stumbled. His weathered face suddenly froze. All traces of excitement were erased from it, replaced by a deep, powerful emotion that wasn't quite horror and wasn't quite shock, but very close to both. He swayed slightly. Ah! A slow exhale slowly escaped from his lips. Sunny sank to his knees. Tears rolled from his eyes, turning into drops of ice. Here, it's here. It was. A bitter smile split his pale face apart. Out there in front of him, hidden in the ice, stood a small settlement. It was surrounded by a thick wall, which was now broken and covered in snow. There was a large dome-like structure towering above the settlement, painted white against the backdrop of the starlit sky. It resembled a giant, perfectly smooth egg. It was an observatory, a lunar observatory. It was Low 49. Chapter 1797, Last Refuge. Sunny would have loved to be wrong. He would have liked to believe that he had lost his sanity from solitude and hopelessness. Or even that he had fallen under the effect of a strange mind hex, that he was looking at an illusion conjured by some harrowing abomination. But in his heart, he knew that his eyes weren't lying to him. Out there in front of him, buried in snow and ice, was indeed Lunar Observatory 49, the research settlement where he had met Bate and Professor Obel once, during the Chain of Nightmares. Where dusk of fallen grace killed everyone except for a handful of people that Sunny had taken away in time. The dome of the old observatory was the same. The alloy wall was the same, even if its turrets had turned into ice sculptures. The empty buildings where the scientists, soldiers, and assisting personnel had once lived and worked were the same, too. The research installation stood lonesomely under the starlit sky, drowning in snow. Sunny shivered. How? But he knew how Windflower had warned him. She had told him that his world would be consumed by the dream realm one day, just like hers. He had known that it was inevitable for a long time. However, Sunny had never thought that the process would have started so soon. I thought we still had time. He remained motionless for a while, taking in the eerie sight of the empty facility with an expression that went beyond despair. It felt so wrong to see alloy walls and prefab structures in the dream realm. Appalling. Sunny had no words to describe what he was feeling. He had left the waking world behind. And yet, witnessing the root of its future destruction had rattled him to the very core. The dilapidated streets of the outskirts, the beautiful terrace district in the inner city. The fortress-like awakened academy, the prestigious school where Rain had studied. Everything he knew would be swallowed by the dream realm soon. Worse than that. All the places that formed the background of his memories would not just be transported to another world. They would become forgotten ruins, just the kind Sunny was fond of exploring. Weathered, forlorn, and teeming with revolting abominations. That was the grim future of the world infected by the nightmare spell. Only. There would be no one to explore the ruins of the waking world and wonder about the people who had populated them once. Because Sunny's realm was the last to be consumed. There would be no explorers left to remember their lives and struggles. The waking world would cease to exist, maybe not in a year or even a decade. But the process had already started. Sunny did not know how long he had spent kneeling in the snow in front of the silent research station. Eventually, though, he shakily rose to his feet and walked toward the crumbled wall. He spent some time wandering Low 49 in a daze. Back then, Sunny had left in a hurry. After delivering his cohort and the 2 civilians to safety, he mounted Nightmare and returned, but he did not enter the facility again, only looking at it from afar. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT N backslash avia ls backslash avia tilde c a backslash m. Everyone was gone, taken by dusk of fallen grace. Even though Sunny killed the terror later with the help of Neve and Saint Bloodwave, the memory of the empty settlement was still connected to a feeling of powerlessness and deep, chilling fear in his heart. Funnily enough, he felt the same way now. Nothing seemed to have changed in Low 49. There was some damage caused by the harsh environment, and the exteriors of the alloy buildings were covered in ice and snow. However, the interiors were in surprisingly good condition. All the tech had stopped working, of course. But the material legacy was all there. There were clothes, furniture, and decorations, kitchen utensils, writing implements, and synthetic paper. The important data had been stored digitally, but many scientists had been in the habit of writing notes by hand or drawing complicated formulas on the boards. There were also useless items people accumulated throughout their lives: toys, trinkets, and sentimental mementos, posters, musical instruments, and handicrafts. Some of it would decay with the passage of time. But actually, most of the things created by modern humans were quite lasting. If someone unfamiliar with the civilization of the waking world visited this place in the future, what would they think about the people who had perished at low 49? Would they think that the ancient people had been ingenious and worthy of admiration, excelling in craft and architecture? That they created enchanting art, pursued enlightenment, and were quite knowledgeable about the arcane principles that govern the world? Or that the ancient people had been warlike and austere, living in harsh conditions and surrounding their utilitarian homes by tall metal walls? After all, there were weapons and military uniforms everywhere in low 49 as well. However, there were no corpses, no bones, no signs of a vicious battle. Nobody would know what had happened here, and at best, they would feel idle curiosity about the fate of the missing inhabitants. About as much of it as Sunny had felt in the ruins of the overgrown city where the cursed tyrant, condemnation, dwelled. There was a bitter taste in his mouth. It was because Sunny knew better than most what it meant to be forgotten. Sometimes, not being remembered was worse than death. Ah, I hate it. Still unable to come to terms with the dreadful revelation, he remained motionless for a while and then left the settlement to wander around. It was strange. The research facility was how it had been. Some of its surroundings were familiar, too, but the rest was not. The ocean shore might have been hidden under the ice, but the mountains were definitely missing. After exploring the area more thoroughly, Sunny made sure that he wasn't mistaken. He had almost expected to find the entire Antarctica here, but somehow it was nowhere to be found. There were no mountains, no highways, no underground base that he had used as shelter after meeting Jir and his small convoy of refugees. Instead, there was just an endless plain of ice. It was as if a small chunk had been torn out of the waking world and transported here, then stitched to the patchwork realm of nightmares. No matter how long Sunny looked, he did not find another. Still, the dream realm was vast. There could be more pieces of Antarctica lost somewhere in the ice. Other areas could be elsewhere. Sunny would not be surprised if it turned out that a piece of America was now drifting somewhere in Stormsea, or that parts of Europe could be found west of the forgotten shore. There was no point in continuing the search anymore. Nothing would change if he found another fragment of the waking world here. Sunny looked south, where low 49 was hidden in the darkness. Then, he looked north at the endless expanse of ice. The desire to explore the unknown that had pushed him forward so far was inexplicably gone, doused by the grim discovery. Letting out a sigh, he summoned the marvelous mimic, commanded it to turn into a hut, and went inside. His mind was numb and his heat was cold. So, Sunny decided to sleep. Chapter 1798, Knowledge of Everything. When Sunny woke up, reality was the same. His dreams did not change the cold, ruthless truth. He had wondered a lot what he would find at the edge of this alien world, but never expected to find the end of his own. Sunny slowly sat up and stared at the wall with an absent expression. Would he still be alone in this frozen wasteland when his world crumbled and become one with the spreading dream realm? Reality was the same, but he was not. It wasn't unexpected to change after witnessing something so shocking. He had mused about how small he was in comparison to the colossal stump in the burned forest. But only witnessing the white dome of low 49 under the strange sky had really put his entire life in perspective. Sunny was quite a self-centered person. He wasn't a narcissist or someone who had no empathy for anyone except himself, but he cared about himself more than he did about others. There were a few people out there he would die for, but even then, it was because they were dear to him, and their loss would hurt him terribly. Only those who had not suffered before were oblivious enough to be truly selfless. People who had experienced anguish and pain knew the value of selfishness, because caring about oneself meant not having to suffer that anguish again. So, Sunny was a reasonably selfish man. He was also a man who had experienced all kinds of torment, witnessed great tragedies, and endured it all to continue walking forward. Still, even he could not remain unmoved in the face of the destruction of his world and the extinction of his kind. She was right. Knowledge is indeed the heaviest thing in the world. The winds were howling beyond the walls of the empty hut. The sky was cold and dark. Pale starlight bathed the desolate expanse of ice, reflecting from it in a ghostly radiance. Some distance away, the dome of Low 49 stood lonesomely above the snow. Sunny let out a long sigh. He did not want to, but had no choice except to reevaluate a lot of things. Very important things, including the very concept of the future and his own place in its frightening reach. In fact, even though Sunny did not know what to think yet, he felt that he had already made a few decisions. It was just that he had not realized these decisions yet. Life was so messy. He had gone to Antarctica in search of conviction, thinking that his own was lacking. He did not find what he was looking for there, but instead learned that his own beliefs and aspirations were in no way inferior to anyone else's. Sunny had also learned to despise the sovereigns in Antarctica. The callous ghouls who played their games while countless people died, even though they could extend a hand and save them. He wanted to make his will known, and if not punish the tyrants, then at least prevent their hidden conflict from causing too much collateral damage among the civilian population. He did a few things to realize that goal, but before his efforts truly bore fruit, the Battle of the Black Skull happened. And then, Sunny was thrown into the third nightmare. What happened in the tomb of Ariel? Well, he made a proper mess of everything, and then somehow solved it as well. But the way he solved it was more damaging than the nightmare itself. However, those were his personal issues. They had nothing to do with the sovereigns, what he had wanted to do in Antarctica, and the fate of the world. And by the time he returned, the sovereigns had already made their move, and the southern campaign was over. Those refugees that had not been evacuated across the ocean fled into the dream gates and left the waking world. C/A/M, Sunny's immediate goal had no meaning anymore. Sunny himself, meanwhile, was abandoned by the world. He was forgotten, expelled, and erased from existence, untethered from everyone and everything, completely lost. So he left. He left and never looked back, crossing the hollow mountains, the forgotten shore, and the burned forest in solitude. All to leave the world that had rejected him behind, only to find a piece of that world at the end of the journey. What was he supposed to do now? Should he continue to pretend that nothing of what was happening to humanity had anything to do with him now? Should he continue to hide, keep his own company, and slowly lose his mind? Should he continue going north? Just yesterday, Sunny was full of excitement at the thought of exploring the uncharted parts of the dream realm. But today, he did not care anymore. The thrill was gone, replaced by a heavy emptiness. Summoning the endless spring, Sunny drank some water, sighed, and then absent-mindedly looked at the beautiful glass bottle. That memory of his had served him well over the years. It was a gift from someone who didn't remember him anymore. His expression turned cold. Of course, there was a different choice to be made and a different destiny to be carved out. Instead of heading north, he could turn around and go back. He could return. And then what? Nobody remembered him. Nephi's, Cassie, Effie, Kai, Jet, Rain. Teacher Julius, St. Tyrus Bate, and everyone else. They did not think or care about someone they did not know, but Sunny remembered. When I go back, if I go back, I'll have to do a few tricky things. By now, he was powerful enough not to be a mere spectator. Why did he have to simply watch the ruthless players move the figures across the board? Instead, he could exert his influence to personally change the game. A person like him could do a lot when no one was looking his way. The idea of confronting the sovereigns seemed like pure madness before. It still did, but was it, really? Could Sunny exert his will and reshape the world to fit his desires? He would have to plot the downfall of Anvil of Valor and Kai Song. There was the third one, as well. Perhaps the most dangerous of the three, but dealing with the sovereigns was only the beginning. Now that the destruction of everything was accelerating, there was only one way forward, to the very end. Either the nightmare spell would swallow humanity or be conquered by humans. Supreme, sacred, divine. The end could only be stopped if new gods were born of humanity. Therefore, that was what Sunny had to ensure. If he went back, did he dare to dream it? A long time ago, Nephi's had proclaimed her determination to conquer every nightmare. Sunny had thought that she was insane back then. The wind was growing colder outside. He remained silent for a long time, listening to its howling. So what if it's insane? Sunny was not quite healthy in the mental department himself. He had not been for a long time. he did dare to dream it. At this point, there was very little that he did not dare to do. Walking out of the door, Sunny looked at the sky. The sky was full of stars. I am nobody, and I have nothing. He inhaled the frigid air and looked south with a cold, dark gleam in his lightless eyes. So let's change everything. With that, he dismissed the marvelous mimic and reached into his soul, which was still tethered to the waking world. Soon, his figure disappeared from the sea of starlit ice. Instead, a ragged silhouette appeared on a desolate street in the outskirts of NQSC, surrounded by a whirlwind of dancing snowflakes. Chapter 1799, Back to Civilization, Sunny returned to the outskirts. After years spent in the wild reaches of the dream realm, NQSC was like an explosion. Sunny almost fell to the ground after being assaulted by a myriad of movements and sensations. There were sounds, scents, and countless scenes. Most of all, there were shadows. A vast legion of them, all moving and changing, surrounding him like a boundless whirlpool. Overwhelmed by them, he spent several days hiding in an abandoned room at the top of a ramshackle dormitory hive. His mind wasn't ready for the sensory overload of being among hundreds of millions of people subduing his shadow sense. He waited for a while, slowly preparing himself to face humanity again. Gradually, Sunny let his senses loose. First to envelop a few levels of the dormitory hive, then all of it. Laying in the darkness, he could feel thousands of humans go about their harsh lives, observing their sorrows, joys, and struggles. Then, his shadow sense extended outward, enveloping the outskirts one street after another. At some point, Sunny felt as if he was an invisible, omniscient deity. The area he could perceive was too vast for his mind to concentrate on each shadow, to witness every person. And yet, there was no better way of throwing himself into the half-forgotten feeling of being human. Slowly, the feral grip of solitude that the dream realm had on his mind loosened. Sunny remembered how to be a person again. His status in the waking world was questionable. He didn't really exist. A nice family was now living in his terrace district house. He had no money, Encerillica citizenship, and no home, which was pretty much exactly how it had been back in the days of living as an outskirt rat. A very familiar situation. Of course, Sunny himself was entirely different from his younger self. He was a saint now, which meant that he wasn't just a rat. He was the strongest, most vicious and fearsome rat in the world. The loftiest rat there was, a true rat king. The outskirts themselves had changed as well. They were much emptier, as if someone had culled the population of this miserable place in the past few years. Sunny knew that many of the most disenfranchised people of the waking world had been seduced by the lure of the dream gates. One of his incarnations had followed Rain to Ravenheart, after all. But knowing and seeing were two different things. Even this place can change, huh? He felt uprooted somehow, but it was a good thing for this part of his part to have changed. Moving in the shadows, Sunny found a better place to stay and thoroughly washed himself. Then, he procured a cheap communicator and a sizable sum of credits. ~C_A\M. Things that had been insurmountable for him as a kid were easier than breathing now. He did not have to scrounge for food and shelter. He did not have to fear the other humans populating the city slums. He could survive here with no effort whatsoever. Live as lavishly as he wanted, even. But what was the point if the world was already falling apart? Sunny did not care about the bitter past. It had no hold over him anymore. He had outgrown the outskirts. After getting himself in order, Sunny sighed, turned into a shadow, and reached for the tether. His original body was still tethered to the Ivory Island. Of course, the Ivory Island had long left the chained isles by now, and the crushing was no more. With its departure, the force keeping the flying islands afloat had weakened significantly, accelerating the demise of the region. The sanctuary of Noctis was situated at the edge of the chained isles, so it was still safe. However, more and more islands fell into the sky below with each year. In a few decades, most likely, there would be none left erasing the last remains of the Kingdom of Hope, except for the ivory tower itself. Sunny had expected to find himself above Bastion, but it seemed that Nephis and Cassie had been sent out to accomplish a mission. The beautiful island was moving across the sky of the Sword Domain, and the Fire Keepers were preparing for battle. Sunny did not disturb them and jumped off the edge, unnoticed. Turning into a crow, he glided to the ground and watched the ivory island drift away. Then, with a sigh, he summoned Nightmare and climbed into the saddle. Funnily enough, his destination was in the north. Sunny had plenty of time to consider the situation while getting his bearings in the outskirts, and although he did not have a concrete plan yet, he knew that one place would play a great role in the approaching war: a death zone known as Godgrave. So that was where he headed. Of course, to get there, he had to cross most of the Sword domain first. Strangely enough, the journey was relaxing. Sunny had spent so much time braving the deadliest regions of the Dream Realm that the territories conquered by humans seemed peaceful and safe. As long as he remained vigilant, nothing here could seriously threaten him. Granted, the Dream Realm was still dire and full of dangers. Overconfidence was still an insidious killer, and one mistake could cost him his life. It was just that the scale of that mistake had to be quite significant now. Nevertheless, Sunny enjoyed the feeling of being at the top of the food chain. He rode Nightmare while 4 of his shadows served as a stealthy vanguard, circling him at a distance. That way, he was alerted of any danger long before it could pose a threat. Sunny avoided the human settlements, but sent his shadows to observe them and collect the news from time to time. He was learning more about the current situation in the two worlds and slowly working out the basics of a plan. A couple of weeks later, a mountain chain barred his path. It was much less impressive than the dreaded expanse of the Hollow Mountains, but still had a bad reputation. When Sunny was a small child, these mountains were the northern boundary of the human enclave in the Dream Realm. After Valor's northward expansion, though, they were simply a natural barrier in the heart of the Sword domain now. Sunny studied them with a slightly surprised expression, not because of their historical significance, but for an entirely different reason. These mountains. No way, he recognized them. The steep rocky slopes were barren, and sharp ridges were covered in snow. There was one mountain that towered above the rest, though. Jagged and lonesome, it dwarfed other peaks of the mountain chain, cutting the night sky with its sharp edges. A radiant moon bathed its slopes in the ghostly, pale light. It was the Black Mountain from his first nightmare. Chapter 1800, Return to the Black Mountain. Sunny often thought about the slave caravan, but he never actually tried to learn more about the events that had transpired in the nightmare. He knew that they had happened at the dusk of the Golden Age, not long before the start of the Doom War. Back then, the gods had grown indifferent and distant, and the soldiers of an expansionist empire that worshipped war wiped out the Shadow cult, burning down all its temples. However, he did not know much about that empire and the lands it had conquered. The history of the Dream Realm was overshadowed by the calamitous destruction of the Doom War. And while it was possible to learn a thing or two about the previous eras, the devastation had erased most traces of the last human civilizations. So, Sunny had never actually expected to behold the Black Mountain again. He stared at its distant peak in bewilderment. Then, a sense of subtle curiosity bloomed in his heart. Might as well take a look. Sunny actually felt a hint of sentimentality. Back then, it took the caravan days to scale the mountain pass. Sunny remembered the agony of walking up the mountain road vividly. The cold, the pain, the biting touch of the iron shackles that shredded his wrists. He had felt so tired and weak, not knowing if he would survive the cruel march. Many of the slaves had not, and ended up being tossed off the cliff after falling into the snow. It was a hard thing to climb a mountain while hungry and on the verge of freezing. Today, Sunny simply stepped into the shadows and appeared halfway up the slope. Step, step, and another step. Just like that, he was standing below the towering edifice of the Black Mountain. Thousands of years had passed since the day the slave caravan was destroyed. The mountain road had already been old and crumbling back then now, no trace of it remained. For a few moments, Sunny contemplated staying here for a while to find the old bones. He was curious to know what had actually happened to the nameless slave and Oro of the Nine. Had they escaped the Mountain King, or had they perished? He was quite certain that Oro had survived. But what about the young temple slave? However, Sunny quickly dismissed that idea. It would take him months, or maybe even years, to dig through the snow and find the traces of the caravan if any traces remained. Even then, there was no guarantee that he would be able to tell anything about the past from them. So, with a sigh, Sunny looked up at the peak of the Black Mountain. The only place he could visit was the mysterious temple that had stood there, surrounded by bones, but before that, he could feel enemies rushing at him from all sides. A moment later, the snow exploded, and hideous figures lunged at him with frenzy burning in their milky white eyes. The slaughter was swift and ruthless. Sunny did not even summon a weapon, using the spiked gauntlets of the onyx mantle to crush the abominations. He danced between them like an omen of death, coldly and methodically destroying one after another, until none remained. The snow was painted red by blood, and a fine crimson haze hung in the air. Huh! Sunny studied the broken corpses, which littered the ground like a carpet. The creatures were hideous and appalling, resembling something that a mad artist would paint after waking up from a feverish nightmare. Most of them were fallen beasts and monsters. And although he was sure that he had never fought such creatures before, they reminded him of something. Mostly because he had subjugated a legion of mountain kings' larvae in Antarctica not too long ago. Although these abominations were different and much more powerful, they resembled the larvae a lot. Sunny smiled faintly. Will I be reunited with the Mountain King? If that thing wasn't dead, it would have grown much more powerful by now. But no, the chances were slim. The forces of Valor had eradicated the most dangerous nightmare creatures in this area of the Dream Realm during their march north, and they would not have tolerated a powerful tyrant remaining in their rear. Even if the Mountain King had survived the thousands of years without leaving the Black Mountain, he would have been dealt with by someone like Whispering Blade, or maybe even Anvil himself. With a sigh, Sunny took another step through the shadows and appeared directly on the peak of the Black Mountain. He stood there motionlessly for a while, looking ahead with an expression of awe on his pale face. The nameless temple was still there under the moonlit sky. At the highest point of the mountain, a vast expanse of flat rock was covered with snow. In the center of it, illuminated by moonlight, stood a magnificent temple. Its colossal columns and walls were cut from black marble, with exquisite reliefs decorating the Stygian pediment and broad frieze. ~C·A/M. Beautiful and awesome, it looked like a palace of a dark god. At least it did once. Now the temple was in ruins. Fractures and cracks marred the black stones, parts of the roof had collapsed, letting in ice and snow. Its tall gates were broken, as if smashed into pieces by the hand of a giant. The Black Temple did not change at all. It was as if thousands of years had no effect on it whatsoever. The only thing that changed was that now there were even more bones surrounding it. There were thousands of bones scattered around, carpeting the ground. Some belonged to nightmare creatures, while some seemed to be quite human. Come to think of it. Why are there so many bones here? Was this where the Mountain King had devoured its victims? Somehow, Sunny doubted it. The tyrant had consumed the slaves right where he had killed them after all. No, before that. What was this temple exactly back then? Sunny remembered Scholar mentioning that pilgrims used to climb the mountain in the ancient times. Who were these pilgrims, and what had they worshipped? He had assumed that this was one of the shadow gods' temples that the Empire had destroyed, but the timing did not make sense. The destruction of the shadow cult was a recent event during his first nightmare. However, the temple looked as if it had been ruined thousands of years ago even then. And when Sunny spilled his blood on the altar, the spell described it as an offering to all the gods. It was just that Shadow had been the only one to answer. Stranger still, the gods had still been alive at the time of the nightmare. And yet the spell spoke of them as dead. Sunny shivered, had his offering, reached the actual gods and not a substitute of them put in place by the spell. Was the spell even capable of creating illusory copies of the gods? Probably not. If so, what did it mean? And how had Shadow God granted him a blessing from beyond the grave? Well, that last part wasn't that surprising. The gods were the ones who had created things like time and death, after all. So, it wasn't strange to imagine that they had a special relationship with these laws. A god could very well respond to a question before it was asked, and bless a slave who had offered himself as a sacrifice despite being dead. Especially if that altar stood in a very special place, the Black Temple, Sunny hesitated, unsure of what to think. Now that he had found the ruined temple again, he realized that he didn't actually know anything about it. He was certain of one thing, though: this place. It felt sacred. A sense of solemn, silent sanctity was emanating from the obsidian walls of the ancient temple. It looked majestic and beautiful in the moonlight, and although the ground around the ruin was littered with bones, it did not feel vile or ominous at all. With a sigh, Sunny headed toward the broken gates of the temple, and as he was approaching, he felt it. He did not see it, and he did not hear it. He did not even perceive it with his shadow sense. But somehow, he knew. There was something in front of him, a vast, invisible, intangible being, one that was reaching out to him, emanating a subtle sense of purity, loneliness, and power. Suddenly, Sunny realized why there were bones scattered everywhere at the peak of the Black Mountain. However, the guardian of the temple did not seem to hold any malice toward him. Instead, there was a sense of joy and recognition. The invisible being was reaching out to something in Sunny's soul: the golden light, the flame of divinity. Sunny's eyes widened a little. Eyes I didn't even know. Back then, he had felt nothing when entering the temple, but the bones had been there, which meant that the guardian had been there as well. And yet, it let Sunny in instead of adding his corpse to the pile of bones, because it had sensed a faint mark of divinity on his soul. The Mountain King, too. Since the tyrant entered the temple, it must have been touched by divinity once as well. Sunny had not known how close to death he had come and how lucky he was to survive. Would it let me pass now? Taking a deep breath, Sunny looked forward and stepped through the gates of the nameless temple.